The lights are off and away they go.
Extremely loose. He's managed to hold on. I think
He missed the complete that. He's crazy stuff.
Side Freitas is on the grass on the infield floor. He slides through. He tags Richard Eck.
Deep in the Ardennes forest, just next door to the idyllic town of Francorchamps, there is a hilly and winding piece of road. That bit of tarmac has over the years gained a cult following, and though it has changed shape and length over its nearly 100-year history, drivers and fans alike have not lost their fervor for its gorgeous setting and stunning racing. Once a year, the quiet of the mist and fog among the trees is disrupted for a full 24 hours as drivers test their mettle against its fearsomely fast corners. Today, the virtual world takes on that challenge as we pick up the coverage of the iRacing 24 Hours of Spa live on the Global Sim Racing channel. Welcome to Hour 6 of this legendary event. I'm your host, Joe Peak, and with me in the booth for the next 3 hours is Bill Soup Zahn and Sean Crackers Ambrose. Behind the scenes is our director, Amjad Yamin, and his cameras have been provided by Dougie Beard. Sean, when you ask drivers for a list of great corners, it seems like the names from this track just start appearing left and right. Tell us a little bit about the infamous Spa-Francorchamps.
I could start at La Source at turn 1 and then right through Eau Rouge and continue on all the way through these 19 turns. 4.35 miles, 7 kilometers if you're on the metric scale there. This is a 24-hour race that has seen lots of excitement already, and we've just really got this thing going. There's still, in my estimation, about 469 laps to go. First race was in 1924 on the original 9.3-mile circuit. Most wins, Eric Vanderpoel in the BMW M3 and the Maserati MC12 over a 20-year period on the current 7-kilometer circuit. So, a lot of history here. Again, a lot of challenging turns, 19 of them to get around and take care of the car up for 24 hours. We've seen debris building up on the track in several places, such as No Name, which is the hard left-hander coming out of turn, which is turn 9 on this track. A lot of sand on the track. We're going to be watching that all day, but a lot of excitement out there early, Joe.
Absolutely, and if you're following us here on the broadcast, you can also follow timing and scoring at racespot.tv/timing. And of course, a big thanks to RaceSpot for keeping that going while we're broadcasting, and a big thanks to their broadcast team who are getting a much-needed break after 6 hours. Big nod to Paul, Hugo, Cisco, and Yordis, of course. And if you're just joining us, though, and you're wondering what the world has been going on in these first 6 hours, Bill, I believe you have a little bit of an update of a few of the major moments that have been happening out there?
Oh, man, if there's anything worse than having no information, it's having too much information. If you've seen the movie A Beautiful Mind about John Nash, I got stickies here and there, and I got strings posted. I can't figure any of this out. So let me walk you through where we are right now and give you a little bit of what's going on in the past here. Right now, the team that's leading that's the number 33 car, and that's Husenfink Core Motorsports. They started in 4th position, moved up to 2nd early. By lap 50, they were up in the lead. That Kushabi was out in front. He started dominating early. And that went for the first 58 laps. Neil Koch got in, went to lap 114. Then Alexander Voss is in there right now, and that team's out in front. Pure Racing team, that's the number 111 team. They are in 2nd position right now, and Maximilian Benecke started that thing. Patrick Pilcher is in there right now, and they're running 2nd. NX Racing, and that had Nathan Charter went 28 laps, and Justin Bruner got back in it. Then Charter came back in, ran it to 103, and Bruner's back in it again. So those two guys are alternating back and forth, currently running in 3rd position, I believe, when I wrote this, unless things have changed since then. Pure Racing team number 74, running 4th position. They started with Jonas Vollmeyer. He went 56 laps, and Andres Allensberger got back in. Then Vollmeyer came back in, took it to 1:40, and Allensberger's in it right now, and he's in 4th position. Then finally, I'll round out the top 5 for you, and that's Core Sim Racing. That's the number 74 team. This one started with one of my favorite drivers, Frederick Rasmussen. I hope he comes back. He's a youngster out of, I believe, Germany. Man, he is something else. He went the first 55 laps. Santinelli Kanuki came in after that one. And then Claudia Klima is in there, someone we're familiar with here at GSRC from a few years ago. So there's your top 5. and I'll try to give you some more information on the other drivers and cars as I have it.
And then, of course, the other really big thing that has sort of been almost like Michael Jordan getting injured in the first quarter here is our pole sitter, Sean, GTROS. They're DNF'd already.
Yeah, they had a really, really tough break early on in this race. Getting close to the end of their first stint, car was really light, tires were going away. They lost it out of Blanchimont and destroyed the car. They'd gotten off to a great start in the race. Everything was really smooth, and unfortunately, what we've seen happen there in Blanchimont, it's a tricky proposition with a full tank of fuel. With a low fuel load, it's even worse. They were in that Audi, and the car just hit a little bit too much of the curb. It got a little bit of the grass, and it sent it around, dove off right into the barrier off to the left side of the track, and just, again, like I said, tore the whole front end of the car up, and that was the end of the day for them.
Meanwhile, on screen, we're watching a nice little battle for 13th position here. That's Cesar Froner and SRB Racing trying to hold off Adam Sibalak and GTL Virtual Racing number 2, and Graham Carroll and Apex Racing UK / AC, I guess I should finish that name out. So, nice little three-way battle. In fact, they got a battle just ahead of them as well. That's Yair Yanis 49 Motorsports car trying to take out Tim Birdie in the Hello Kitty Ford, the only Ford that we've got out there, which makes Bill happy, I'm sure.
Yeah, I've been watching that. It's been back to the back. Hopefully can vulture some positions here through attrition. Not having the speed so far, but I like to see the only Ford out there. And I like Hello Kitty, so got me on both ends of it. In fact, speaking of Hello Kitties, we got to get together with some of the public relation guys for these teams, because some of these names need to be picked up a little bit. 24S MRS driver home S. That's not going to work for me. Go ahead, Joe. What do you got?
Sorry, it was Caesar was trying to put a lap on Yair Yanis, and he gave him space around the outside of La Source, but Caesar was not able to take it. I was just about to come back once you were done to mention that these two battles are almost ready to trip over each other, and I'm curious to see how this plays out, since it's two different clashes for position here as they come up the Kemmel Straight. Caesar's now going to get a run on Yair, and then they're going to get two here as Adam sneaks his way by, but he sticks his nose in very late, almost makes contact with Caesar up through Lecumbe, has to back out of it, and then there was contact with 49 and Graham Carroll's car in the Apex Racing machine. Everybody manages to get through, but very tense moments, guys. There's still almost 18 hours of racing left. We don't need that yet.
Yeah, go ahead, Sean.
I was just going to say, Joe, we've been watching this race for a while, and I know just 3 hours into this race, we're seeing a lot of hard racing throughout, and we're still seeing it now.
Yeah, we were discussing the fact that this is the top split. For those not familiar with iRacing, they sort all the drivers usually by iRating. Now, I believe this one might be by qualifying. We'll try and get some confirmation. We're hearing that it is, in fact, by iRating, as I'm being corrected twice there. It is by iRating that they have sorted this, which is their system to ensure that drivers of similar talent get together. And when you get a lot of top flight drivers together, Sean, you get a lot of aggressiveness, but very tempered aggressiveness. There's some hard but fair moves out there.
Yeah, definitely. You know, that's the type of racing we've seen side by side into some of the trickiest of turns here. Ravage. Guys going side by side through there and coming out in a no-name side by side. It's been incredible to watch. It's been really a lot of fun.
Yeah, and actually, I feel jealous with the guys at Race Spot, because first of all, it's an endurance race for the drivers,
side
but
by
also
side
for
the
them.
chicane right now.
Yeah, that's Adam Sibalak trying to see if he can hold off Graham Carroll, but he cannot. Graham sneaks his way by into the bus stop. You can move him up into the 14th position now. Whoa, and Yair Yanis, who's a lap down, comes into the picture unexpectedly, diving to the inside of La Source. I think he's going to let him back by. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I think he's going to let him by. Yuri was right there with him.
Yeah, Giannis Racing for 49 Motorsports. He was teamed up with he had a good partner earlier this morning. Did a pretty good job till his partner put it in the wall. Maybe we won't mention any names about that one.
Well,
Was
he's
our-
partnered up with Dexter Castro. We know that, but I'm not. Who's the third driver? I can't quite recall. Sean, do you know him?
I think it's our director, Amjad Yaman, isn't
Oh,
it?
Yeah.
that's right. That's right. I think it was Dex. It was our director who sadly put in a wall. We understand though that there were some handling issues with that car, so that was more than just on the driver, unfortunately. Meanwhile, we're watching battle for 23rd. Here we switch back up to we went back to 49 for just a moment, but now we're watching Bakir Karaka and the Momentum Endurance Racing. And is that Randy Chenoweth that he's trying to hold off there? Yes, it is.
Yeah, it is.
We are two
Chenoweth-
dudes.
Chenoweth in the Merc going up against the Audi. Nice little battle going on here.
He's dropped off just a little bit there, it looks like. So the gap is increased somewhat. Got some breathing space, which I'm sure, Bill, that's probably very welcome in a race of this length. Just being able to focus on what's ahead of you, not having to look in the mirrors.
Yeah, but that's what I was saying about the early racing, that I was so jealous of what the guys at RaceBot got to do. For an endurance race that's going 24 hours, some of the early racing was incredibly aggressive. Like we said earlier, it was aggressive, but so controlled. Some really impressive driving from these top-tier. And it's not so much of car control. I think it's a matter of how much they trust each other, that they were willing to risk putting it so close so early. But yeah, and the battles have continued on. So hopefully we'll be able to follow at least a few of them here through the next 6 hours.
Let's move up to 17th and see how that battle is going, because Tom Jones, there's a name for you, Bill, I'm sure you'll have fun with that one, is trying to hold off Daniel Quattrapani. He's got about half a second over him right now, the number 21, hassling him as they head up to Stavolo. Probably looking for a good run out of this second apex coming up here, see if he can gain some ground up to Blanchimont. But yeah, I agree with you. The racing, I've just been really enjoying RaceSpot's coverage and all the excellent battles that they've had on screen. And, you know, it's not just, you mentioned the trust, it's in the real world that takes quite a bit, but in the virtual world where you don't quite have the same senses to help you know where the other car is, that's even more important, being able to believe that the car next to you is not going to be where you want to put your car.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see how many drivers are running the Oculus Rift. From everything I hear about that, I haven't had one on my eyes yet. Right here, it is amazing. They feel so confident in racing closer. They are able to peek over and see where they are, rather than use that little look right, look left button that I honestly can't drive. I look right, I steer that way. So, can you use that, John and Sean? Joe and Sean, do you ever use the look right, look left?
Oh yeah, I'm able to use it.
I will admit I do not.
Okay.
I guess I'm the only one. All right. It's
I
very
only care
sparing.
what's in front of me or what's behind me.
Yeah, I will admit it's very sparing. It's usually on a straightaway. I check to see if I have room to move over closer to the racing line if I'm being passed or I'm defending or whatever. So, and speaking of defending, no defense right now from Mr. Jones down into Lacombe. Feels very safe there. And this is a great example of something else that we've been seeing in these 24 hours is the difference between these two cars, two of the newer cars in the GT3 field here on iRacing, the Mercedes and the Audi.
Well, Daniel Quattrapani out there saying it's me and Mr. Jones right now as he's trying to see if he can find a way around it. Now, Evolution Motorsports started 27th. They worked their way up to 17th. That's a good run from Tom Jones. I guess it's not unusual to see him do such a thing like that. But right now, we'll see what Chrono Sim Racing Orange can do.
Pace yourself, Bill. You gotta save some for the next 3 hours here. Well, it looks like actually Daniel's closing up little bit by little bit. He's now within 3/10 as they work their way into Fagny. Sometimes a passing zone, this time a little bit too far back for that orange and white machine to try and make a move. Now they work their way back into Stavolo. Once again, looking for that exit into the long straight coming up here. He's closer than ever now, down to 2/10, and he gets a great run through the corner. Fantastic exit. This could be his best chance.
Yeah, Tom might have to slip him a kiss on the way by. Sorry, guys.
Oh, and here we go.
I'm
We're going to go
sorry.
too wide through Blanchimont. Daniel backs out of it. That dirty air coming off that Mercedes hurts him through Blanchimont, and there's no opportunity into the bus stop. Closes in under braking. Let's see what he can do out of here. Much slower corner. Aerodynamics not as important. And he spins the tires. Quattrapani unfortunately, is going to have to try again a little bit later in the lap. Fantastic battle that we've gotten. In fact, sounds like we're going to get one starting to shape up behind them. Is that Adrian Blasco and Rafael Marquez that are getting close? No, it looks like we're jumping back. It's Igor Kops and Jamie Wilson. I was looking at some lapped cars behind them, unfortunately. This is for 19th and 20th. You see Kops racing for Shark Motorsports. What a name. There we go. That's a good one for you, Bill.
That's a good one. I approve.
Yeah, and Team Chimera. There we go. It's almost... Wow, this is a battle of the beasts, I guess. Wilson, the car behind the white Audi. And then, of course, the white and black machine just ahead, the Mercedes of Kops and the Shark Motorsports machine. And here's where that that Audi starts to shine, is down the Kimmel Straight. You'll start to see that gap shrink bit by bit. Audi has been showing great top end, Sean, here.
Yeah, they have. They certainly have. But you know what? They got to survive the race. Now, I certainly like their ability to do that, being in the mid-engine car that it is. But yeah, they've been awful fast. You know, I'm surprised. I know we've only got one in the field, that the Ford wasn't more prevalent.
I think we better go back up to 17th real quick, because that battle is picked back up again. And Chrono Sim Racing Orange, man, they just poked their nose in there, tried to get it done, decided to go out. I think that Daniel Bontrapani is getting a little bit impatient.
And that's going to be critical, having patience in this race.
We talked about the makes of cars. We had 28 Audis here today, 22 Mercedes, only 6 BMWs than what Sean brought up there, the Lutton Ford. There is a nice BMW, though. We don't need to go there now, but running up, I believe it's 5th position. In fact, it might be coming in the pits here pretty soon. Let's see. We have one coming in. We have the pitting from 4th position is Justin Bruner coming in for INX Racing.
So, well, that means then I believe Claudio Klima is in a BMW.
Yeah,
he's moved up to 4th.
So there's your top BMW.
Yeah, and you know, we've got, can't forget about Renz Brokman now in the VRS Coanda 88 machine. He's up to, where is he up to right now? 8th place? 7th, I'm sorry, he's up to 7th.
Can I call the BMWs a Beamer, or was I raised on Mars in California? That's what you call them in California, but...
Well,
Beamer
we can't, because we don't have Kevin Brown here anymore. I'm sure if he's watching, he's shouting at the screen to say it's Bimmer. But, you know, you can call it a Beamer. I don't mind.
It's hard not to for me.
Beamer, Bimmer, BMW. It's a great car, man.
Yeah, and you know, we mentioned all the other 4 makes, and I'm a bit sad because my favorite is not showing up in the top split. So call out to the faster guys. Give the McLaren some love. I mean, I know she's an old girl now, but old age and experience counts for something. So let's see the McLaren out there and see these fast guys.
I just poured one out for her.
Yeah. Well, as we continue to watch VRS Coanda number 88 and switch to our leader, Alexander Vos, we haven't given a whole lot of love yet here on our broadcast. Racing for Husingfeld Core Motorsports has been doing excellent out there today ever since our leader wrecked up in Blanchimont. I believe Husingfeld has led most of the way. Is that correct, Bill? You've been keeping track of a lot of these stats that have been going on out here.
Yeah, they were in second place they were in second maybe till about 25 laps, and then they made the pass and they got around Pure Racing and took over the lead. Pure Racing's been running in second the whole way. They started third, been running in second ever since about lap 27.
And Pure Racing, they are definitely no slouches. We've seen them long before they introduced pro racing in the GT category and iRacing back in the Enduro Pro Series. And they were a dominant force then, and now that they've been able to face off against the best of the best in the Blanchimont series in iRacing, their black stripe has shown they are no one to underestimate out there. Currently, Patrick Pitchler in that number 777 car. Excuse me, 111 car, I should say.
Guys,
looks like a 7 from the side.
Back here in 23rd, got a pretty good battle heating up here between Karaka and Cheneth. Cheneth really, they're dealing with a little bit of lap traffic, but they were a little bit closer a moment ago.
Baraka seeing if he can shake him, but not happening right now. As they work their way up towards Blanchimont, one of the faster parts of this circuit as it weaves now through the valley. The shade keeping the track cool. Of course, I'm sure the drivers appreciate every bit of grip they can get through that left-hander.
And that Mercedes got a little over curb there. That's
Whoa.
scary.
Look
Ooh,
how much he closed under braking.
What a run for the Merc.
Yeah, I was going to say, looking very strong down into the bus stop. So that's going to be happy hunting ground for the Mercedes. Not quite as much here in the slightly lesser braking zone of La Source. And unfortunately, it looks like Randy just can't get the power down to try and close up coming out of the hairpin. So they plunge down the hill towards Eau Rouge, and Bakir is going to have a little bit of a rest.
Yeah, in these endurance races, you like that moment you get to take a rest. You don't get many of them, especially when you're at this point in the race where you are dealing with. Let's face it, there are cars spread all over the track. You're dealing with a lot of lap traffic. It's always coming up quick, and then you've got the guys that are chasing you. And as long as they're in your mirror, you kind of feel under threat. But when you get a moment, you've got a breather. You take it. Oh, battle's going P6. Brokeman.
Yep, he is still trying to hold off Tom Valentini. Another Pure Racing versus Coanda battle as they work their way towards La Source. Are we going to see Valentini try to sneak it up the inside? No, he stays in line, possibly focusing on his exit. This is Audi versus BMW. And unfortunately, I think the advantage is going to go to Tom here as they work their way up the Kimmel Straight here after Eau Rouge and Radillon. Over the hill, he can get himself a good run off the top. He's decent, but they are about even. And here's where the top end of the Audi starts to come into play, sneaking up on the back of Renz's BMW. Closing quick now, but he lifts. He could have had a good opportunity. That's interesting.
Yeah, interesting indeed. This is where the BMW excels here, is in the cornering, though. And
yeah, I don't think, Sean, we were talking about it before we went live. I don't think you're going to see the advantage of the BMW when you look at it in little 15, 30 second, or even a minute segments. The advantage of the BMW is when you spread it out over the entire 24 hours and the ability to have a comfortable drive for entire 24 hours. Yeah, maybe you're going to lose a little bit down the straightaways, but where you're going to have trouble, where you're going to make a mistake, is not on the straightaways. You're going to have through the technical section, and that's where I think the BMW is just such a pleasure to race.
Well, right through here. They're coming through Coulon right now. That is exactly where you need the car to handle and stick. And the BMW does that a lot better than the Merc or the Audi, in my opinion.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I love is that because the cars are pretty well balanced here, Sean, is that you do get some personal preference. Now, up at this top end, obviously guys are leaning a little bit more towards the Audi as well as the Mercedes. But in general, it seems like a lot of teams base it on the drivers saying, okay, what do we feel comfortable in instead of what do we feel the fastest in? What do we think is going to give us the most advantage? It seems like more down to preference, which is how it should be in this multi-make racing.
Well, in endurance racing too, though, especially when you're dealing with a team of guys, you also want to be in something that favors everybody's driving style, something that all 2 or 3 or 4 of you can be comfortable with. So certainly a lot of the makes that are being run out here today, that could have been every part of the reason they're in that machine.
Yeah, well, our director was singing Mr. Blau from The Simpsons, so I don't know if that probably does a lot to how he felt about his setup today for 49 Motorsports.
Maybe wants a little bit more pointy car, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, if you're just
a Delta Wing?
Yeah. Oh, boy. Well, if you're just joining us, welcome to the 24 Hours of Spa here on iRacing, an online racing service, massive multiplayer MMO racing service where you can race against all kinds of real-world people. If you're joining us on iRacing Live, welcome. We're on the Global Sim Racing channel with 17 and a half hours left to go in this race. Alexander Vos, as you can see, leading for Husingfeld Core Motorsports. Patrick Pitchler, second place for Pure Racing Team. Andreas Almensberger, he is holding down third, also for Pure Racing Team. Those guys showing up in force out there today. Claudio Klima, he is going to be your fourth place driver. He's in Core Sim Racing first. BMW in the field right now, not doing too bad. Isaac Price, he's holding down the top 5 position. Now, Isaac is a significant one that we should mention here, Sean, because that Jam Racing machine, if I understand right, Isaac is running solo, if I hear right. Yeah, I'm seeing only laps from him so far. He's over 6 hours in. Now, before I keep mentioning, I'm going to pass off in a second, but I want to mention that he's doing this solo for charity. I believe it's for the Welsh Air Ambulance, and if there's ever a good reason to be kept up for 24 hours, I think charity is a good reason.
Yeah, and that's a heck of a stint. Now, Joe, you and I have both been involved in endurance races where we've seen guys do this before. It's mind-boggling. I don't... Sitting on the box for 21 hours and, doing a crew chief gig or whatever, that's one thing. On the track, under intense pressure, every turn, 19 of them, 4-mile track. I just don't know how you do that. I really don't. I'm sorry to be all just staggering, but that's how much it blows my mind away.
Well, the pressure's off for just a moment for Isaac as we saw him come into the pits, although maybe the pressure will be on his bladder. This will be his best chance to maybe duck off and get a little bit of a bathroom break.
And exactly, when you're soloing, I mean, what does a pit stop involve exactly?
You're asking the wrong guy. I think
Yeah.
3 hours. 3 hours is the max that I can handle in these endurance races. Meanwhile, we've jumped back to 11th. We got a nice little battle as Nathan Schartner, who we saw a little bit earlier in the Race Spot broadcast, putting the pressure on coming out of Stavelo. Is he going to get a good enough run? To Blanchimont around the fast left-hander. Both of them pretty tidy through there. Great run out of there from Nathan Schartner. Looks to the outside, down into the bus stop, but nothing doing at this point.
Sanchez took a kind of a semi-defensive line, but now he doesn't get a good run out of the bus stop. Let's see if Schartner are going to think about doing it coming up to the hairpin. Nope.
Well,
look at the defensive line that Sanchez is taking.
Yeah,
well,
he
this
is holding him off pretty well.
This isn't the first battle we've seen Sanchez in. It was just a few laps ago. He was battling with Bowl and Price.
And I was going to say, Schartner coming out of the bus stop, it looks like, unfortunately, it was because he was just too close and he could not get on the power. He got held up on the exit and ruined his momentum. But now, look at the momentum he's got.
Got some momentum now, boys.
Yeah. As he pulls off to the left once again, Sanchez trying to go defensive. They've got a lap car they're going to go by. He pulls over. That's Warmington for Blue Flag Racing, appropriately named. Unfortunately, not enough of an opportunity as Schartner has to wait until something after the Lecum chicane. Oh, but look at here. He's going to get another one down into Ravage. This time, Sanchez not defensive, tries to stick his nose in. Despite the downhill braking zone, just not enough time to try and get an edge in.
That's another good Mercedes Audi battle right there. Gotta love it. I love it when it's one-on-one like that. It's just a really, really good. These cars are very evenly matched. Maybe the work handles just a little bit better, but I think it comes down to setup in the end, Joe.
Yeah, which is another thing that these guys really have to focus on in the warm-up and practice. Nailing that down, making sure everybody is comfortable with it, everybody's happy, and can run competitive times. Or else, if you have one weak link, if someone doesn't like the setup, that can all fall apart. If someone puts it in a wall in a moment of weakness. Nathan, meanwhile, trying to find a weakness out of Jose and just can't find anything. Jose doing a beautiful job of holding this blue Mercedes off.
This is the kind of battle, this is the kind of battle we would cover on a GSRC, like a 45-minute sprint race. This is really some good racing going on here with still 12.
Whoa!
Yes!
A little bit wide out of
Blanchimont.
They're side by side down into the bus stop, and unfortunately Nathan can't turn into the apex. Let's see if he can get it off the corner this time. Just not quite enough, as Jose lives to fight another day. But yeah, this is 6+ hours in, and this is a battle for the top 10. Great fighting, great close fighting.
Trimates Racing just went in. Lars Boll just brought that machine into the pits.
Yes, which gifted these guys as it was for 11th place just a minute ago, I believe. All right, one more time. This is where we saw him get a good run, and once again he does. Nathan Schartner with the NX Racing Mercedes, having to look to the outside. Can he get far enough along? Can he use the brakes on that Mercedes to try and get himself track position? He looks stronger this time. Takes away the apex of the second half, and Nathan gets it done. Has to hold him off into Malmedy. Stays just slightly defensive. Is he going to have a go at him into Ravage? Jose thinking about it just a little bit. Too far back, and I think you can say that that 9th place has been handed to Nathan.
Did you see Jose flashing the lights at him?
A little bit of psychological warfare.
Maybe.
Yeah, Sanchez did not make that easy. That was a nice pass by Schartner.
I don't have enough buttons on my wheels to be able to flash lights at people, unfortunately. Meanwhile, let's jump just slightly back to 11th place. Graham Carroll. He's got Caesar Froner, who we saw a little bit earlier, in the SRB Racing Audi, trying to put the pressure on him. In fact, I believe these are the two that we saw just about when we started our broadcast going at it. Obviously, a little bit of space between them right now. But you mentioned something a little bit earlier, Sean, with you working as a crew chief, and obviously you and I have worked a lot in Turn 2 Motorsports and these endurance events. It's been very enjoyable. And I can't tell you from my perspective how valuable it feels as a driver to have you up on the box. Now, a lot of these drivers do have other drivers who stick around and try to take up that position, but you actually never drive. Do you feel that's an advantage if some of these guys, as we see them work on a lapped car of, let's see, that's Benjamin Turner they're going by. Do you think that's an advantage for them to have someone solely there just to worry about pit stop strategy and acting as spotter?
Well, I could turn that around you and ask you, do you think that's an advantage? I
think it does as a driver.
I mean, I certainly do. I think I'm focused on one thing, and that is the preservation of the team for 24 hours and the organization, the scheduling of not only the driver swaps, but how much fuel we'll be taking or how little fuel we'll be taking, whether or not we're taking tires, all those little things, keeping you guys on points, like remembering pit speed, using your limiter, things like that. I mean, yeah, I don't know. For me, that having just that to focus on and not worrying about whether or not I got to get in and run a perfect stint. Yeah, first of all, I don't have the talent you guys to do that, so that's why I stay in the box. But anyway, again, it is nice to be able to keep my focus right there and not have to worry about when I'm going to get in the car. Not to mention, I can go a lot longer than you guys can without rest. So I can, because I'm not driving the car and because I'm not exerting myself physically, I'm able to go a lot longer. I mean, I don't know, I've at some points have gone, 16, 18 hours. So, it just depends. But yeah, I think it's a distinct advantage. Absolutely.
Do you ever have to tell Peak to shut up and drive, or is he pretty good?
Not Peak, but there's a couple of them I've had to
There's a couple guys, yeah.
I'll keep him nameless at this point.
Okay, I was about to mention a name, but I guess I'll play nice like you are. But Claudio Klima, we should mention. Yeah, Claudio Klima has come into the pits here. You can see slotting down to 6. Might lose a few more positions as his pit stop works its way through. Let's see if maybe we get a driver swap here. We haven't talked about that. And that's another thing that can make some of these battles ebb and flow, Bill. And one thing I love about endurance racing is you do have slightly different pace with drivers, and that makes for the dynamic of the race very interesting.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Claudio Klima. I've known him for a while, and I think we are going to get a driver swap, and I'm hoping that it's going to be Fast Freddy Rasmussen. No, I guess it isn't going to be yet.
Mike Paluk.
Paluk is good too, but he has a guy on here, a youngster out of Germany. I talked about him when we first came on. Rasmussen is something special. Hopefully we'll get to see him before we go off the air.
I'm going to beat you to the nickname, Bill. Is he the Big Palooka for us today?
Okay, he is.
Mike
Actually, it's in my notes.
Oh.
All right. As we switched up to second place, Patrick Pitchler in the Pure Racing Audi just cruising along, it feels like sometimes, in that 111. Right now, unfazed. They've currently got about 25 seconds ahead and about a minute 14 behind. So they are really out in no man's land, which is not unexpected in a race of this length, to get yourself just a little bit of track and to be able to just worry about lap traffic, hitting your marks, and getting your time in the car. Meanwhile, behind them, that minute and some behind, Andreas Allmensberger, teammate in the Pure Racing number 74, also in an Audi. And they've done a nice job of allowing us to be able to tell who is who with that those red winglets, wing mirrors on them. Meanwhile, we hear that something is happening with 22nd position, Christian Skumlein and Alex Zerny. Got a nice little fight here for P22. This is coming up the Kimmel Straight. That's Christian up ahead, Alex just behind him in the white machine. Both of them in Mercs.
Both 2 laps down, fighting for 22nd, but doing really well. Core Racing up in front and Team RSO behind him. Look at this.
Ooh,
Jan's
nice
going to
run
make a
out of
nice
Malmedy.
move. Yeah.
Yeah.
Zerny takes a little bit of a peek down into Rivage. Oh, getting very close to the back of him. Did they touch? It was hard to tell from my angle. Now they work their way through No Name, and once again, Alex looking a lot stronger out of the corners, thinks about it into Puan. Ooh, okay, that was a smart move there. I was going to say, please, you got so much race left to go. Don't try to go too wide through Puan. He's clearly got an advantage. I'm not sure if it's through setup or just through driving ability here. Probably a mix of both. As they work their way through Fanyes, it certainly looks like Zerny in the RSO number 117 machine has got the measure of that Core Sim Racing AMG. It's only going to be a matter of time, I think.
Boy, they both really got a nice run together down through that whole section, out of Fanyes, all the way through Stablo. Really, really nice run down there.
He's thinking about it again. Up to Blanchimont. He's got a nose in. He's halfway up the car. That's all he needs. Are they going to go side by side? They are, but look at that.
Ooh.
The guts and the stones go to Christian and the Core Sim Racing AMG around the outside. Holding him off as he almost gets rear-ended by Alex down to the braking of the bus stop. But wow.
Alex locked him up just a little bit there.
That is some cojones for Christian, holding him off around the outside. That's not easy. And, you know, Sean, one thing you and I were talking about, too, is especially if you hold on to the outside, we've got some experience. You and I ran this event in 24 last year in the McLaren, and I know from experience going outside of the track limits at Blanchimont can be trouble unless you know how to do it right.
Yes, definitely. You don't want to lose it there. There's not any runoff to the left. If you're heading off to the left, you're in trouble, and to the right, it's just not any good. It's just a horrible spot in the track to lose it because there's so much speed. Look at this battle here.
Still going on down.
Yeah.
And Christian once again able to hold him off.
Boy, and he's Christian really doing a good job of holding Alex off. Alex up all over the curbs. And Alex.
Let's continue to stay on this, but I was going to say, yeah, that you mentioned that the difficulty in Blanchimont, you do have that runoff. It's just that curb that if you're steering the car when you get on that curb and that AstroTurf, that, like you said, that it sends you left and there's a wall right there waiting for you. I can't think of how many times I nearly lost that McLaren trying to keep it together coming off the corner. Meanwhile, Alex Zerny looking down into Fanyes, and unfortunately not brave enough on the brakes to try to stick his nose in. Let's see what he can do out of Stavolo. Trying to get himself a good run. And I think that's a fantastic run from Alex. He is right under the rear wing of that Mercedes. Get another draft to do what he did last time. See if he can hold the inside. No, he's not this time. Looks like Christian is going to go single file just ahead of him. Down at the bus stop, next best passing zone they've got before the end of the lap. And Alex not close enough this time.
Yeah, he didn't want to lock him up that time.
Oh,
Gets a
he's
little bit better run, though.
beautifully tidy off of the chicane. But look at Christian stay just slightly defensive, not
Yes.
defensive enough. Here comes Alex, but he gets back in line. Alex is looking fantastic off of these corners. His exits are doing him great service. It's just he can't seem to try and work his way past Christian.
We can stay on this battle. I just want to update you that from third position, Pure Racing came in and made a pit stop. They've dropped back to 8th now.
And I'll tell you what, let's stay on this battle. I was just about to talk strategy, but here comes Alex down the inside. He's well past this time. Can he hold it together? Gets it into the first apex, clips the second apex, and through Lacombe, you can give that 21st position to Alex Zerny.
I was just about to say, have we ever stayed on a battle for 21st position so long? That was a great piece of driving by both of those guys, really.
Wonderful work, giving us a nice little show. But I have a feeling that from what we saw from Alex coming out of these corners and staying all over the top of Christian, yeah, you can already see the gap that he's starting to put on him, nearly a second, and he's only gone about 4 or 5 corners.
We enjoyed it, and I think the fans enjoyed it. I don't know how much their teammates enjoyed watching that, though. Now, just to talk about, I'm going to say roughly a pit stop. We've talked about pit stops going on here. They take tires, so these are really long pit stops every time they come in. That's why some of these drivers are dropped in so many positions. Director, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm going to simplify this. Say a pit stop, a run is just about over an hour. Would you say that's a fair way to say that? About 65 minutes, yeah, for more or less for whatever car you're doing. Once you get them in, that's a good time to do a driver change. A lot of these guys are going 2 stints, except for the guy who's soloing it, of course. But a lot of the teams are deciding to go two runs each before they change.
Should we give you the credit, Bill, for this stuff when you've got the Doctor of Pit Topology helping you in the background there?
I got the Doctor of Pit Topology whispering in my ear.
We haven't pulled that name out in a while. Meanwhile, Caesar Froner is coming in to take his pit stop. And the other thing, Bill, that we haven't mentioned is just the length of this pit lane and the endurance layout. That it's a huge hit, so you really want to lessen these pit stops as much as possible.
Yeah, it's all the way around through the clown to make your order for the fast food, and then you have to, sometimes you're stopping before, sometimes you're stopping after. Yeah, the run through pit lane is brutally long.
Yeah, the stop at the drive-through window is not fun.
And yeah, you go so slow, and then you have to negotiate. And I know it seems silly. I know it seems so simple. How hard is it to keep the car between the walls here as we're looking at them negotiating that corner?
Actually.
Yeah, but it happens. I mean, you're playing with your buttons, you lose concentration, and we've seen with Joe Peak. I'll steal your line, but we've seen guys Austin Power it in there where they actually can't turn their car at all.
We have multiple races where we've seen that happen on this track. Meanwhile, we're bumping back to 7th place. Oh, sorry, we were momentarily going back to 7th for Adam, but I guess I was aired from our director. So we're watching our leader taking their typical stop here. Full tank of fuel, I'm guessing, and 4 fresh tires. Meanwhile, Kei Kashuba, the GT3 Ace, is in that Audi for the Core Motorsports machine now. Husingfeld is going to get back out on course. Are they actually going to lose the lead here? I think they're going to hold on to the lead because Maximilian Benecki in second for Pure Racing he's going through Stavolo right now. No, he's not even in Stavolo. He was in Defandes. I was looking at the wrong corner.
Well, don't overestimate how quickly the leader's going to get out here.
Yeah, but I'm assuming because Max is in the car, they've taken their stop and had a driver change, because remember, it was Pitchler in there a moment ago. So they've already stopped. So there is not going to be a lead change during this pit stop, as Kei Kashuba is still stationary, but you can see Max is just getting around Blanchimont currently. And then he's got 2 more corners to go between the final chicane, the bus stop chicane, and La Source. And now Kay is heading out, so there is no lead change. However, he's going to come out just behind Rins Brookman. for VRS Coanda Simsport. In fact, they are the last car on the lead lap. So after nearly 7 hours of racing, we've got 9 cars on the lead lap, soon to be 8.
Yeah, and just to keep it simple, the top 2 cars are on the same pit strategy. Pure Racing, they came in just 1 lap earlier than this, so these guys are pitting at the same time. Now, Kashuba did the first stint. He went 58 laps, then set out for a couple as his teammates did some racing. Niels Koch was in there for a while, and then Alexander Voss, but now he's back.
You know, Joe, something I was going to bring up earlier, and I just looking through the field, for those that are new to iRacing, maybe watching this for the first time ever, there is a bit of a rating system, how you're classified as a driver on the service, your time spent here, how well you've done on the track. It's performance-based. The I rating in this room is insane. It's almost 5,000. It's 4,991, which is the average rating. The top 10 is filled with 4 pro drivers currently in the seat. If you're a pro driver, folks, you're pretty good.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, Vanika's out there right now with an I rating over 8,100. So yeah, it's scary.
On screen, though, we got a battle for 27th a little bit farther down, but no less important to these drivers down into the bus stop chicane. Miguel Alcrudo, there's a name that we know, trying to hold off Christian Martelli.
Miguel Antonio Alcrudo, certainly.
That's right.
Yeah, we've watched him quite a bit. Putting on a great show right now at Audi.
And Antonio's junior, wasn't it? Junior, the other Miguel Alcrudo that we have.
Yeah, I believe this is Little Mickey.
Little Mickey.
Little Mickey, that's what we call him. Yeah.
I like that. I'll go with that one. That's a good nickname there. Well, right now, as we see him trying to hold off, or excuse me, just got by Isaac Price there.
Yeah, it's Cristiano Martelli right behind him. That's for the position back to 28, and Isaac stuck in the middle here, trying to get that Mercedes around.
Yeah, actually, excuse me. Yeah, you're right. Isaac Price is lapping these guys. He did not get by him, which he's doing right now. Once again, I was talking to you a little bit before, Sean. I know there's a lot of race to go still, but Isaac Price in 7th place as the only driver. That is. You talked about mind-boggling earlier. That's mind-boggling to me. That is just incredible endurance. That really puts the endurance in endurance racing.
Absolutely. I'm trying to see real quickly how many incidents he may have at this point, just to try and get an, and I can't see, unfortunately, right now, but just an incredible amount of focus over 6 hours to still keep yourself up in the hunt here. That means he's not had a significant off. He's not had significant contact with anybody that slowed him down to the point where he's lost multiple positions. He's having what we call a really solid drive right now. He's doing it all by himself. There's probably a full pot of coffee at arm's length, or there's a 6-pack of Monsters on the corner of the rig. I don't know, but he's taking care of himself to this point for sure.
Yeah, preparations as an endurance napper, I can testify that preparation is important when you do those kind of things. To follow up on the I rating you were talking about, I just don't think it's fair that you can have a team Blue Flag Racing out here, and this doesn't seem right. But they would be in the top split. If you're going to name yourself Blue Flag Racing, you can't be this good.
What was it? I was trying to remember the name of the team in the VLN series. That it's like Rookie Racing Team or something like that. That's always up for the win. Oh, and whoa! This is a battle for position here. Is that Rens Brookman and Mike Paluk? Rens makes the pass around the outside. Impressive around La Source. He's going to lead him up the hill over Radillon. Let's see if he can get away far enough so that the draft doesn't bring him back into it down the Kimmel Straight. Both of them in Bimmers.
Yeah, but that Coanda Bimmer has been fast all day, and it's still fast. What a run through Lacombe here. Keep it tight. Very nice.
So it looks like that battle seems to be mostly done unless Mike can increase the pace and get back up on that rear spoiler. So, question for you, Bill, is anybody who is in this race automatically revoked from their Backmarkers United card?
Yeah, it doesn't. if you're in the top split, you do not get to be a back marker. I know you may feel like a back marker, but you know.
Well, I was going to ask if maybe Blue Flag Racing qualified as an entire team worthy of the.
No.
No. Okay.
It's kind of like being the ugliest supermodel of the supermodel convention. I mean, it's,
No sympathy for them.
No.
Meanwhile, we jump back to 33rd, Mark Warmington. There, we can on Blue Flag Racing, just to give them a little bit of screen time if we're going to talk about them.
Oh well, absolutely.
They're just behind 49 Motorsports, of course. Meanwhile, 26, Jan Kiru for Core Sim Racing AMG. Is that, is this the battle that we were looking at earlier? Or is this a different battle with Miguel Antonio Alcrudo?
No, this is Martelli behind him now. Alcrudo just up in front of him.
Ah, there we go. Sorry, I was looking at I was looking left to right. I was having a dyslexic moment, I suppose, there. This is the battle we were seeing earlier. Martelli trying to hold on to the back there. They do have Jan Kiru. Actually, no, wait. Jan Kiru is for a position between these guys. So this is 3 cars. Excuse me, I was getting a little bit confused. It's only an hour into this thing. I need to get my wits about me. Can't be confused this early.
Yeah, the race spot guys had their senses for him for at least 4.5 hours before they got silly. We need to do better than this.
This coming from the guy that knows every turn at the Nordschleife.
Yeah, I was driving it long before I got on iRacing, so unfortunately not in the real world. I wish I could, but let's go a little bit farther back to 31st. Tim Birdie, there's a name I love to say, and the Hello Kitty Ford got Dexter Castro right behind him. Now Dexter, or at least the 49 car, has been right with these guys for quite a while. I wonder if they're just holding position. Maybe we could get some inside info on what the strategy is here if this isn't a challenge.
They both have about the same amount of wing damage, so I'm wondering if that's keeping them close. And maybe they're just trying to cut a little bit bigger hole to help each other out and get a little bit more speed out of those cars. But I'm going to give an early prediction here in this race. That Ford GT is going to finish this race.
I believe it.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
It has to. It has to. As its only representative, it has to finish this race.
I guess with both of them having damage, it's a case of misery loves company. They're not far enough up to really try and fight each other if they got close pace. So that Hello Kitty machine.
I'm going to put it out there now. You guys need help? Call Sean Ambrose. I'm on iRacing. So
are you losing loyalty to turn 2 here? Are you switching over to
No. We decided to take the weekend off. I'm just saying my services are available. If you want me to help you run this thing out, just get in touch after the race or after I'm done here.
Well, regardless, from what we've seen for the past pretty much hour, the Hello Kitty Ford has not been able to say goodbye quite yet to the 49 Motorsports BMW. So we'll have to come back to that in case something does erupt. But for now, it seems like they're locked in position.
For Dexter, if you are going to put GSRC on the back there of the wing, it would be nice if you could keep it crumpled. Just a thought.
Well, from what I understand, I mean, the race spot guys were saying the race spot stickers will give the race spot cars an extra bit of speed. Does the
Here
GSRC
comes Dexter.
sticker?
Let's see.
Is he going to go?
Yeah, I think he's going to take a shot at it.
Tries to outbrake him. He's got the apex. But unfortunately, it's going to switch back. He's trying to hold on up to Malmedy. He's got the inside one more time. Birdie seeing what he can do. This time it's going to be right once more as Dexter just gets a little bit of dirt coming out of that corner. A round rivage, long 180-degree right-hander. And finally, it goes to Dexter. Well, we thought he was going to hold position, but he tells us it is not the case and moves himself up into 31st.
Yeah, well, if I'm going to go side-by-side racing, Sean, with somebody through a twisty section, put me in the BMW.
Well, I'd say hats off to Birdie there coming out of Rivage. He was able to turn that car back in and get it set up for No Name. That was just incredible. Again, way to go. Great job. No shade there, giving it up to Castro.
I was going to say, getting out in the gray stuff from Rivage, I know from my experience, you really don't want to go wide there, and you're losing tons of time. So, yeah, awesome job for him for figuring out a racing line that didn't lose him too much. Hasn't dropped off, though.
He's definitely in the proverbial toe.
Oh, and look at the great run that he's got. I'm wondering if this is the lack of top end that we're seeing from the Bimmer. They work their way around Blanchimont. Unfortunately, Birdie not able to stay right up on top of him. Castro not feeling the need to go defensive down into the bus stop, so they are going to stay in line for yet one more lap. Getting ready to click off 172, and around a track as long as this one, that is a lot of laps. A little bit farther up is Graham Carroll. Just exited out of the pits, and that means that he is right behind Fernando Venent, racing for Dark Contigo Racing Team. They're unfortunately not exactly in the position they wanted to be. They started this race in second, and they're currently 14th, I'm seeing. 13th, excuse me.
Five cars still on the lead lap. It's going to be four pretty soon as Jam Racing running 2 minutes and 11 seconds behind our leading team. There's one car between him and being lapped right now. So we look right now at Isaac Price, does a good job of getting around Tim Birdie.
That is, of course, lapping them, not for position. Just about to the 17-hour mark here in this 24-hour race. Once again, if you're just joining us, welcome to the Global Sim Racing channel. You're watching the 24 Hours of Spa on iRacing. And right now you can see Kei Kashube for Husingfeld Core Motorsports is leading the way. Maximilian Benecki is in second for Pure Racing Team. Then we've got Nathan Schartner, interesting, has moved his way up into third. Before it was Andreas Almensberger in that third position that we saw, so there must have been a switch for position while we weren't looking. Could have been through strategy.
Yeah, pit stops.
There we go. So those guys just kind of swapping back and forth with slightly off-sequence pits.
Well, Joe, you say just over 17 hours. I say just over 447 exciting, hard, adrenaline-filled laps of just esports entertainment coming up your way. Hey, think about that. 447 more circuits around here. Think about that for the young man going solo today, everyone. Okay?
Whew. That's a long time. long enough for Sean to find himself a thesaurus, I think.
Yeah. What?
I was fumbling through the bookcase there as I was going through that.
Exactly, yeah. Meanwhile, seventh, Monique Beluca just leading ahead of Mert Utzel. Another name we're used to seeing. Those Pure Racing guys, they've got quite a roster of a 220 machine in the top 10 today. I believe is that 3 of the Pure Racing Team cars in the top 10 that we're seeing?
Yeah.
That's
running
no mean
second,
feat.
we have another one running fourth, and then again the 19 machine is running in 8th position.
They're like the U.S. Olympic team. They can just throw athletes out there and see what sticks.
Yeah, I've seen several familiar names throughout the field. I'm actually watching Victor Tanaka right now in the Chrono Sim Racers Orange Machine. He's out there battling by himself right now, but he's in 20th, and it is a 24-hour race, so, that's not a bad spot to be in, actually.
Victor, a common face in the Champion Motorsport Series, of course. Racing an orange Audi for Chrono Sim Racers Orange, appropriately.
Yeah, he's usually in a dark black kind of Dale Earnhardt colors. He runs that scary car.
Yeah, and that car has seen a little bit of little bit of the war today. It's got a little bit on the left side, a little bit on the right side. It's seen better days, but Victor's certainly not letting it be a factor. He's turning some pretty hot laps.
Are you seeing that on your screen, Sean? Because I'm looking at the broadcast, and actually Victor's car looks pretty pristine on ours.
Huh. Well, maybe it just looks dirty on mine. I don't know. That's kind of weird.
Yeah, that 17th car, number 21, is holding it down pretty well for the moment. Still a long way to go. Let's work our way to 13th. Fernando Vinant, who we were watching a little bit earlier, has now Cesar Fruner and the SRB Racing Audi coming up on the back, grabbing that draft up the Kimmel Straight. Let's see what he can do.
Yeah, watch this one quick because it's not going to take long.
Both Audis obviously equal machines, and it goes to Caesar. So move that SRB Racing Audi up into 13th.
I'm surprised those Audis get any type of fuel mileage at all with the amount of fuel that comes out their exhaust pipes every time they lift.
Yeah, it's
not like the McLaren, but it's substantial.
Still very pretty. That's one of that new Popcorn FX is one of my favorite things that iRacing has added in the last year. Just makes for beautiful effects. Meanwhile, we're going to 7th place because here we got a swap for position. Just missed it as Mert Hutzel manages to get by the big Palooka. Well, we've been going for just about an hour, so our vocal cords need just a little bit of a rest as we got 2 more to go here until we swap teams here at the Global Sim Racing channel. We're going to take a brief break. We'll be back in a moment here for the 24 hours of Spa on iRacing, and you're watching it on the GSRC. Don't go away. Welcome back to Spa-Francorchamps to watch another hour of the 24 Hours of Spa on iRacing. We're here on the Global Sim Racing channel. I'm Joe Peak. Joining me in the booth is Sean Ambrose and Bill Soupzon, who's taken a break from regaling us with facts about Ringo Starr to cover the racing once more. And we've got, as you can see on the clock, 16 hours and 55 minutes left to go. Let's go through the order of the field, since we haven't done that yet here. And Kei Kashuba for Husingfeld Core Motorsports is currently leading the way, has for pretty much the entirety of our coverage here of 6 hours of this race. Maximilian Benecki has been trying to chase him down in the Pure Racing team, number 111. And then at third, we've got Nathan Schartner and the NX Racing Team Mercedes. We understand that their pit strategy is the only one of the top guys that seems to be a little bit different from the rest, going slightly more laps than the other guys around them. Andreas Allmansberger, he is in fourth currently for the Pure Racing Team, number 74. Isaac Price, solo guy, he's all the way up to a top 5, is running this race by himself for charity for the Welsh Air Ambulance. I'm not exactly sure what that is. I need to do some research, actually, figure out what that involves. And then Rens Broekman is behind him, not too far behind, really, in 6th position. Bert Ussel is in 7th, and he's just slightly ahead of Maik Paluk, who has been slotted down into 8th position just about a few laps ago by Mert. Sebastian Dunkel, we haven't mentioned his name on air yet. Team Jim Thrustmaster number 001, he is in 9th position. And Sean, rounding out the top 10, we've got Lars Bohl for Trimates Racing. I think we may have lost Sean for just a moment. Why don't we go to Bill?
Well, then I'll take over there. We'll go to 11th position. Hey, before I do 11th, let's quickly, Director, he hates it when I start calling for shots. Let's look at 5th position here. Isaac Price, we talked about him a little bit earlier doing a solo. He's just about to be lapped here, maybe in the next lap. We have 5 cars on the lead lap. He's the last car. The K is coming up behind him there in the number 33 machine. He should catch him pretty soon. Let's jump down to 11, see if I can get through the next 11 before that pass happens. All right, here's a team that needs to talk to their PR man to get a better name. 24 MSP-drivers-home space 5. Right now.
Is that the name of their server or something?
They got to work on that. And then they give me names with letters I don't know how to pronounce. So let's go with Julian Gunastel. Gunastel, thank you. You're so good on those. Down to 12. We are still way too early to be this silly. Apex Racing, hey, I like that. This is UK and AC. What would the AC stand for? UK and AC would be, I don't know.
Antarctica.
And Thank you.
Sorry, I'm horrible.
Right. Graham Carroll running there right now in 12th position for them. Go out to SRB Racing. They're running 13th. They got about 9-second lead over the nearest guy, competitor for them. Caesar Froner out there for that team, having a good run. Darcontigo Racing Team. I like that one. That's Fernando Bardalo Vintent out there in running in. Let's see, where are they running currently? In 14th position overall, out there in that Audi. I'm taking a little longer than Joe did, didn't I? 15th position, GTL Virtual Racing, team number 2. Well, actually, they're team number 1 now, because they're doing way better than team number 1. That's Arcadius Newman out there. Team running in 15th position. Team RSO number 17, 14th with, we saw him in a battle earlier, and that's Alex Zernia. 17th position, Kono Sim Racing Orange. There we talked Victor Tanaka that we talked about from the Championship Motorsports, out there in that white and orange machine right now. Evolution Racing Australia. And there we go. What's up, Pussycat? We have Tom Jones running in 18th spot. Shark Motorsports on the hunt. Sergio Roda Jr. Now it's spelled out Junior. Do you think his last name is Junior or? I would like to know that. I don't know if I have to call him Junior. I'm going to call him Junior. Sergio Roda Jr. in 19th position. Guys, I'm almost done, I promise. Team Chimera with Jamie Wilson in 20th. That was eventful. Sean?
Yeah, I'm going to take 21st because an old friend of ours, Marco Mogren for Friction Racing, up to 21st place. In 22nd, Efkin Berkey in the Momentum Endurance team. 23rd, Randolph Cheneth in the We Are Two Dudes Racing machine. That's the BMW, I believe. And Theo Loss in 24th in Team Inactive. And 25th, we've got Jan Kiru for Core Sim Racing. AMG, 26th. That is Miguel Antonio Alcrudo. He's back to 26th, actually, in the Delta Motorsports Endurance machine. Cristiano Martelli in 27th, Team GT. Matt Kowalski, Phoenix Endurance, they're in 28th. Caesar Armengood in 29th for Euphoria Racing. Dexter I can't believe I messed that up.
You're going to mess that one up, Sean.
Yeah, Dexter Castro in the 49 Motorsports A machine. He's in 30th.
Like messing up Bob Smith. Go ahead.
Yeah, I know, really.
Well, in 31st behind them is Adrian Blasco. They're driving for Driving Throne 24-hour Spa. We're starting to get into teams that had a bit of problems early on and got slotted backwards. Ralph Kulinen is behind him with Blue Flag Racing, Bill's team name that he apparently is not a fan of. Antonio Aranz Carvajal, hope I said that one right. Odax Motorsports BES, they're in the 33rd position right now. Then behind them in 34th, they've got Victor Prieto for Champs iRacing. A little bit farther back down the field in 35th, it's Harold Kessler for Hello Kitty Racing, and the only Ford that we've got in the field with kind of a neat, I like their paint scheme actually. It's very simple, but you know what? It tells you exactly what the team is, so nice job on them. Still out there and going. Slavomir Javorsky. Slavomir Javorsky. I'm going to try that one more time there. GTL Virtual Racing Team number 1 is in 36th position currently. Behind them, a little bit easier for me to say, Zach Thomas and Gecko Vortex Racing, Sim Racing number 111. They are in 37th position. Then you go back to 38th. You've got Benjamin Turner, and he is with Lit Motorsports Australia 24 Hours. One more back, another familiar name for us, and usually one we see a little bit farther up. They must have had some problems along the way. That or Sonny's not as good at the GT3 car. Sonny Canchin is in the Evolution Racing Australia numbered 026 machine. And then rounding out the top 40 is George Diox. I'm not entirely sure about that name. Apologies if I got that wrong. It's Gecko Vortex Sim Racing Gray in 40th position. Now we've only got a few more cars out there still racing, I believe, behind these guys, so I'm going to try and go through these. Philip Janssen van Rensburg for Mad Cow Racing Buttercup. They had a lap 1, turn 1 incident that unfortunately I set them back. They're usually a top runner in that Bimmer. So unfortunately, I guess they got grazed somewhere on early and got sent down the order and 41st. I had to get one in. And you have to jump back a little bit to 48th. Last car that's still out there, Neil Asco. And let's see, what team is he for? It looks like TBKLight.com Team A. Now, you got a couple cars in the pits. That's Gregory Tansen that is ahead of them in 47th, and Jordan Murray in 46th. Jordan Murphy, excuse me. And those two teams are 24 MSP Drivers Home 1 and ANZ Simworks GT3. But they have been in the pits for a while, I believe, and they don't seem to be making motion to come out anytime soon. They could be getting major repairs done on those cars before they're able to return. And actually, if they do, they have something to fight for, because they've got Carlo Labate, David Friedman, Jack Bell, and Gianni Vecchio, who have all exited the race ahead of them. So there is stuff to fight for if you're in the lower reaches to try and get back out of this. But currently we've got about 42 cars still racing on track out of 57 that have started this race. And that's your run through the field here after 7 hours here at Spa-Francorchamps.
And Joe, want to talk about Isaac Price again real quick. He is trying to hang on to the lead lap right now. He's got the leader right behind him. And, we were talking about the Wales Air Ambulance Service and that charity he's fighting for today. It's an all-Wales charity that actually provides emergency air cover for people who face life-threatening illnesses or injuries. They cover about 8,000 square miles of remote countryside there, and they have three choppers at their service, and it's an all charity-based system. It's a pretty neat deal, but they run on strictly donations. Great cause he's out here for today.
I thought it was WHALE. That makes much more sense. I thought it was like for like orcas.
No,
I'm
not
sure.
whales. Not whales. Welsh.
Okay, I got it. All right, I understand.
All right.
There be
All right.
whales, Captain. Anyway, sorry.
But that is extremely commendable. That is a fantastic service that they're providing as we continue to watch Kate Schutte try to put a lap on our solo driver who is working for that charity. And definitely, if you can, go. What do you have that website that you pulled up? Can we give them a shout there, Sean?
Yeah, actually, it's WalesAirAmbulance.com. That's Wales, WALES, airambulance.com.
I feel much more inspired to give to that charity now. That's
Absolutely.
much better than what I had in mind.
We're going to put that in chat in case you wanted to try and donate. And please do if you have a bit of money and you think that is a worthy cause. Isaac Price certainly does, as he finally goes a lap down.
Yep.
And I don't say that as a saying, it's a good thing he's gone there. I'm saying it as an impressive feat as being the only driver in that Mercedes and still holding on and still running lap times of 2:18.9, 2:18.9, 2:18.6, 2:18.4, 2:18.6.
Amazing.
That's consistency. He's been running those since the start. He did some 2:17s very early on. He was probably helped by a little bit of draft. But, I mean, only losing about a second because he's on his own and doesn't have a draft. Wow.
Those lap times are metronomic. I learned that word from watching Race Spot today.
Uh-huh.
Metronomic.
Now, he is under threat from Renz Breckman right now, and I believe it is Breckman and not Broekman, as I called him earlier, but Renz has really started to reel him in just a bit. He's still, just a tremendous drive, but Ren's been in the car for a while today, too. I believe this is his second stint now in the car, or second time he's been in the car today.
Breckman, I'll have to remember that. He's a Benelux driver, so not quite ready for breakfast yet, but I'm sure he will be soon enough, as it is starting to get into the late hours over there, and he'll probably want to go take a nap, come back fresh in the morning to finish the race.
Yeah, give me the deep night shift any day of the week. You know that, Joe. I love
Yes.
it. Boy, that's the most exciting time, that 3, 4, 5 a.m. in the morning. That's when you really get on edge. And you're either falling asleep or you're on the edge of your seat, one or the other. And I prefer to be on the edge of my seat during those hours.
And meanwhile, you noticed something about Isaac Price. What's going on?
Well, this is maybe one of the best battles out there right now. He just got lapped. He's in a close battle here with VRS.
Coanda Simsport.
Coanda Sims. Thanks, Joe.
No problem.
Just when you hear me stop talking, just jump in. It's fine.
There we go.
This is battle for 5th position.
Oh, and
In fact, they come up now
look
around.
at the lap traffic coming into play.
Wow.
That was Adrian Blasco, who now gets out of the way. Unfortunately, just at the wrong place and the wrong time for driving Throne 24. And now that's allowed Breckman to really get up on the rear wing of Isaac Price. Probably not going to have anything for him here down into Pouhon. And as we flashed past there, you saw the dirt just collecting on the road outside of No Name. That is going to just continue to get worse and worse, and that racing line getting thinner and thinner.
Ooh.
Oh, he takes a peek. Breckman seeing if he can do anything in the Fanyes, but not quite.
See, and this is the disadvantage to the BMW because they're faster, they're better in the technical section, which is so much harder to make a move. You have to be more daring compared to the cars that have the top end speed, can just do it the conventional way down the straight. So Breckman's got to find a way, almost wait for a little bit of an opening, then duck that BMW nose in there and hope he can get it done.
And you see, I think that's where yes, I definitely like a good, solid car. I guess I differ from you, Bill, in that I like something that's good in a straight line. It makes you hard to pass. I like being able to have that, I'm used to being able to handle not much downforce, as we see an attempt here. Whoa, switching to the inside goes Breckman, but backs out of it by the time they hit the braking zone. That was a late move.
Yeah, well, this car combination makes it. This is milking the rooster to the extreme, where the easy part happens when you catch it. The hard part starts after you catch it, and that's what's going on right now with Breckman. And now we have more lap traffic, which really could help him possibly.
And let's stay on this battle. We should probably explain the rest of your metaphor, Bill, because after the we're on iRacing Live, we got a lot of viewers
okay.
who
My dad
haven't
used
heard
to
this
say
one
that
from you.
passing sometimes is like milking a rooster. The hard part starts after you catch it, and that's kind of what's. I'm sorry, I don't need to explain my dad's craziness there. So
Those
what's
familiar
happening?
with GSRC are used to Billisms, but for those of you new to the Global Sim Racing channel, that's what he means when he says milking a rooster.
Well, Isaac Price was able to use the lap car of Theo Loss to get around and create just a little bit of space, but not much. The pressure is still there.
And I think this is about the highest battle we've seen. This is going to be for 4th place currently. I'm going to have to jot this one down in my notes.
It was for 5th, so they moved up because, as we expected, NX Racing has come into pit because they're on that kind of alternate strategy. They come in about 10 laps earlier, so Nathan Schartner has brought the car in. Don't know if he's going to be bringing it out. Well, the car will be coming out. Just don't know if Nathan's going to be behind the wheel.
I am a fan of the run as many laps as you can strategy in a 24-hour race, because that by the towards the end, when you get to the point where you start back timing everything, that can save you a complete pit stop, which is time and position on the track, obviously.
The other cars up front now are pretty much the same. I think Jam's going to come in a little bit earlier than the rest of these guys. They're about 4 laps longer a stint than the first 3.
And it's still putting the pressure on. Hasn't found a way past quite yet. That number 88 car trying to find a way past, trying to find an opportunity. As they come passing zones here on this circuit, takes a little bit of a look. He's way far back. I think that was more of a psychological move there, Sean.
You know, I think Price has gotten back to just driving the car like he was before. I don't think he's being even that defensive at this point. I think he's found his groove again, and if that's the case, then yeah, Reds is really going to have trouble passing him because he's been solid the whole race. We've talked about it several times. Just a great run up through Eau Rouge and out of Rédillon.
Ooh. I think this is going to be the best chance for Renz. He's got a fantastic run. He's got the draft. Looks to the inside, down the Kimmel Straight, heading into the braking zone of Lecumbe. And there goes Price. I think that was a big lift from him.
I think getting through there clean a little bit more important.
Yep. A lot invested into his race.
And now I would not be surprised to see Breckman start to pull himself away here. Especially if he can get a big enough time through this twisty section where he might be able to get away when it comes to the straight.
Yeah, I'm looking at his lap times. He was consistently about a half a second faster as Price has a little bit of a moment going wide coming out of no name, but collects it together. So I think you're right. I think Renz is going to just start to creep away here and be able to be on his own. But you can move P4 into Renz Breckman's spot for VRS Coanda SimSport 88.
And here I just gave that nice long explanation about how Isaac Price, really found his groove again. But the truth is he's back to just driving again, and that's a good thing. That's good for his longevity in this event, to be very honest with you.
Well, no, I think what you were talking about is still relevant, because like we said, I'm pretty sure I saw a lift from him down Kimmel. So I think that's exactly what he's thinking about. It's like, you know what, it's not worth fighting for this. I'm just going to stay in that rhythm and just run my laps because he's faster than me.
Well, you've got to imagine he knows just how incredibly well this is going for him right now.
Yeah, really. We don't. Let's not say that too much. We don't want the commentators curse.
Yeah, I don't want to curse the poor guy, but I mean, if he's got any help, if he's got somebody watching him, I mean, if it's me up there, I'm tickled, and I'm not really saying a whole lot to you right now. I'm having a blast up there.
And speaking of keeping things together, one of the things that we should mention, we've mentioned the incident points here and there. We haven't really explained what they are.
but they're still relevant even though there's not an incident limit in this race as we watch our leader work his way up through Eau Rouge and then Radillon. But Sean, explain to our audience what the incident points mean in iRacing, what the safety rating is, because you can take a hit to your safety rating after this race.
Well, yes, and that will be affected. And okay, so let's just explain real quickly the incidents. Okay, an incident can be any situation where you may get tires off the track, or a combination of all 4 tires in the car off of the racing surface over these curbs that you see on screen that are painted red and white. You can also rack up these incident points by making contact with another car, or possibly losing control on track, spinning the car around, or losing the car and making contact with the wall, bringing heavy damage to the vehicle. That is a point system for the lightest infractions, such as a quick off the track. You're looking at maybe a point or 2 points. Contact can sometimes be as much as 4 points, but as you continue to accumulate those points throughout an event, whereas these points don't disqualify you from this event, those do count towards what is called your safety rating in iRacing, which is very important. It is part of the overall ranking system and how you're classified as a driver within the service. So that's very important. This track actually kind of easy to pick up those incident points. So you have to be tough. You have to be willing to take those with a grain of salt in a long event like this. Your advantage is this is a very, very long event. There are a lot of turns this track, and there's going to be a lot of opportunity actually to overcome that within a full 24-hour race.
And if you were watching your screen, you saw Kei Kashuba, our leader, working through traffic in what was a battle for position. Fernando Vinant didn't realize that Kei was going to go to the inside until the last moment of the bus stop, had to weave off to the side. We watched that from onboard Arcadius Newman for GTL Virtual Racing Team number 2, and he has been hounding Fernando for that 14th position. The Dar Contigo Racing Team been leading the way of those two for a little bit now. And you mentioned that one a little bit earlier. I do like that name as well, Dar Contigo. It makes me think, Phil, it should be instead reversed, like, my name is Racing Team Dar Contigo. You've killed my father.
You killed my father. Prepare
to die.
Do you think the seats in the car are made of fine Corinthian leather? Just a question.
Could be, but right now he's getting a little bit uncomfortable in that seat because here comes Arcadius taking a peek down to the inside of Ravage. He's given room. You can go too wide through here, but he gets chopped off at the nose as Fernando holds the line and holds the position. Now they work their way through No Name. That's Victor Prieto behind them. He is a lapped car. He's not in this battle, but I'm sure he's going to be watching carefully, making sure these guys don't tangle in front of him.
And I'm curious as to why Prieto's flashing the lights at him. Maybe just that you're clear or whatever. Go ahead and race, but
Does he have
certainly don't get out of the way.
them, maybe?
I don't know about that.
Yeah.
I think it'd be a little irrelevant if he did at this point. You got 2 cars fighting for position, and Prieto working with some damage on the front end of that car, it looks like.
Well,
Yeah, well, you got. Yeah, so Joe's going to say what I was kind of like a United Nations coming here with countries with different agendas. Because right behind Prieto, who's 6 laps down, then you have a guy on the lead lap. There goes Breckman around there. Now he's going to want to get through these guys, and these guys are battling for 14th.
Oh, and it's going to get spicy here in a moment as they work their way around Blanchimont. Can Arcadius hold on to it? Does a decent job, but he's a little bit far back. But here comes Renz down to the braking. Does he stick his nose in? No. Decides to hold off. Whoa, just behind them. What was that? That was Isaac Price. Nearly run into the back of Prieto.
Yep.
And Price decides now is a good time to take a rest and into the pits. We're going to watch on board from his view.
Price thinking, yeah, it's time to. I need a break. Hang on a second. Boy, coming out of Blanchimont right there.
Oh, he has to go off the track to avoid that action. I think that was a case of the accordion effect, just backing people up more than he expected.
Wow.
Well, the order ahead of him stayed the same as Arcadius is still behind Fernando.
He just missed hitting the entry to pit wall there too, Joe.
Yeah, that was very close. He did a good job I wonder if that fatigue is finally starting to settle in a little bit. So Renz Breckman finally takes the VRS Coanda SimSport number 88 past Arcadius and splits up this battle a little bit. Might be able to bring it back a little bit together here, as Fernando's going to have to let him by. He goes to the right side to try and let him through, breaks a little bit early, but here comes his competitor, Newman, not able to capitalize around the outside.
And then watch as they come around this no-name corner. You could give a toddler a plastic bucket and a shovel out there, because look, there's like a whole sand pit out there as they go through there. It's ridiculous.
Well,
Should start
you know
calling
what
it
happens
No Name
is-
Beach.
Yeah, well,
no.
maybe. We should just the beach. But as they come out of there and the car runs off to the right, it kicks up a
here we
plume of
go.
dust, which drifts back across the track.
Fernando going defensive, giving him just enough room around the outside. The virtual racing team number 2 just not able to try and get up beside him, under braking, and still they've got Victor Prieto behind them, watching this entire thing. He's in what we usually call in GSRC the popcorn position. He's got his chair reclined, watching the action and hoping nothing goes wrong.
And Sean, just to follow up on the dirt idea there, I think because it's so offline, there's no cars to go through there to break that up. It
Yeah.
just keeps settling and settling and settling in there.
Yeah, but if you're battling and you take the really hard inside line, good luck getting off right there, because you're not going to have any grip at all.
All right, down into the bus stop one more time, and Arcadius doesn't take a look this time, tries to get himself a run, but unfortunately is balked at the apex as Fernando gets a better run up towards La Source. He's going to be able to survive one more corner, though. Here's the opportunity for Arcadius to try to get the run around the hairpin. A decent enough run, but not close enough to try and get side by side before they hit Eau Rouge. Up off the corner. Wow, really good run over Radillion. Now he's got the draft. Look at Fernando go defensive up towards Lacombe. They're going to be side by side. He can hold on around the outside, and that's going to help him right there as he out breaks him into the corner. He's got the second apex. He's a little bit slow around that one. Fernando takes a look into Malmedy. He's given room by Arcadius, but Arcadius finally takes the position.
Okay, now I'm going to come to the defense of the guy running in 33rd position in the popcorn spot is Victor Prieto. You're going to say, why does it matter to him? Why is he being, excuse me, I'm going to excuse my French here, why is he being such a jerk? Well, here's the deal. He's 6 laps down, right? But he's still in a battle with the Hello Kitty car and Odox Motorsports, BES. Those guys are still battling for position. One of those drivers, Odox, has already made their pit stop, one of that team. So he knows that. He's been out there. He's fighting for everything he can. So he's faster right now than these guys. I really think he is, and he would like to get around them so he could have a chance to hold on to 33rd position. And I speak now I'm speaking as a backmarker, because nobody appreciates the battles that we're fighting just as hard as you leaders. There. Get off my soapbox.
Bill's very passionate about backmarker etiquette.
Getting out of the way is important, but respecting our battles too.
He's passionate about the bear claws at the meetings.
That's our slogan, and the bear claws are good, yeah.
Yes.
Well, I'm sure they'll have a few left after this meeting with not as many drivers coming from this race. And you can see the difference in pace as Fernando has already dropped off the tail of Arcadius's Audi as he starts to streak away just less than a lap on.
Marco Mogren battling for 20th spot. Trying to make a run here at Chris Froner. I'm sorry, Caesar Froner.
It looks like Berkey's trying to chase down Mogren for that 20th position, actually.
I'm sorry, yes, that was my bad. This Froner actually has the position on him.
They've got
Mogren from Norway, Norwegian driver.
Just ahead of them, that's Caesar Fruner, who is not in this battle. He's in 11th. Though he's given a nice tow to Mogren. Not quite a battle yet, but just kind of bubbling under the surface as Efkan Berkey. I'm not sure if we're pronouncing that one right. I need to check to see what country he's from, actually. Oh, well, this is not helpful. He's from the International Club, so good luck. But
at
he's
least we know
racing
he's not from Mars or the moon. You know,
well, I would hope not. Well, then he
that's
really
not
would be an
international.
alien.
Okay.
Aliens do exist on iRacing, I guess.
They do, and I'm still waiting for them to create their own category. I think they should have to classify themselves. They just have to report
Their own club.
themselves as a known alien, yes.
I think they have a club. It's called Finland.
Yeah.
Well, anyways, at least Efkan gave us a good team name to call, which is Momentum Endurance. They're currently in 21st, and they want that top 20 away from Marco Mogren. Continues to just kind of hang back within about half a second, but can't find a way to try and sneak past yet.
I don't know how much of a battle is that Mogren is slower. Whoa!
And
My goodness,
Mogren
careful,
was
Marco.
well off the course. I wouldn't be so shocked if he got a slowdown from coming over Radillon. No, and he didn't.
Yeah.
Wow, I thought for sure he was well off course there. In fact, he dropped Efkan.
You know, we were talking about the Finnish drivers. I was thinking to myself, there's a couple of really, really good spots on this track for the old Finnish flick.
I would not want a car to get sideways, especially a GT3 car around some of these corners.
I'm thinking the chicane there, that final turn. That's a good spot for the
That
old
one I
Finnish
can
flick.
handle.
If you could pull it off, yeah. If you're good.
If they're going to do that, they need to be in the Lotus 49, I think, around here. That's a car you can do that in.
And Joe gets on his soapbox.
Yeah.
Painted green and yellow, isn't it?
I said I like, black and yellow. But I said I liked a car with low downforce, and I meant it. Well, we have 16 hours and 23 minutes left on the clock of this 24-hour race. Again, if you're just joining us, welcome to the Global Sim Racing channel and iRacing Live. This is the 24 hours of Spa on iRacing as we watch Mike Paluk, the big Palooka, come in for a stop. Let's see if he gets a driver swap here in the Core Sim Racing Z4. Ahead of him, as we continue to watch, is Kei Kashuba in the lead for Husingfeld Core Motorsports. Maximilian Benecke is in second, and rounding out the podium is Andreas Almensberger, both those cars in the Pure Racing Team Audis. It's almost appropriate that one of the more dominant teams with a lot of cars out there is an Audi, it seems.
And we're down to 3 cars now on the lead lap.
They're
And
really
this
starting
is-
to dwindle now.
Yeah, this is turning into, as we're getting substantially into the race now, you can start calling this pretty much a 2-car battle up there between the 33 and the 111.
Well, the 111 really hasn't been able to challenge, so I'm thinking we're going to need mistakes from Kei Kashuba for them to start to run them down. They've been steadily, I don't want to say losing space, but they haven't been gaining ground. I guess they've just been sort of in a stalemate since we've hopped on board here. So I'm thinking that the Husingfeld Core Motorsports Audi is going to have something major happen for them to start to gain ground, unless those guys in Core Motorsports suddenly find themselves getting a little too tired and losing pace, which I frankly don't see happening.
And Pure Racing, they've done it so far with only 2 driver swaps. 2 drivers, and they've started with the Benecke started up in front. Then they brought in Pilsner, and then Benecke is back in there.
Did you just call him Pilsner?
That sounded like a good idea.
Someone's thirsty.
Pilsner.
Yeah. Pitchler. There we go.
Oh, it's Pitchler. All right.
There we go.
Might I
That's not
recommend
nearly
good
as
Pilsner
refreshing.
for you there?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
we've seen that before with the pure racing team liking to give them long stints. But let's go a little bit farther back. Arcadius Newman, we're watching him a little bit earlier, and I'm seeing if he's in a battle with. This isn't a battle with Claudio Klima, is it? Yes, it is. So
yeah, Klima just coming out of the pits there, Joe.
Yes, exactly. So the GTL Virtual Racing Team number 2 definitely under threat as Corson Racing Z4 looking for a way past right up on that rear spoiler. I think he got a little bit caught out there. Lost just a little bit of time, but only about a car length. Now as they come off of Stavolo, and this is a great exit for Klima and a critical spot for it with that draft helping that BMW on that Audi. But it looks like he's not really gaining ground, just kind of holding position here. Now they work their way through Blanchimont. And here's where that BMW shines, and he knows it. He's going to brake hard down into the bus stop, and Klima takes it cleanly.
And that's what 4 fresh tires will do for you, Joe.
Oh, yeah. 4 fresh tires in a car that is strong under braking. Claudio confidently took that away from Arcadius Newman's GTL Virtual Racing Audi with 16 hours and 19 minutes left to go.
The braking into the chicane was very impressive right there. I mean, there was no lockup at all. That was just a good, hard braking entry there.
You know, that's one thing I love about some of the recent builds here in iRacing, Sean, is for a while they had a weird kind of bug that you couldn't see everybody's tire smokes when you blocked them up. But they've since fixed that in the last year or so. And now we really get a good sense of who's pushing the car. And it's made it extremely exciting to watch some of these battles.
And you look there at this team, they've used 4 different drivers. This is Klima's getting back in the car. He had 1 stint earlier. It was a short stint. Still waiting for Freddie Rasmussen to get back in. We may not see him until morning, at least morning in Europe.
Yeah, and you know, let's talk about that, Sean, with the difference in number of drivers that we've seen so far. Obviously, most of these teams, we got a big bump from Arcadius. Wow, that's probably the first big moment we've seen where someone might have taken it into the wall. Everyone's been incredibly clean during the couple hours that we've been on this thing.
I was about to say during our stint, yes.
Yes. Yeah, definitely saw some accidents while Race Spot was covering. But back to my point, you know, we're looking at anywhere between, about 3 and 6 drivers from most teams. But I have to imagine, at least from my experience, some of it comes down to who you can get on board, and some of it seems to be what your philosophy kind of is, because there seems to be pros and cons of having more guys versus fewer guys, because fewer guys, they're all used to the track and you don't have to tell them what's going on in terms of grip, but more guys, you're fresher.
Well, where this does differ from the real world racing in this simulated event is that, let's face it, nobody's really committed or signed to a particular team. You don't have X number of drivers available to you. You really have an unlimited amount of drivers. So let's say all you guys happen to run in a league somewhere else, maybe running cup cars on a Wednesday night or Indy cars on a Wednesday night or something, and 6 of you want to get together and do this, and you're all pretty much of equal talent. Boy, that's the way to go. I mean, that's the way to maximize 24 hours. And then you've got other guys that have been, they're comfortable with their little circle of friends. 2, maybe 3 guys been racing together for years, long before iRacing started. They trust each other ultimately with taking care of the car. And I think it really just comes down to personal preference on who you are and who you want to race with. And I think those people tend to just kind of gravitate towards each other. Let's face it, the aliens run with the aliens, and us regular guys, we all run with each other. So.
Now, making a team is all about GS. GS, that's global sprinkling. You want to spread it out so that everybody is racing in their prime time. You don't want to get a whole bunch of Europeans together. Somebody has to race in the middle of the night. Sprinkle it around. Get an Australian, get a North American, get a European. That's the way to do it.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. And I am actually fortunate. I've got some European friends that I have in fact done that with and done some endurance racing with, and that's a lot of fun when you do have your team scattered throughout the world. Even with Turn 2, we've worked with some guys from on the other side of the planet, and it does make a big difference when you're trying to get through a 24-hour event.
On screen, we're watching 17th Jamie Wilson
for Team Chimera. Getting some of these guys some screen time, but maybe just didn't get quite as much air.
Guys,
Audi kind of all by his lonesome. Go ahead.
second place is in the pit. Pure Racing, Maximilian Beneke.
Yes, he's in for fresh boots and for a full tank of fuel. There you can see that Audi's cleanly in his stall. He'll be back out in just a moment. Now, we haven't really, usually last time we kept mentioning, I guess it's because there's a lot more attrition. We've been kept busy with battles. We haven't mentioned if you are one of the team drivers out there and you're kind of on a break and you're willing to maybe waste a bit of time relaxing up with us, definitely come over to the Race Spot channel here in TeamSpeak, and we'd love to talk to you about how your team is doing. Give us a little bit of insight of how it is out on the track. I do know we have the We Are Two Dudes team here kind of hanging out in the Race Spot server. We might try and talk to them a little bit later, see if they'd be willing to come over and give us a little chat, see how it is out there. Unfortunately, not doing as good as they would have hoped.
Well, they're not both hanging out, are they? I mean, because there's only two of them.
Well, we'll talk to the one that's not in the car.
Okay.
Obviously.
All right.
Beneke got out of the pits as he's getting out. Kay Kashavi gets by and now puts the whole field a lap down. Huskenveld Core Motorsports is now one lap up on the field in first.
Those of you who are familiar with endurance racing, of course, that's not the most unusual of things, but still impressive, especially with everybody being out there in the same class, which, you know, I feel like that's also played a little bit into how this race has gone compared to our experience, Sean, last year, which had the HPD out there, and that felt, from my point of view, a little frantic sometimes. This is a little more casual feeling.
Man, you just don't see those things coming up. I mean, even when you've got somebody up there spotting for you, I can't tell you the number of times I'm caught off guard and go, oh, hey, watch out. Do I miss seeing the HPD on track? Sure I do. I mean, it's a fun car. It's awfully fun to drive, and it's awfully fun to watch on TV here. But it's too fast for this class of car that's on track right now. The closing rate is crazy, and you get 3 or 4 cars, especially going up like Kemmel, coming out of Redion. I mean, it can just be a mess, quite frankly, and we saw that a lot last year, and in a lot of people's races pretty early.
And, you know, they do have good reason other than just, you know, trying to deal with traffic for taking that out of us. In the real world 24 hours, I believe it is only GT3 cars, if I understand correctly. Is that right?
No, that is correct. It's just GT3. That's it. Yep.
So they want... iRacing tries their best to try and mimic these real-world events as close as they can. Obviously, they don't have every car that's out there in the real world, but they try to make it as close an experience so that drivers can enjoy what is an approximation of driving the real thing.
Well, just from a competition standpoint and an entertainment standpoint, it's better when we have just one class of cars. It's easier for us to find battles, and our leader is nope, our leader's not coming in. Sorry.
Well, Beneke is back out.
Leader's in. Yes, sir. Yeah, all the leaders now making their way in. We're getting things cycled around here. Beneke back on the lead lap.
Same thing with Breckman. Actually, no, Breckman is in the pits as well.
Correct. That's right.
So, third place driver coming in for his stop. Coanda Sim Sport number 88. See if they swap drivers. Boy, they've been steadily climbing the field. I need to check my notes to see if they've had some sort of incident along the way that maybe sent them farther down. But it seems like every time we turn around, that number 88 is just kind of picking off one position by one position.
Well,
and actually, I went through earlier. Sorry, Sean, to interrupt. I went through and charted some of the top 10 cars, and I charted them earlier off in the race, and these guys weren't even on there. They gridded 15th. They didn't show up in the top 10 till about lap 75, and here we are on lap 190. So that's about 120 laps to go. Yeah, they're coming.
Well, they started from 15th, so that is a nice climb from 15th to the podium. These guys, maybe they didn't have the right qualifying. They couldn't get someone to start the race or register for the race who got a good qualifying lap in, had to start a little bit farther down. but they're doing well. Meanwhile, we're checking in on our 7th place solo driver, Isaac Price. He was all the way up to a top 5 a little bit earlier, come down a little farther, but that Mercedes still out there plugging along, 16 hours to go and a little bit of change. He was in a battle with Breckman, and it looks like that's going to continue here.
Yeah, Breckman making his way out of the pit now. We're watching him.
He's going to come out behind him, I think.
Yeah, Price gets by.
He's just behind Marco Mogren, who is a lap down from him.
Mogren, a driver who's still picking up spots, though he is up to, I believe, he's got himself up to 16th. He was in 20th just a little while ago.
Yeah, drivers need to get back out there and just keep picking them off. Go ahead, Bill.
But keep in mind that I want to call this team InXS Racing. I'm gonna do that.
It's hard. It's hard.
They're on a different pit strategy. They're about, let me give you an official number. They're actually 10 laps earlier pitting than the rest of the guys up in the top 5. So we talked about it earlier. We saw them about in this position before then they had to come in. So look for Pure Racing to be faster. Even though Price is awfully tired, he just came in. He's got fresh tires. He should be good.
And Bill, we talked about Marco just slowly working up the order. And here on GSRC, we have something an unofficial award we like to call the Dory Award, just for the drivers that keep at it, keep plugging away. And I feel like that's going to be a hard one to pick for a 24-hour race.
Well, I think if he could bring it home, Sean, I think he wins it automatically.
Yeah, well, I think that's when you're talking about a 24-hour race. I think you just got to wait until you get to the end of the day and see who did the most laps. That's generally going to be the guy who probably worked the hardest in a 24-hour race. Mogren, though, putting in the work right now, doing a pretty good job of it.
Right now, he's not too far ahead of the Momentum Endurance Racing Mercedes. Or excuse me, that's the Momentum Endurance Audi.
Yeah.
It's got to be a real dichotomy of thought to try to solo one of these for 24 hours, because one of the most important things you want to do is stay hydrated to stay sharp. On the other hand, one of the last things you want to do is drink. So, man, it's got to be. I don't know where you draw the line there. It's got to be a happy medium somewhere.
Well, I think it comes down to kind of almost pacing yourself on that as well. You're not just pacing yourself out on the track, but you're pacing all the different things you can do, how much energy you put in, how hard you're fighting. You don't want to be constantly fighting or else you'll wear yourself out. You got to pace yourself on how much you're drinking as well, I feel like. You learn to sip.
One of the helpful rules here is that on the GT3 cars, they can't do fuel and tire at the same time. So these pit stops are long. They can do it on the same pit stop, but they can't do it simultaneously. They have to fill up the fuel, then they do the tires. So maybe if you position your racing rig close to that special room in your house, you can get it done in a pit stop.
I wish I could. I have to go all the way up a flight of stairs to get to the nearest bathroom here. So I don't think I have that luxury if I tried that.
Okay, tell a funny story here. Since we have an endurance race, we'll bring in a little story. We're broadcasting the MX-5 World Tour. One of our favorite drivers in there, Jan Koemans from Belgium. Don't see him much, doesn't race anything except in that tour. He's an MX-5 specialist. Anyway, winning the race, lives with his girlfriend. His girlfriend leaves for work, realizes that she has locked herself out of the apartment. The car keys are inside, the door is locked. Jan's in the middle of a race. She's banging on the door to open the door. He's in the middle of the race. He's yelling for her to hold on. He waits till the pit stop, slips out, open the door, get back in there, didn't lose a beat, won the race.
Oh my goodness.
Got a frying pan to the back of the head in the middle of the race.
Yeah.
That sounds like Koemans right there. Meanwhile, this battle rages on between Efkin and Marco. We jumped away from it a little bit. Let's go back because this is an interesting one to watch between these guys as he closes in. In fact, the closest one we're seeing out on track at the moment through Blanchimont. Efkin losing just a little bit of time. And I tell you what, there's some idiosyncrasies that you have to worry about, Bill, in sim racing that real world racers don't have to worry about.
Yeah, you do have to prepare, but in a different way. You have to make sure the dog is fed and the notice left on the door for the UPS guy if he comes. Yeah.
Kids are put to bed. I've heard a lot of parents talk about that.
Guys, we are going to have a battle here real quick between Renz Breckman and Isaac Price. Renz is back on the pedal. He's making his way through Eau Rouge, out already on, and he's picking them up. Going to have Kemmel straight to start to do it. That is going to be a battle here really soon. It's going to be back to Price and Breckman battling it out again.
And remember, Breckman is on fresher tires than Isaac is right now, so that's part of why he's gobbling him up. We know he's got the quicker pace. He was chasing him down earlier as well. So I think this is going to be not too difficult of a job for Renz, but the question is, how much is he going to take out of those tires by the time he rocks up to the back of that Mercedes?
And so, Sean, we had talked about it that it got down to no cars on the lead lap, but now that all the pit cycling is done through, we're back to 5 actually.
Yeah, Graham Carroll back there in 5th, hanging on. Gap to the leader about 2 minutes and 12 seconds. So, about 7-8 seconds there. And Husky-Belt Core Motorsports will be back to put another lap on another car. But, listen, I'll tell you what, this far into the event, not bad, to be honest with you. Still have just 5 cars on the lead lap. What I'm more impressed with is the number of cars still left on track. And right now we've got, about 44, 42 cars still left on track. That's pretty solid. I think we started with 53.
In fact, you and I were talking about it before we went on air about how much better the racing is here than when we did one at the ring, where the attrition was just really something else. And by the time we came in again 6 hours into the broadcast like we did, and 20 of the cars were gone.
Then I will say this: these cars here, these are not fragile cars. That BMW is a tank. It's just short of, the only thing missing from the BMW are mat tracks. Okay, it's just short of mat tracks to make that a tank. The Audi is a mid-engine car. The Ford GT, trust me, we've seen them plenty beat up where they don't even look like Ford GTs anymore. There's only one of them out there, and it's still on track. And I told you earlier that car is going to finish the race. The Merc, it's a big, heavy car. Take that for what it's worth. It's a beater. So not only is this an endurance race, but it's got endurance cars out here. The true enduro, as some of my friends back home in Riverhead, New York, call it.
Well, it would be a sin to beat up that Hello Kitty car, because I'm telling you, that boy in the tail doesn't look so good as I look at it right now, running in 34th position. That Ford is such a good-looking machine, though.
I think the tail makes it look scrappy, though. Like it's, had a little trouble in the alley, with another cat that wasn't really nice, and
Memories.
Hey,
Sorry. Okay.
Let's give a little bit more screen time to the car on the last car in the lead lap, Graham Carroll for Apex Racing UK, which, by the way, the AC I found out stands for Academy, so UK Academy. I'm not sure if they have a little bit of a training thing that they have for people, or
that's kind of disappointing. I was really hoping Sean was right that it was Antarctica.
Well, they have a science base down there, a couple bases, I believe.
Okay.
I don't know if they have a good enough internet connection for this. I'm not sure what club you'd get put in for that one. But no, I just wanted to give a shout out because we really haven't mentioned Apex Racing UK a whole lot. They've had Graham Carroll in the car for quite a while. They've also got Marcus Jensen out there in the machine.
And he's coming in now.
There we go. Maybe it might be switching drivers right now. Pashalis Gurgis, sorry if I pronounced that wrong. Jamie Fluke is out in that car. David Baker has put laps in. And these guys have been pretty quiet. We haven't really mentioned them a whole lot, but they're in the top 5. Obviously, they're going to slip down the order a little bit here now that they're coming in for their stop. But as we're saying, this is top split and a 5th place. My hat's off to them. That is a fantastic job by these guys, even if they're not as impressive and as notorious as some of these other teams around them.
Oh,
and
indeed.
Now hitting from 7th is Apex Racing. In fact, UKAC, we're just talking about them as they come in.
That's what we're just following.
Yeah, we've also got GTO.
You know what? It's funny. By the time I picked them up, I forgot pit lane.
They've moved down to 7
miles long. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, and Arquetas Noman is in for GTL Virtual Racing Team also. They are approaching now. or I believe maybe they're making their way out, actually. Yep, there they are on screen. They've cycled all the way back to 17th right now.
A little bit disappointed that Newman doesn't have like a U.S. Postal Service on that car somewhere.
Newman.
Hello.
They cycle back out in 17th and continue on in the race. We are just getting ready to hit the 16 hours to go mark here in this 24-hour race. Look at that, 203 laps down here at Spa-Francorchamps, which is not a short circuit by any stretch of the imagination. Kei Kashuba still leading the way with Husingfeld Core Motorsports. They've been leading for the majority of the race ever since our pole sitter wrecked out early on. Maximilian Benecke is in second position for Pure Racing Team, and Nathan Schartner has slipped back up into that third spot for NX Racing. They've been swapping back and forth with the Pure Racing Team number 74, which is in fourth with Jonas Wallmeyer. And then rounding out the top five, our solo driver, he cycled back up into the top five, Isaac Price for Jam Racing. We're going to step away for just a moment to save our vocal cords. Thanks for joining us here on iRacing Live and the Global Sim Racing channel. You're watching the 24 Hours of Spa on iRacing. Stick around.
Welcome back to the Global Sim Racing channel. We're watching the 24 hours of Spa-Francorchamps on iRacing and on iRacing Live. We have just passed that 16-hour mark left to go. And as we said right before the break, Kei Koshube is leading the way. And to run us down through the rest of the top 10, let's hand it off to Bill Zahn to have another go at these names to get himself some redemption.
All right, here you go. We're going to do a little drinking game. Now, I don't recommend you drink hard liquor. Let's do it with a soft drink. If you do drink responsibly because GSRC cares. All right, Joe just talked about Kei Koshube up there in front. Every time I mispronounce one, take a swig. Kei Koshube up in front for Helsingfink Core Racing. I blew it already. Helsingfink, take a gulp. Helsingfink Core Motorsports. Okay, now, second place. These guys have a 27-second lead over the Pure Racing team, and that has Maximilian Benenke behind the drive. Take a swig. Then we go to third place. NX Racing with Nathan Schartner. Take another sip. My goodness. Fourth position. I've worked on these, really. Johan Waldmeyer. No drinking that one.
You got that.
Fourth, and that's for Pure Racing team. That's number 74. Jam Racing has Isaac Price in there. Whoops, he's doing a solo. Now, he's in a little battle. If my timing and scoring is right, he's, right behind him. We've seen this. Renz Breckman for VRS Coandus Sim Sports number 80. That's worth a sip. He's right behind him. Seventh position, Pure Racing team number 220, and that's Mertz Usel. Eighth position, Team Jim Thrustmaster, number 001, that's Claudio Klima. Eighth is Claudio Klima. And then we go to ninth. Ninth is Sebastian Dunkel, right? Am I correct on this? Yes, there we go. And that's, okay, got it. He's in the Jim Thrustmaster 101. That's worth 2 sips. Then finally, 10th, hopefully you're still standing up, it's Trimates. I hope Trimates is from Australia. I hope that's an Australian name. Trimates. And that's Dennis Hines in slowly seeping out of the bottle there in 10th. Okay, that's it. Joe, 11th. Good luck.
And actually, Trimates is completely composed of Diaz drivers, so they are
Makes no
European.
sense at all.
Well, 11th is Lucas Yastat. He is in 24 MSP Drivers Home 5. Tammy Accioli is in the SRB Racing Machine, the Audi, in 12th place. Arcadius Newman is in 13th. We've seen him quite a bit, giving us some good action. Then the GTL Virtual Racing Team Audi. Then you go back one spot, another driver we've seen quite a few battles out there with, Fernando Badalo Venant in 14th position. Marco Mogren, there's a name that we can say. We've seen him quite a bit. He's in 15th. He's actually in his pit stall right now. And the Friction Racing number 15. Tobias Zerny, he is in 16th position. He's in Team RSO number 117. And actually Mogren is slipping down the order, so everybody's starting to get bumped up a one. Victor Tanaka has now moved up into 16th. He's in Kronos Sim Racers Orange. Then, as my timing and scoring keeps moving on.
Yeah, come on.
Igor Kops is now in 17th. We're going to just kind of wait for people to get past Marco so I don't keep having to say his name here. And in Shark Motorsports, Simon Trindell, he's in 19th. He should be able to overtake the 18th, or maybe not, by the time that Marco gets done. He's in Team Chimera currently. Then in 20th position, rounding out the top 20, Sean, the name that we're still not sure if we're saying it right, but we're going to give it the old college try, Efkin Berkey in Momentum Endurance.
It's a poor handyman that blames his tools, Joe. That's all I have.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Sean.
We are two dudes, Randolph, Cheneth. They're in 21st. We'll call him Randy. 22nd, Jan Kiru, Core Sim Racing AMG. 23rd, David Broch, Team Inactive. Go down to 24th place, that's Cristiano Martelli, Team GT. In 25th, Miguel Antonio Alfredo in the Delta Motorsports Endurance Team. In 26th, Richard Holiday, Phoenix Endurance Racing. 27th, Luis Miguel Lumbreras, is that Caru, if Euphoria Racing. In the pits in 28th is Oscar Mangan. He just came in for Apex Racing UKAC. Dexter Castro still out there behind the wheel, 29th for 49 Motorsports A, and rounding out the top 30, Zachary Hanlon, Evolution Racing Australia.
All right, that
I'm
brings...
not going. I'm not. It's Joe. Yeah.
Well, that should bring us to 31st, which is UC Macias Butler and the Driving Throne 24H Spa. Ralph Kalinin and Blue Flag Racing is out there in the 32nd position. Francisco Gonzalez, oh, that's a great name. Odox Motorsports BES is running in the 33rd position at the moment. Harold Kessler, he's in 34th. He's racing that Hello Kitty Ford that we've come to love so much here in this broadcast. Slavomir Jaworski, he's in GTL Racing Team's #1 machine. He's running 35th currently at the moment. Massimo Era, he's a name that we're used to seeing. Usually a little bit farther up, though. He's in the Gecko Vortex Sim Racing #111, which, interestingly enough, is number 26 right now in this race. So must have been an oops on the number of that car. Sergey Maturana and the Champs iRacing machine, 37th out on the track, and actually he's in the pits at the moment, so technically not out on the track. Jackson Freer, he's running in 38th. He's racing the Lit Motorsports Australia 24H car. Then in 39th, it's Brenton O'Brien. He is in the Evolution Racing Australia number 026, and rounding out the top 40. The pop top 40, I guess, for us today is George Nahooks in Gecko Vortex Sim Racing Gray. It sounds like, Bill, you've spotted a battle going out on screen.
Oh, no. Are you done? I don't want to interrupt. You got it. Are you done with your...
Yeah, I think that... Well, we'll do one more out on track. That's Phil and Jens in Rendsburg. He's in the Mad Cow Racing Buttercup. We might as well get them some screen time. They've been out to pasture for a while.
Okay, now here comes the pass for 5th right now. So we're looking at Isaac Price being overtaken. And there it is, and he gets that done. Who was that? That's Renz Breckman gets that position, so he moves up to 5th.
Yeah, and he'd been working on that for a long time, Bill. That was that was about 7 laps in the coming right there, and finally Breckman gets around Price. Price, though, staying right with him here through garage.
Well, you know, Sean, that's not the first time we've seen that pass made today. Those guys have been going at it a couple times.
They're friendly. At
BMW having to get around the
Yeah, it's been something of a pendulum battle between these two, that's for sure.
Well, I mean, there are advantages to racing like this. I mean, fuel being one of them. They've been so close that on the long straights, that second car is able to just save a little bit more fuel, still run great speed, and as long as you keep that car in front of you in the tow, you're in good shape. You can, again, every little bit of fuel saved get you to that point of the race where you start back timing everything and wondering, okay, how little fuel can I get away with to finish this thing?
Oh, if anybody is back timing with 15 hours to go, they should do my taxes.
Yeah, they're should
better
do mine
than
too.
I am. Yeah.
I honestly don't generally start doing that until like maybe that last 5 to 4 hour window, to be honest with you.
And I take pride in the work that I do, but honestly, if somebody from RaceSpots wants to come in and just sit in and do my rundown for me, I'll give them a piece of my cheap paycheck because they're welcome. If you guys are watching out there, it only takes like 4 minutes to do it, so I'll just you.
We'll bring Jordas in for you since he probably knows all the European names really well. So.
Yeah, and you know what? I want to give my hat off to that team.
They did a good job.
They went the full 6.
Yes,
the full 6.
We're a bunch of old men here. We don't have the voices for that.
Yeah,
anymore.
I was tired for them. I really was. But boy, they did a great job of keeping us tuned into the action. It was
and they stayed focused. Yeah, I mean, people don't understand. It is tough to do this, and they did it for 6 hours, and they stayed on topic, and it was a good show.
And speaking of staying focused, that's one of the challenges I feel like that we're going to start seeing with some of these drivers who don't have anyone to battle out there, Sean, that you talked about working with the drivers and what you have to do on top of the box. What do you have to do to keep them, concerned with the task at hand when they really don't have anything except hot laps to do out there?
Okay, a lot of that depends on the driver. Some of them don't want you to talk to them at all, okay? Some do need a little bit of encouragement every now and then. You pick that at a really, really good opportunity, like on Camel Straight. When you just get out of radio on there, car gets settled, you get on the radio real quick, and just, hey, how's the car? Are you okay? Everything fine? Maybe, you know, every 15, 20 minutes for a driver that appreciates that. Some guys you just leave alone because you know they got the focus. You see him make a mistake, then maybe you had a good opportunity to come on and just check in with him, make sure everything's okay with the car. You take it from the car angle. How's the car? You know, everything feel right? I never want to, at times, maybe you have a little bit of damage on the car. They want to know how much. You downplay that. If you want to keep them focused on what's in front of them, the track. And some guys do it better than others, and some need a little bit of caressing, a little reminder every now and then. Hey, you're doing great, but it certainly helps to get that every now and then when you're putting on a long stint. Poor Isaac Price, you know, I said it earlier, I sure hope that guy's got somebody on the box for him.
So what you're saying with the car damage is next time you tell me the car looks okay, I shouldn't believe you.
You know what, and I threw that out there, and as I was throwing it out there, I mean, I know I'm calling this race with someone that I've worked with before. I'm saying that's a reality of it. I don't want I don't want that in your head that the right front is wrinkled up pretty good, because if you're not telling me the car is not handling bad, why should you care?
We don't know any better, yeah.
Drive the car.
Focus on your job. Well, speaking of focusing, let's look at this battle for 19th. We got 3 cars, actually 18th here. Marco Mogren just ahead of Simon Trindle and Efkan Berkey. All together, they worked their way through Malmedy. This has started to close in bit by bit. We took a glance at it earlier on screen, swapped over to the battle to 30th, and then we came back here because I think this is about to get very exciting between these 3.
Marco swings it out kind of wide there, but tucks. Ooh, man, that made me nervous.
Taking a little bit of an alternate line there.
He certainly did. You think Marco's having fun right about now, Joe?
Oh, I know Marco's having fun. He loves to battle other drivers, that's for sure. And I'm sure he's savoring this. And Momentum Endurance, they're at the tail of this train right now. They're the closest of these 3. And he's trying to see what he can see with Simon Trindle. Team Chimera just ahead in an Audi. Trying to figure out if there's some opportunity.
We had Ralph Kalinen off the track as they were getting by there. Sorry about that, Joe. I totally messed that up.
Ralph Cullinan for Blue Flag Racing.
Yes, thank you.
Well, at least this is the first spin we've gotten on screen, I want to say.
And I think I got one with Miguel Antonio Crudo also had a spin just a second ago. So it'd be nice if they could spread it out a little bit so we can get them both.
Yeah, fatigue maybe starting to finally come into play for a few drivers.
Yeah, and Ralph just honestly just overdrove it a little bit and probably got on the brake or downshifted in the wrong spot. Car just snapped around on him in a really horrible spot too. A lot of traffic coming through. Was trying to just get the car straightened up. He didn't hit anything.
All right, this battle for 18th still raging on. We're going to see if we can get an interview soon here in a moment after this battle starts to settle down. We've got Vortex Grays Diedrich, excuse me if I mispronounced that, waiting in the wings, looking to give us some information about what's going on out on track. Now, up onto the Kimmel Straight, best place for these drivers to try and maybe get an overtake. Here comes Simon with a great draft, and the top speed of that Audi coming into play. Marco Mogren is sitting duck, but saved by the bell as they hit the braking of Lacombe.
That's when you know you got a race. You can look at those windshields lined up coming down the straightaway. 18, 19, 20.
Beautiful 3-car battle here, and we are... How many hours are we into this thing? I'm having to do some quick math here.
Isn't that great? I guess we're 9 hours,
almost 8 and a half.
8 hours in, yeah.
And 3 cars all still together for a top 20 spot. As they work their way down into Puhan.
I like the lap counter more. I say that 405 is a better number. I think it puts it a little more into scope for everyone. When you think about 405 more laps, are you kidding me?
You're expecting all the leaders to not get into any trouble, though. That could still happen.
All right.
Well, I think we're getting what you expect out of the top split race. It's been a great one.
Well, from watching the 24-hour Le Mans, if you do have trouble near the end, stop right before the start-finish line.
Yeah, really.
My suggestion.
Lesson learned there.
Yeah. I don't want to tell that story.
No, I think any endurance
Enough
racing
said.
fan is familiar with what happened at Le Mans this year, and I don't think anybody wants to be reminded. And now we're spoiled for choice because apparently one of the We Are Two Dudes is looking for an interview as well. Let's do Vortex Gray first real quick and bring them in here. If I can drag them in. I'm not sure if I have permissions here, actually. All right, now I can pull them in. Here we go. So let's pull Vortex Gray's Diedrich Kynes in here, talk to him about how his team's race is going. Do you got us?
Yeah, I'm right here.
Well, we're 9 hours into this race. How have you guys felt it's been going for you at this point?
Well, what can I say? We had a really solid race for about 6 hours, and then there was an unfortunate crash on top of Eau Rouge. Always a tricky corner. We've been fearing it all week, really. And unfortunately, the car was too much damaged. We spent 17 minutes in the pits. But yeah, now we're running fine. We're just lacking a lot of top speed, so our pace is reduced at the moment.
Well, at least you're still out there and putting laps in. You got Massimo out in the car. What are the track conditions like? We're seeing a lot of dirt kicked up in corners just out of no name. Is that a concern for you guys, or is it pretty easy to keep out of trouble there?
It's easy and it's rather fun actually. Sorry, just the guy on the other channel talking to me, the driver.
It's okay.
No, it's rather fun because once you get out of the corner, it's really kind of fun to aim through the clean part, you know. So every time you go through there, you're kind of hoping for that, anticipating a nice clean run through there. And if you don't, you see this nice dust cloud kick up in your rear view mirrors. That's kind of fun as well. It's a nice feature that iRacing brought us.
And it seems like that line just keeps getting thinner and thinner throughout the race. I'm curious to see how it's going to look after the end of 24 hours. Well, thanks for coming and talking to us and telling us a little bit about your race. We have time to maybe stop back a little bit later if you're still in it.
Yeah, for sure. No, we're here. At the moment, we're not that fast, but we're enjoying ourselves. And yeah, let's go for the finish.
All right. Well, we look forward to getting to talk to you again in a moment. That was Diedrich Kynes, driver of the Gecko Vortex Sim racing machine, who's got Massimo Era out in 36 in that Audi. And we're going to bring in Joshua Chin, who is racing for We Are Two Dudes, I believe it was called. So apologies if I got that wrong there. And I believe that Sean is going to be asking him a few questions about how their race is going as well. And I guess, Sean, you're going to take one on the chin?
Yes, I will. That's right. Two Dudes Racing. Pretty good day so far for you guys.
Yeah, it's been eventful. We've had a couple incidents, and yeah, there's been a lot going on in this race for us.
Well, it's a very, very competitive field. It's still early days in this event, but Randy out there doing a pretty good job right now.
Yeah, he's on the last stint of his run here, and then I'll be back in the car for, I don't know if it's 3 or 4 stints we're doing this time, but we're running for a while in this race since it's only the 2 of us. And it's been fun. It's been really chaotic.
Okay, so you're going to do possibly about 4 hours, maybe a little over 4 hours in the car coming up. Talk about the focus needed to really do that, because we've talked about it sitting here in the booth, but we're not in the car. What do you need to do that?
Honestly, just find something to focus on, whether it be hitting certain braking markers or what the car is doing, or just something to keep your attention. Because right now in the stage of the race, there's not really any battles going on near us where we have cars 12 seconds up the road and our 123 back. So we're just trying to run as easily as we can without wrecking.
Do you have anybody on the box? for you? Anybody helping out?
Nope, it's just the two of us.
Oh boy. So who sleeps and when?
I actually just got, well, it wasn't really a nap. It was more sitting watching the NASCAR race, so I guess it's the same thing. But he'll probably sleep for a little bit after this stint.
Yeah, well, I hope so. Because what part of the world are you located in?
I'm in Florida and he's in California. So the time difference actually works out really nicely for this.
It's going to help you guys in the middle of the night.
Yeah, definitely. Running those late night stints. And I like running at night anyway, so that'll work out well for me. And I think Randy will end up finishing the car in early morning for him.
Well, that's great. Definitely great effort so far. I certainly love the name of the team. We are two dudes, and I guess that it was probably only two of you, and I'm happy you confirmed that for me. So best to you guys. That's a long day indeed. As you see a car there off the track that you guys just passed by there. Randy gets just by coming out of Ready On up on the Camel. But again, hats off to you. Have a great run. Hopefully maybe we get a chance to catch up with you some other time.
Thank you. Have a continued good broadcast.
All right, Joe. So
that name kind of limits them for recruiting new drivers.
Well, let's go back to that car that was off. That was Miguel Antonio El Crudo. It was Little Miggy, as Bill has deemed him. And he was stopped for quite a while, lost a lot of ground. Came out of Radillon, got loose at the top of the corner, and thankfully kind of slid off the track just in front of a group of cars. Massimo Era, whose teammate we just talked to, Isaac Price, solo driver, missed him in a spray of smoke, and Jackson Freer.
I really love the insight of that we just got there. Two guys. We talked about one guy and Isaac Price. Joe, just trying to pull this off with just two, that's really tough also.
Oof, yeah, man, I would not want to attempt that. I'd be extremely tired by the end of it. The good news for fans of Little Miggy is he is out on track and continuing on. And I'm curious to see if he comes in for a pit stop, though I don't think he's gone by a full lap yet.
Oh my, we got to go to 18th. It's a pinata full of bees, and there's some contact. Marco Mogan got caught up in it.
Oh, and it's a big wreck. More contact. Rens Breckman, fourth place car. He made contact as well. We're going to look at the replay if we can get past the trees here. There we go, better angle of it.
Poor Breckman was the last bee into the pinata. He saw the trouble and he tried to... He just couldn't get out of the way.
It looks like what happened is Efkin Berkey was looking up the inside of Marco Mogren. Meanwhile, there were other cars too wide that it seems like were on various different laps. And as you said, poor Breckman just kind of in the mix of things. He had nowhere to go. He saw it start to erupt in front of me, tried to go wide, stay out of it, and yet he still got found.
Yeah, you had a bunch of cars, 6 or 7 cars, 2 of them on one agenda, 2 of them on another agenda, 2 of them on the lead. And it was nobody knew what was going. It was nobody's fault. What are you going to do?
It was chaos in the chicane, is what it was, really.
And guys, Rens Breckman, that VRS Cohen at SimSport number 88 is going very slow. He's getting passed by cars left and right. We Are Two Dudes just went by them, and they've got a car off to the side.
Berkey, that's Berkey off the track.
Gets it backed up, gets it going again. Oh, don't come onto the racing line. Thankfully, he was seen by Euphoria's Racing, Luis Miguel Lumberos Caru. Boy, that name's a mouthful there.
Well, cautions, they get romantic with other cautions, and then you have a bunch more little cautions running around. And I think that's what's happening. All of a sudden, things can start to pick up. People lose their rhythm.
I think there is serious damage on that Cohen SimSport 88. They are racing offline. They're going extremely slow. This is a huge blow.
It's on the right front. Got really tagged by Mogren.
Heavy damage confirmed to the right front of that machine.
All right, at 15 and a half hours left to go. Serious problems for a major contender for a top 5.
And that's one of the Beamers, isn't it, Sean? That
it is.
That he was, So he really got tagged for that car to be.
He did, and it's right there up on the right front, right over the wheel, and a bad spot. You see him swinging all the way out there on Blanchimont. Traffic happened to make an evasive move to get by. Wonder if he's going to bring it into the pits here. We'll see. Might just have to.
You know what's funny is that happened right before pit entrance. He had to take it. He couldn't decide how damaged it was. He had to take it around one time to really just decide what he had going.
Yeah, Breckman and Berkey both bring those damaged cars in. Isaac Price, so lucky to get through that after that trouble in the chicane with all those cars. Little bit of damage to the right front, but obviously not the type of damage that Breckman took there in the Coanda SimSport car, which has been so strong all day.
I don't know. Looking at that hood, that's not just a little bit of damage to me. Is that the playing it down as a crew chief habit there? Because I'm looking at the broadcast and it's very, very crinkled.
Yeah, it is, and I suspect that there is some significant suspension damage that's going to require some attention, and that could be upwards of 8, 10, maybe 15 minutes.
Boy, I tell you what,
and the repair may not help at all, as our director points out. Yeah. He's absolutely right.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say, of the two types of cars you really don't want that to happen to, the Merc and the BMW, two known for not having the greatest of top speed. This is devastating because they're going to have a very hard time making that up.
Sean, you would make a great mission controller for NASA. You know, we'll tell the astronauts they're out of oxygen when they're out of oxygen. Right now, we won't worry about it.
Yeah,
you paint a good picture.
Sean tells them the good news is you'll be remembered.
Well, there you have it. So that's we haven't had a big turning point in a while, but that certainly was a tough one.
Definitely a major moment for one of our front runners, a couple of our front runners, as you mentioned. Isaac Price, who's still out in fourth, continues to plug on. And boy, that I bet all of his friends with the Welsh Air Ambulance Service are grateful to see him make it through that. And here he comes in. Wonder if he's going to get some damage repaired here. Is this scheduled, actually?
Boy, I don't know, because he pulled in before I could take a peek to see if he was on schedule to come in. I think, yeah, I believe it is on schedule. This is scheduled stuff.
Oh, well, that worked out beautifully for Jam Racing then. That he didn't have to spend too many laps out there. See what he can get repaired. See if he can get some of that top speed back as he works his way around the hairpin in the pit lane. Keeps it out of the wall. Yes, he does. And continues on. Meanwhile, Kei Kashuba leads Maximilian Benecki by 30-plus seconds now. Last time I looked at that, it was about 27, so he continues to put 10th by 10th on top of that Pure Racing Team Audi.
You know, but when you take into account what we just saw, a 30-second lead, it might as well be a 30-minute lead. When you are only the snap of a finger, the blink of an eye away from your race being thrown away. I mean, the same fate could happen to your leader. It's a lot of minutes. That hour hand gets to rotate all the way around the clock many times before this race is done. For those of you who still have hands on the clock.
There was a wise baseball player who once said, "It ain't over till it's over," and that is very, very true in endurance racing.
Boy, I wonder if Yogi had ever done or ever been to an endurance race in his life, but boy, he did say it best, that's for sure.
Let's take a look
again,
at
we'll refer to Le Mans.
Yeah, let's take a look at Mert Utzel and one of the other Pure Racing Team Audis, the number 220. He has been out there plugging away, currently running fourth at the moment. He's inherited that from our solo driver Price after he came in for his stop. Haven't really given this team as much attention as our second place driver, just because he's not the highest one up the order, but these guys have been also just rifling off the laps, getting it done, seeing what they can do out there. Obviously, number 220 is actually number 19, so they failed to rename their team, I guess.
Okay, Price is out. Is looking at his pit stop time. He was in there for... Go ahead.
I was going to say, look at that hood, though, Bill. That looks a lot better. Now, we don't know if that's just visual, if he still is struggling in the top end.
Yeah, often the visual doesn't really correspond with how your car is doing.
Yeah, the only thing that really tells the tale is the lap time, so
Yeah.
we'll check back in with Isaac Price a little later. All right, well, speaking of just plugging away, the Dory Award might just go to these Coanda SimSport 88 guys. Rocco Barone has got in the car. They've slipped down to 13th, though. That has put a huge problem into their plan. We'll see what they can regain back and what kind of speed they have. This is another car where we need to check back on their lap times, see how it compares to before they had that incident. And again, if you're just joining us, welcome to the 24 Hours of Spa on iRacing. We're also on iRacing Live here on the Global Sim Racing channel. Your leader, as we mentioned, Kei Kashuba for Husingfeld Core Motorsports leading the way. Maximilian Manecki in second for Pure Racing Team. And Jonas Waldmeyer currently holding down third for Pure Racing Team number 74. Those are our podium drivers at the moment. Still have 15 and a half hours left to go. In fact, guys, we don't have too much time before we're going to hand over to our alternate team. That's going to be led by Samuel Ryman with the help of Richard Losper and Adam Young. Going to take you guys for the next 3 hours, all the way up until RaceSpot grabs it once again and takes you to the finish. Or no, excuse me, no, RaceSpot is not picking it up.
Oh my goodness!
From us. No, it's excuse me. I forgot that V8's Online is going to be taking over for us. Excuse me. They are going to take us up until RaceSpot finishes for the final 6 hours of this race. Hey, RaceSpot's done the full 24 before, so
Oh man,
they are gluttons for punishment. That's for sure.
clearly no announcers union in that company.
You'll have to talk
Clearly.
to them. Maybe you'll have to take some pamphlets over there.
Oh,
So I am watching a battle developing here between Tamai Accioli and Isaac Price. That is a battle for position on track. Price up there in 9th. Jam Racing, we've been talking about him all day, pulling off that solo effort, still in the top 10. Their
Yeah,
time's pretty close.
It's going to be one of those drivers. I almost feel like other drivers are going to be giving it extra wide berth, not just because he's racing solo, but because after this much effort put in and for the charity that he's racing for, I'd almost feel bad for taking him out. I'd feel extremely bad for taking him out because that's kind of that feel-good story that you can't help but cheer for the guy.
Well, I guess you also have to hope that everybody knows about that too, right?
Yeah, there might be some drivers that happen to watch the broadcast, aren't in on the loop. You want to make sure. I feel like, the fellow drivers and the crew chiefs on the box are probably want to be able to tell people, hey, be aware of this guy. Just make sure not to challenge him too hard. Don't press him if you have to lap him. Just give him some space.
Yeah, and that is where that kind of help really comes in to play there, is you hope you've got somebody feeding you information, but quite honestly, there may be drivers out on this track who are not aware that he's actually running a solo effort, and it's like, well, you hope he keeps it focused for the whole time, but, I guess anything can happen, right?
probably a couple reasons to give him extra room, because you appreciate what he's doing and you're scared of what he's doing. So, I mean, if I'm coming up on a driver who's been racing for 20 hours straight, I might want to give him a little extra room too.
Well, I mentioned lappers before. I'm looking at our timing and scoring, and I see only 2 cars left on the lead lap. Now, I'm not sure how much of this is due to pit cycle, putting guys a lap down, but right now, we only have Core Motorsports, the Husingfeld guys, and Pure Racing Team, so Kei Kashuba and Maximilian Manecki, only 2 drivers on the lead lap. Jonas Vollmeyer for Pure Racing Team 74 recently went a lap down to K.
Yeah, usually I can say don't worry, it'll all cycle out once the pit cycle is done, but I'm afraid that the 74 team and the 220 team, both of Pure Racing, those guys both need to come in for a stop as well as the guys in front of them. So I think legitimately there are only 2 on the lead lap right now.
And then there were 2.
Maybe NX Racing has a chance. They're still on there. Are they still 1 lap down? They've already made their stop. Maybe they can come around. I'm not sure.
Justin Brunner in the car currently.
Now, guys, this isn't a battle for position, but man, it's awful fun to watch. Marco Mogren at the front of that. Like I said, Mogren at the front of the battle here. Mogren in 19th place, but the battle right behind him, you've got Efkin Berkey, who had trouble earlier, got the car a little bit repaired, now back to 26th place, and then right there, Massimo Era. Certainly, Joe, you and I have seen his name plenty here in the endurance racing circuit, sitting 35th. Man, all 3 of them charging really, really hard right now.
And what's interesting about these 3 is they're all 3 on different laps. So, like you said, none of these guys are battling each other. I wonder if they're just kind of working together, saying, hey, let's slipstream, let's save some fuel maybe.
Mogren was in that calamity of things that we saw earlier there. He was part of that, so you wonder if these guys might have been there as well. Boy, look at that Audi.
He's defending on him. Interesting. As he tries to go around the outside of the bus stop. That's not going to work as he spins the tires coming out of that chicane. And unfortunately for Berkey, he's not going to be able to get close enough for a pass.
Are we
got a
having
car 3
fun
laps
yet?
down? Got 3 laps down, followed by car 5 laps down, followed by a car 8 laps down. And then
we are 2 dudes right behind him.
Right now, that is a battle for position, I think. Well, I mean, if you want to go all the way, I think Mogren is in that battle, right? Because he's 3 laps down as well.
Yeah, exactly. That's Randy Cheneth sitting there in 20th place. So that is in a battle indeed.
So the longer he keeps, then he's not going to be able to keep that out.
Mogren off the track.
Maybe a little lack of focus up the Kemmel Straight there for a moment.
Ooh, I don't know. Hey, well, I will tell you this: the car does have a tendency to want to dive out there off to the side of the track as you finally get out of ready on and start to straighten the car out down Kemmel. It's easy to do if you lose focus, indeed.
Boy, I bet you that really hurt him. He did not want to be. He did not want to let the Audi get around him there before they get into the twisty sections, because now he's going to be held up through his faster part of the track. And here comes the other Audi back there. That's Gecko Vortex Sim Racing in the 111 car.
Guys, we are on lap 222. Sean, how many are left? You've been keeping track of this?
To a T off the leader, 398.3, sir, remaining. Well, we've got about 398 laps to go.
Thank you, Mr. Spock. Should we go one more decimal point, please?
That 3 is repeating, of course.
Oh, okay.
Of course.
Well, there we see our leader who puts another lap on yet another car, and that was Teo Bubicic, I think. I'm not sure if I got that one right as well for Delta Motorsports Endurance. They're currently running 33rd. Another driver that's just trying to put the laps in, seeing what they can gain after being a little bit down the order, and some damage implies that maybe some trouble. Oh!
Mogren's in the pits.
You said Mogren was off. I thought you meant off course.
No, I'm sorry. No. He was getting through the chicane. What was funny was his Massimo was right behind him, and he was flashing the lights at him really hard, and then he dove off.
Now let's look at We Are Two Dudes here, how long they get to go. They're currently running in 19th position. Will they be coming in soon? I'll let you know in just a minute.
They're actually in 17th right now, it looks like. Gained some spots from clean cars.
Yeah, here we go. They're on a 21 lap run stint right now, so they should be in the next 5 or 6 laps.
All right, at the tail end for Randy. And during your interview, Sean, did Josh say when he was next heading in? Because it's been a long stint for Randy so far.
He said he was in next, period. So
all right, well, there we go.
As soon as,
next means I'm the next driver in, but that means I'm coming in?
Well, of course he's the next driver in.
Well, remember, it's just 2 dudes. So, no, but yeah, he was going to get in the car and said he expected to do 3 to 4 stints. So
he did 114 laps the first time. Then Chenworth did, let's see, but oh my goodness, he's done about 105 laps. Yeah, so I think it is time. It's probably time for Joshua to get back in. Put in another, my gosh. That's a long time to go.
Guys, do we have a problem developing with Coanda?
We just
one of the Coanda teams?
We've heard they've come back in, and they're not... Oh, they're not in the world, so they may have retired. Oh, so let's a moment of silence for one of our top teams here who are looking very, very strong.
Yeah.
So Phil, with 15 hours, 13 minutes left to go on the clock, they called it quits. A little bit too much damage to continue on, apparently.
That is a shame. They were a great car. You know, I think one of the bigger stories coming out of the race so far is the fact that Pure Racing, you know, they've got 3 cars sitting there in the top 5. That's pretty impressive. That's good teamwork.
So.
Wonder if they've got one person managing all 3 teams. I hope not.
I was going to say,
I want to meet that person.
I hope they have 6 arms. All right, we're watching 3rd place, Jonas Vollmeyer for Pure Racing, number 74. Now, he is nowhere near our 2nd place driver, a whole minute and 50 back, actually, from his teammate Max Benecki.
Yeah, Benecki just got finished working through a bunch of traffic, and some of it was pretty tight, to be honest with you, for a car that's in 2nd place. You'd think maybe he'd get a little more respect. They've not made it easy on him.
He's still trying, and he has led, what I'm seeing on my timing and scoring is 3 laps of this race, of the 224 gone by. Now, that might not be fully accurate, though. Well, it's been a while, so let's go through our full order.
Really?
More time.
Really?
I'm sorry, Bill.
We can't let the other team do it?
You know what, Joe? I've got him. I'm good. I've got him.
All right. Well, let's go through, remind everybody of where everything sits, especially because we don't really have battles that I'm seeing on screen. So,
well, you know what? Hang on, real quick. Pure Racing starting to make a cycle of pit stops. Jonas Wallmeyer from 3rd.
All right. So maybe we should hold on for just a moment.
I think we should,
because maybe the rest of the team is. I'd have to look. I don't know if they're all on the same strategy or not.
Yeah, and I think our leaders would become. Yeah, our leaders should be coming in very soon too. There we go.
All right. Strategy once again.
We've got Uzel coming to the chicane now, and he's off in the pits. So, Pure Racing obviously running a unified strategy here. Not a bad one to have either.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. I mean, this is a well-drilled team. When they come in, they're not coming in halfway. They know exactly how things are going to go. They've got that car set up to the 9s, and it shows. The drivers have put in the laps. We've seen it here today. They've been an incredible force. They haven't been able to topple Husingfeld Core Motorsports quite yet. But with that being the only one left, I believe, of Core Motorsports in this top split, now that I don't believe we've seen any of their core guys. I was going to say Coanda fell out, but that's a different team. Different C team, unfortunately. I think this is a solo effort in the top split, so they are basically taking on Goliath here today.
Yeah, it's David versus Goliath.
You know, we've talked about the endurance aspect of this racing all day, and it takes such sacrifice by the drivers. And let's face it, life happens. A lot how you schedule these drivers is based on what's going on in the real world outside of these people's lives. I want to give a shout out to my dear mother, Gail Ambrose, and my dear cousin Debbie Snyder for allowing me to be here today and blowing off their little soiree. So thanks, guys.
I tell you what, we talked about the great charity that Price is running for. I almost feel like we need a charity for you here, Bill, because you've had surgery recently, and you're gutting through a 3-hour broadcast, and then you're going to do another one later today. So hats off to you for joining us. You've been fantastic. You've been a joy with us.
Thanks, man. I love this. This has been a blast. I love these endurance races. You know that. I would, honestly, if any of the other teams would have me, I'd do this for the rest of the night, to be honest with you. No problem. I'm in.
Well, we need you for bootleg, so unfortunately we can't throw you in more. Actually, we do have one driver for 49 Motorsports waiting for an interview, and we've got a few moments left before we hand over to the other team. So why don't we get a chance to talk to Dexter Castro with our directors ready to pull him in. Let's pull Dexter in, see how his race is doing. Gerd Yanis is currently in the car. He's also teamed up with Amjad Jan, who's with us right now directing. And Dexter, we're pretty familiar with you. We've talked to you a lot, but 24-hour race out there today around Spa. How would you gauge that it's going for you guys?
Well, it was going pretty good, but then I heard that Amjad wanted the car a little pointier. So apparently I decided to scrape the wall a little and bend the fender in. Which unfortunately, iRacing with the BMW seems to think that minor fender damage loses you a boatload of time down the straightaways.
Well, currently you guys are 26. What's realistically your goal for this race? What do you have, a top 10 in mind, top 20?
I don't know. I mean, with these races, it's so much about, especially when you're in the mid-pack, it's so much about how much attrition there is that, I could see us cracking the top 15 if people ran into trouble, or we might not even make the top 20. So it's really just a goal of staying consistent. Even though we're about 2 seconds off pace right now, a little less, but we're a bit off pace right now with the damage, and just staying consistent and hopefully not making any more mistakes.
Yeah, I think keeping out of trouble and keeping down the mistakes is the name of the game when it comes to endurance racing. Now, I'm being told to ask you about the back of the car, and I guess I'm not very observant because I haven't looked until now. And it seems like you guys have a message to other drivers?
Sorry.
Sorry. Is that about something in particular?
No, just sorry.
Okay. I think it's a preemptive sorry.
All right. Sorry for the blinding paint scheme, I guess, right?
Well, it's actually a new one. I reworked it a little bit just for this race, but some luck that brought me.
Yeah, isn't that how it goes in Formula One? As soon as you put a special sticker or some sort of celebration on the car, you're going to have a bad race. So,
well, I mean, I did more or less the same last year at this race, so that was on the old paint scheme. So, it's all. Yeah, I guess I just tempted fate too much with the wall. I flew too close to the wall and it melted my fender.
you and
Good
Bill,
job, Icarus.
There you
Good
go.
job.
Borrowing from Bill, bringing those literary references in there.
Love it.
That was Dexter Castro for 49 Motorsports. Gerd Yanis is in the car right now, and they're in 26th position. Meanwhile,
Guys,
Bill, yeah, go
ahead. No, please, Bill, go ahead.
Oh, I was just mentioning, if I can get the smile off my face, the leader has put himself in the box there for a while.
And it comes with a driver change also. Angelo Michel going to get in the car now.
Yeah, Husingfeld Core Motorsports putting in another name in the car, just about shy of the 15-hour to go mark.
See, and that's another thing that these endurance races come in, because you think, oh man, that car's no one's going to catch that car. But there's driver swaps. We have a new driver in. How's he going to do? Is he as good as the other driver? Well, we'll find out.
I don't know. With how Core Motorsports has been doing, I can't see them having any sort of slouch in that car. But we'll see.
It's just another pro driver Yeah, with
There you go.
with a 6800i rating. So yeah,
Jeez.
now
You still
He's
want
not
to
good
wager,
enough.
Bill, that he's slow?
Well, yeah, that's kind of hard to make a case against that, but it's not 81. I mean,
Bill, just plead
Yeah.
the fifth, please. Just leave it alone.
yeah, I want people to stick around.
All right. Well, we have had more stops. Are we ready to go through our order? Or we need to wait for anybody else
I
to
thought
cycle
No,
through.
let's do it. Let's do it.
I thought
Yes.
we dodged that bull. All right,
Come on, Bill. You got to take your medicine.
I'm good.
All right. As we said, Angelo Michel for Husingfeld Core Motorsports just hopped in the car, retains that lead position as they have for most of the race. Maximilian Benecki has been trying to run them down, but has steadily lost time. It's now 34 seconds that the Pure Racing team, number 111, is behind our leader, Justin Brunner. Whoa! Oh, is that Price? Is that Price?
Oh
that
no,
just
it is
wrecked?
Price.
Oh no, we're gonna look at the replay. Was this self?
No.
No, it looks like he had
into it.
help.
Yeah, Basso. He got into Basso trying to make the pass and then ran into Bubicek behind him, in front of him. But boy, he took the worst of it.
I really hope he can get that car out and get going. Man, he was
Hard
looking at
hit.
a potential top 5.
A hard hit, but and he had to take the toe. He took the toe
no.
in.
I think that is going to seal the deal as far as even just a top 10 for that Mercedes. What a shame. He was looking so incredibly strong. He'd been the only car out there.
And I don't know if that was netcode more so than actual contact, but it was awful close.
I kind of wonder if that's a little bit of that brain fade. He should have maybe given a little bit of room on track if he was a little too tight up to that car. Well, that will cycle Jam Racing a little bit down the order, unfortunately. I was on Justin Brunner, who was in 3rd position. He's in NX Racing. Jonas Wallmeyer is behind him in 4th, about 36 seconds back. He's for Pure Racing Team, number 74. Tom Valentini has gotten back in the car for Pure Racing Team in the number 19 car, even though their team name is number 220. They're in the top 5. Claudio Klima has not been a bad race for Core Sim Racing Z4. I was wrong. Core Sim Racing does have another car out there for support, so excuse me for that error earlier. He is in 6th position. Victor Lobato Lopez, what a name, for Team Jim Thrustmaster number 001. He is in 7th position. Arcadius Newman, he is in 8th place. He's in GTL Virtual Racing Team number 2. We've been watching them have some good battles along the way there in the top 10. Lucas Yustat, he's worked his way back into the top 10. He's in 9th position for 24-hour Motors MSP Drivers Home 5. And then rounding out the top 10, we'll go to Sean. We'll save Bill here. Dennis Heinz rounds out the top 10.
All right, in 11th, I've got SRB Racing, Felipe Pava. And right now in the pits, Fernando Bordalo Vinent for Dark Antigo Racing Team. That they're going through a driver change, so that's actually going to cycle through. Isaac Price is in the pit stall, still sitting in 8th, but that car's still in there with damage. We'll go back to, that car's sitting in 15th right now. It's getting a little mixed up here, Joe. Sorry. Let's go here. Simon Trendell actually moves up to 12th for Team Chimera. Then we've got Randy Cheneth in 13th. He's just moved up there because of the cars that we have in the pits just behind then. Iban Gonzalo Fernandez is in the pit. Isaac Price is still sitting there. That's 14th and 15th. We go back to 17th. Thomas Arenz is in the pit stall for Core Sim Racing AMG. Philip Schallenberg is in 16th. For Team RSO, back in 17th, Isaac Garcia Dominguez. 18th is going to be Sergio Rota Jr. for Shark Motorsport. And 20th going to be Tom Ward out there for Friction Racing, still 3 laps down.
I got it. All right.
Okay.
The new guys coming in. Adam Young's going to be joining us in a while. I want you guys, Richard Losper and Samuel Ryman, pay attention. This is how you do it. Hidden Blackjack, Phoenix Endurance Motorsports. There you go. Running 21st, it's Richard Holiday. Now, right behind them, it's Team GT, and that's got Ivan Basso. Basso was just involved in that incident that took Price out. Team Inactive in 23rd position. That's driven right now by Michelle Jenke. Euphoria Racing, they're having a good feel about this race. Alberto Ray out there racing that one in the 24th position. Hitting the quarter century mark, it's Momentum Endurance, and that's Ethan Burkje. Then in the next spot is 49 Motorsports, and we know that it's not Dexter Casual because we just talked to him. We know it's not Amjad Yaman because he's in the booth directing. Who could it be? Who could it be now? Well, it's Yuri Yanis in the car right now, doing the stint until Dexter gets back in. Driving Throne, that's 24H Spa. I don't know what that means. There you go, 24 hours of Spa Driving Throne. Got it. A little Game of Thrones in 27th position right now. It's Yui Masia Butler. And remember, they're racing in the daytime, so they don't have to worry about the night being dark and full of terror. Blue Flag Racing, which I do not believe should be allowed to race in a top class event, but they're there anyway. Blue Flag Racing, driven by Ralph Culligan right now. The Hello Kitty and that beautiful Ford machine still out there. Sean said it was going to finish up, and I think it will. Right now being driven by Harold Kessler. And then rounding out the top 30, and you know what? I did not do that bad of a job. That's Odex Motorsports BES, and that's Antonio Arences Carvajal. Joe?
All right, Zachary Hanlon is in 31st position in the Evolution Racing Australian number 126. They actually have the right number on that car. Teo Bubicic, I believe, as Bill said earlier. That sounds a little more correct to me. The number 99 is in 32nd position for Delta Motorsports Endurance. Rafael Kujarczyk is in 33rd position. I'm amazed I got that on the first try. GTL Virtual Racing number 1 is in that position. Zach Thomas, they are in 34th, and 35th is Coanda Simsport number 88. Obviously, they're going to continue to slip down the order as they have retired. 36, it's Jeremiah Morton. Salty is out there for Lit Motorsports Australia 24H. Then Britton O'Brien is in 37th position, racing for Evolution Racing Australia, number 026. All the Australians are kind of together, it seems, here. George Nahox is in the 38th position, the number 95. Gecko Vortex Sim Racing Gray. We talked to his teammate a little bit earlier today. Sergei Maturana in the 39th position for Champs iRacing. Behind them, Oscar Manigan in 40th position. He has retired. He is out of this race and is slowly working down the order. Behind them, looking to overtake them in 41st, is Philip Janssen van Rensburg in the Mad Cow Buttercup car, but they are currently sitting in their stall. I'm not sure if this looks like it's a scheduled stop. He's got his pit limiter on currently. So I think they should be getting back out there soon, even though I don't think they have a driver in the car. No, they do not. So the cow is missing from the barn at the moment. Meanwhile, 42nd, Carlo Labate is also out of the race. Dustin Hickman is also in his stalls, possibly getting repairs, and now we're into the cars that are out of the race. Robert Tinsey, sadly, for TNT Gold, is in repairs in 47th, and Gregory Tansen, similar position in 48th. That rounds out all the drivers that are still in the server.
Joe, do you think Mad Cow Buttercup is in for a milking, possibly?
Could be.
Well, I hope they can persuade somebody to drive the car.
We had to get a few in. We didn't get a whole lot of screen time with them, but we had to get a few. But we're going to get a few more hours here on the Global Sim Racing channel, and leading the way is going to be Samuel Ryman, our lead for the next 3 hours. Sam, thanks for coming and joining for us, and I think you're going to be looking forward to this. We're seeing a lot more action, door-to-door action, than we saw at the ring here at Spa.
Yeah, absolutely. Heading into the nighttime hours, you guys are about to move over for us. And I'm glad you did just do the rundown the race order, Joe, because there's a lot of names out there I can't pronounce. Going to see some interesting names out here during the overnight hours, I'm sure. Hopefully some interesting racing to go along with it. Hey, it's always interesting at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps, a popular one among drivers and a popular one among fans, and if anyone who's been watching this broadcast for more than 10 or 20 minutes can certainly see why.
And I'm looking forward to that coverage, mostly because I can sit back for just a moment and save my breath here. Again, thank you for joining us here on the Global Sim Racing Channel and iRacing Live. You're watching the 24 Hours to Spa on iRacing. As we said, Angelo Michel leads the way for Husingfeld Core Motorsports. We're going to step away for just a brief moment as we take a breather and the next team gets settled in. We'll be back in a moment, and Sam will take you all the way to V8 Online.
Hello and welcome back to the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. We are back for more live action here on the Global Sim Racing channel of the 24 Hours of Spa. We now have less than 15 hours left to go, but boy, that is a long time. Plenty of racing action still to come. Plenty of surprises, good ones and bad ones, left for all of us in store. And we are looking forward, as much as you guys are, to see what is going to happen next. Alongside me in the booth here, I have Adam Young and Richard Blosper. We're going to be calling the next 3 hours of this event. And Richard, you've been checking in on the race pretty much since the get-go. What are your thoughts on the race so far?
Well, at the moment, good day to all the viewers, and happy to be back in the booth on one of these endurance races. The GT3 cars out on track, they are fantastic to watch. My thoughts on the race has been, it's been a race with a fair amount of attrition. There are a bunch of cars out of the race. We'll go through all that in due course. At the moment, we have exactly, if I'm not mistaken, 3 cars on the lead lap, Samuel. So that shows that the racing has been torrid and that there have been lots of incidents. If you're taking out of 57 cars, you've got about 54 cars laps down on the leaders. Only 3 cars that we can see there. Hussenfeld, now we've got to get this right. Hussenfeld Core Motorsports leading at the moment, with Pure Racing Team in 2nd position and Inex Racing in 3rd position. Those are the 3 cars that are on the lead lap. And I feel that, Pure Racing Team and I got to get this right, Hussenfeld has been probably the driver of the team of the day, I should say, Samuel. They have virtually led from the get-go.
Alright, so those are the insights of our Australian expert, Richard Blosper. And now we're going to hand over to our American now, Mr. Weatherman, Adam Young. Adam, how have you been enjoying the race so far, as we now just tick over 14 hours, 45 minutes left to go?
Well, the little bit I've been able to catch here in the top split has been a pretty good race so far. Of course, I've got my own team trying to run here today. I've done a couple stints already, and so we're just trying to stay busy. These GT3 cars, they're a blast around here. They're a blast to drive. They're a blast to watch. And now we're getting to the point of the race where we're starting to see a lot of track dynamics coming into play. The corners are just black with rubber. And as the race goes along, we continue to see more areas get all that rubber down. It really affects how you exit the corner as you're driving. So we might start to see a few more problems there. And of course, some people it might benefit them. So that's going to be one thing that we'll be keeping an eye on, and also some places on this track where there's having a lot of dirt buildup, particularly out of No Name Corner. It looks like there's a ton of dirt out there. So 3 cars in the lead lap. There's only an additional 5 that are 1 lap down. And of course, in this race with this much time left, anything can still happen. And of course, we're going to be here for you the next 3 hours to kind of show you the way.
Now we're currently watching a battle for 6th position between the Audi of Team Jim Thrustmaster and also the BMW of Core Sim Racing 24. They're battling a lap down, which isn't too far back after 7 hours of racing, Richard.
Absolutely, and there are some battles certainly taking place. We are with Claudio Klima at the moment here. He is in a BMW, and he's trying to chase down the car of Victor Lobato Lopez in front of him at the moment. And they're coming through Blanchimont at the moment, heading down towards the bus stop. So this is a very, very fast part of the course as they will get into the braking area now for the bus stop, taking the right-hand turn, then the left-hand turn, and going up that short straight towards La Source to start another lap. So gosh, these guys, they are on lap 235. The leaders have done 236 laps. They are a lap ahead, of course. But Samuel, after 236 laps and something like 9 hours and 20 minutes, you've got to have a car that's really tired. You've got to have drivers that are tired, because most of them will be up all the time without any sleep anyway. So, you know, it's really, this is hard stuff, hard to do, really.
And you say that, Richard, and I'm sure it's a dead horse we're going to beat a couple more times as the night goes on, that the drivers have got to keep their focus throughout that. But surely, Adam, the fact that we just had a driver get caught up in a wreck from the top 5, these drivers running in 6th and 7th positions right now who just gained a position because of that, they're going to be well aware of that, and they're probably going to be a bit cautious right at this point in time, Adam.
Yeah, you know, I mean, it's a long race, and there's, you know, when you have I guess, an advantageous situation to you, obviously for Isaac Price, it wasn't an advantageous situation, and just happy to still see him being able to turn laps. You know, you take advantage of it, but you also realize how lucky you are at the same time, and sometimes it'll make you, you know, not take it into the next corner that little bit harder with the risk of trying to throw it all away. There's still so much time left on the clock, and nothing is set in stone at this point.
Isaac Price, one of the drivers racing for charity out there today. Unfortunately, if you've been watching for the past half an hour or so, he got caught in an incident running in the top 5 despite racing solo. The only good news I can see from that, Richard, is it happened early. Yes, we're 7 hours in the race, but we've still got, more than 7 hours, 9 hours in the race, but we've still got 15 hours to go. If he doesn't get into any more trouble, he still might be able to salvage a top 10.
Yeah, well, we certainly hope that is the case for our friend Isaac Price for Jam Racing he's racing for. And, well, he's doing it all by himself, and we hope that he can get back out there and actually complete the race, because just to complete one of these races is an achievement all on its own. I watched the start of the race, Samuel, and there were a bunch of cars, which also included the Mad Cow entry, that did not make it past the very first corner. The first move into La Source, the green light had just gone, and people were just trying to get up to racing speed to head down towards the second corner there, and there was a big accident, and a bunch of cars were taken out, and Mad Cow ended up in the wall right at the beginning. So, you know, long race, anything can still happen, as Adam just mentioned there, with over 14 and a half hours still to go. We have got the nighttime now. This is iRacing, of course, so you will not see any nighttime racing. The weather doesn't change automatically, but just think nighttime while you are viewing the daytime. And having a look at the guys coming out of Ravazia, the hairpin, and going down the hill towards Pohon, you can see all the marbles there, Samuel, on the left side of the course. And of course, as Adam mentioned, that big dark line in the corners there, that's rubber laid down on the track. So, you know, there's so much for us to look at and to catch up with after 9 hours of racing. But certainly, I am looking forward to the next 3 hours.
Yeah, do you think the drivers from your country there, Richard, the Australian drivers, are going to have a bit of an advantage here? Because in Australia right now, I think you're saying it's about 9 a.m. over there, which was certainly a time that you're normally awake, you could be racing, whereas all of our drivers racing in Europe are right in the middle of the night right now, and all of the ones in America are going to be within the next few hours. Maybe the Australians will be able to have a bit of a performance advantage here.
Maybe. It is morning at the moment, you're quite correct. It's coming up to 9 a.m. in the morning, and I myself have just risen from my bed scarcely an hour ago. But bear in mind that the guys driving in the race have been up all night, so they've already gone through that tough time racing in the wee hours of the morning in real time. And so for them now, they'd be pretty tired, because I believe that, you know, they've been up all night, or I'm pretty sure a lot of them will have been up all night because you're so much on a high that you're not going to be able to go to bed and sleep while you know your car's out there, even though there are other drivers in the car.
Yeah, talking about the situation, obviously we're not going to go into nighttime racing in the actual sim, as we see a battle for 15th position here, and it's quickly resolved. The driver in 15th place there quickly just let on by his competitor, Simon Trendell, in the Team Chimmers Audi there. Team Chimera, I apologise for that. Moves up a position and it is now running in 15th place on lap 239, actually probably a few laps behind that. But anyway, Adam, back to this point about the weather. Since it's going to stay daytime, that means the track temperatures are going to remain hot. What are the track conditions looking like right now?
Well, of course, we're running in the iRacing has it set up in the late afternoon scheme, and a lot of drivers will tell you this is probably one of the more grippier schemes that we could have here. Air temperature right now about 78 degrees. That's the iRacing default. Track temperature, though, running at about 87. So the track does have just a little bit of grip in it. I mean, obviously, if it was the middle of the afternoon, sun be high in the sky, and track be a ton warmer, there would be less grip out there. And I think that's part of the reason why we're still able to see a lot of these guys, especially the leaders, putting down some laps in the high 217s and low 218s, even still this far into the race. So the track's pretty grippy out there today.
And I'm sure the drivers are plenty excited about that. You see the driver running in 24th, 25th position here as our director goes through the field, picks up a 49 Motorsports car being driven by Jer Janis there, which has picked up a bit of damage early on in the race. We had an interview with Dexter Castro a little while ago. He told us that that damage is affecting the straight line speed, which of course is very important around the circuit Spa-Francorchamps. Let's talk about this circuit a little bit. Obviously it's one of the most famous circuits and also one of the most popular road courses in the world, the 4 Mile circuit located in Belgium. A lot of undulations, ups, downs, and plenty of overtaking opportunities, which doesn't mean a whole lot right now in the middle of a race when everyone's just trying to log laps, but hopefully there'll be a couple battles late on in the show in the closing moments where you really are going to have to think about where you want to make a move around here.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct, Samuel. I have watched many an endurance race where things look as if they just, drivers are just going through the motions and driving laps. And then all of a sudden we get to the end of a race, and this could be 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours. And all of a sudden, Samuel, you have action like you wouldn't believe. Drivers are battling hard for position. Guys who were a lap down have caught up with the field once again. So anything can happen. I mean, we've got over 14 hours to go in this race. And there are some drivers driving close to each other. I am currently looking at John Del Val. Now, he's from Driving Throne. And he is following a guy called Alberto Ray from Euphoria Racing. These guys are very close together. Whether they are actually battling for position, I'll need to check the driving scoring. But yeah, coming into Blanchimont, there's an overtaking maneuver by the Mercedes. He gets the job done. I understand from the director this is not for position. So still, it was pretty exciting to watch a driver overtaking another one on this track. These cars are driving at enormous speed, and Blanchimont is one of the faster parts of the course as well. So it's just trying to overtake any car is not without a risk, Samuel.
Mercedes and BMWs, just two of the cars we have out here today. We also have Fords, McLarens and Audis turning laps, and Audis have been looking particularly successful early on in the early stages here. They're running up front, a lot of them. As a matter of fact, I believe 2 of our 3 cars on the lead lap are Audis. And Adam, I wonder if you've experimented with the Audi around this track or on iRacing before. What do you think is playing to their advantage, if anything, here today?
Sam, let me just jump in just before you come in, Adam. Car number 3 has actually gone into the pits from Inex Racing. So that's our third placed car. He was in second place not that long ago. He's just coming in for what I presume is a regulation pit stop. But he's in the pits right now from third position.
This is kind of surprising, the amount of pit stops and stints this iNext Racing Mercedes has taken in the early stages here. This is their 27th stint they just finished up as they drop back to fourth position now. I only see one other car in the top 10 that has done over 20 stints, but hey, it seems to be working for them, running up in the top 5.
And Justin Brunner in the car behind in the pits there, he's got lots of smoke coming off his car, so he's taking some time there, so I think he's got a problem. That's Justin Brunner. Well, that's not Justin Brunner, that was the car that's behind Justin Brunner in the pits, so not quite sure what's happening there. Is that just heat fumes coming off the car or what?
Yeah, director informed me maybe I'm seeing a technical glitch about those 20 stints, but however he's got there or not, they're running up in the top 5. A good race so far going for that iNext Racing, and if you can stay in the top 5 and top 10, no matter what car you're in, you can certainly think about the win later on, especially if these Audis up front here run into trouble later on. And Adam, you were about to tell us a bit about the Audis.
Yeah, those Audis, I'll 100% honest with you, in my team's first failed attempt at running the 24 hours today, the 8 a.m. Central Time race, the strength of field, we tried with the Audi. That was been our plan all week. It's pretty, it's a nice car. It has lots of power. That's why you're seeing a lot of top teams being able to handle it. That mid-engine balance, though, sometimes will make it feel a little squirrely, especially on corner exit in those curbs. Really have to be careful with the curbs and make sure the car's pointed straight if you're going to touch one of them, because that'll be one thing that'll be for sure that'll throw you loose. But it has plenty of power. It overall handles pretty nicely, and it really is a pleasure to drive.
So Audi, after that pit stop from iNext Racing, actually now run 1, 2, 3 and 4. iNext Racing is the only car in the top 5 now. That means that isn't an Audi in that Mercedes AMG GT3 car. And of course, Mercedes around here kind of suffers a little bit. It doesn't have as high top end speed as a couple of the other machines. But as long as you can persevere and get it to the finish and it keeps looking clean, I mean, that's ultimately the way you get a car to keep its top end speed, Richard, is keep the front end looking clean.
That's right. If you have some altercation with another driver and you do jam it into the rear of a car, you will get some damage in the front, and that will most certainly hurt your top end speed, because you've got all kinds of damage perhaps to your radiator, damaged parts in the car there. And iRacing, even though the car is a simulated version of the real thing, they try to simulate what could possibly have got damage in the front of the car, and the solution to any of these sorts of problems is to slow the car down and you're off your top speed. But I was going to say that these Mercedes, they don't have that scream which I love about the Audi. The Audi has got such a beautiful tone to the engine, and some people don't like it. They think it's too, it screams too loudly, whereas if you listen to the Mercedes, it's got a nice deep sort of growl as it gets into the power band. But let me tell you, I like that scream. It reminds me a little bit of the Audi. It reminds me a little bit of a Formula One, although it sounds nothing like it, but you get that same sort of feeling.
And listening to all of the cars around here, all 5 GT3 manufacturers go around, there's also a great sound. And as we continue to look around at cars running around the top 10 here, you notice in 7th place is our 3rd highest manufacturer, was the BMW. I believe it was being driven by Claudio Klima. There he is for Core Sim Racing Z4. running only 6 seconds behind the car in 6th place there. We're going to need to keep an eye on that. Of course, the Audi of Team GM Thrustmaster there. We'll keep an eye on that. 5.7 right now.
Yeah, 5.7 seconds behind after 9 hours of racing. That's nothing at all. So there are some gaps there, even though just about everybody now, excepting for Angelo Michel, timing and scoring, showing me that he is the only car on the lead lap, with everyone else a lap down at this point in time. But as you go further down the field, it seems like cars are closer together.
Yeah, it looks like we still do have 2 cars on the lead lap, but as long as Angelo keeps that car out of trouble and keeps turning fast lap times around here, he's got a 36-second lead and shouldn't have to worry too much about the machines behind. Adam, haven't spoken to you in a while. We've been watching a couple of battles brewing, particularly the one for 6th. Are there any drivers you've been keeping your eyes on over the past few minutes here?
Mostly Justin Brunner in that iNext racing machine, and Berkey in the Momentum Endurance car. Victor Lopez in the Team Jim Thrustmaster car. Of course, we were just talking about him a minute ago. With the iNext racing machine coming out in front of him after his stop a few ago, he hasn't been able to quite pull away from the 6th place
car off the track. Sorry, guys, car off the track. There's Zachary Hamlin, car number 21 it is, and he was in 21st place, around about there. Just went right off the track and just got it started again. Sorry, Adam, I seem to be breaking in on you a lot, but there was some action there, and he's back on track now. Evolution Racing Australia. So one of the Australians in trouble.
Yeah, Zachary Hanlin, we're actually familiar with him in another series we broadcast on the GSRC, IDA, that's the right name. We've got so many abbreviations around here. I think he was having a solid run at Phillip Island just a few days ago. Not having a solid run here, unfortunately. Fortunately, he's 3 laps ahead of the car behind him, so he doesn't have to worry about losing a position anytime soon.
And Adam, go ahead. I'm sorry that I cut in on you. There was just
you actually cut in at the perfect time. I was just wrapping up my thought. I was pretty much done. You're good.
Well, yeah, let's keep an eye. Well, we'll come back to this battle for 5th. We'd seen it was 5 seconds, it's now 1 second, but this is a lot closer. This is a car length here in this battle for 13th position right now. That's Ibon Gonzalo Fernandez in front in the number 87 Audi there, the orange car. Behind is the Shark Motorsport. Boy, I like that team name. The Mercedes being driven by Sergio Roda Jr. right now.
And let's go to this battle here, which is Victor Lobato Lopez for Team Jim Thrustmaster 001. They are the team that are behind now by about 1.7, 1.8 seconds, 1.6 seconds now, as they go down the front straight heading into Eau Rouge. We have here the Audi being driven by Victor, and up ahead of them, a couple of seconds, is Justin Brunner from iNext Racing, and that is the 1.5 seconds that we were talking about there, Samuel.
I almost wonder if Justin Brunner ran into trouble a couple laps ago, because it was 5 seconds and it went down to 1 second, but it's held at 1 second for the last lap or so. But whether or not he did make a mistake, it certainly seems that the Audi behind is running Justin down.
Yeah, they had to clear out some lap traffic there a little while ago, and I think that's why we saw kind of the time, kind of separate. I want to point out somebody real quick, just to give him a quick shout out. Car number 28, he's running in 49th position, Christopher DeHard. for tbk-light.com Team A. That is one beat-up looking Audi. He's 150 laps down, but that's what the spirit of 24-hour endurance racing is all about. They got back out track and they're running. They're trying their best just to log laps right now. But just want to give them a quick shout out for working hard and still trying here.
And of course, it could pay dividends in the second half of a race, Richard.
Yeah, I wanted to follow up on what Adam just said there. In the last endurance race at the Nürburgring, we had a car that looked like it was straight off the scrap heap. And I want to tell you, I can't remember who it was. I wish I could. And that car raced for hours and hours and hours, and it looked like an absolute junk heap. And I'm not sure where it finished, but yeah, you can get kudos for just going around here, and it's a bit of fun for viewers to see a beat-up car going around as well.
I'm sure Sergio Roda Jr. really wants to make a move for 13th place, but the problem, Adam, when you're doing a team race like this, especially such a long team race, is even if you want to make a pass and you feel it's safe to do so, you've got to think, well, if I do mess up, I've got my team to apologise to as well. It's not just me who gets off my computer and says, oh, well, that was a bum.
Yeah, especially since we're still in the first half of this race. I keep bringing up my team a lot, but the last two endurance races we've tried, we've had problems during our first stint and the first parts of the race, and the guys felt really bad about it, that it happened to, even though the rest of the team is just like, oh man, don't worry about it, we'll get back out there, we'll be okay, but as a driver, you just feel terrible for letting your team down, and especially if something happens the first half of the race.
And we've got a BMW. Sorry. That bit of silence was donated there by the Australian National Library.
Yeah, well, now we're watching the cars come through La Source, and here they go. This is definitely an overtaking opportunity, obviously, but I think the problem here is what you really need is top speed to make a move, and neither of these two cars are really that badly beat up. And Sergio Roda Jr. in that Mercedes that struggles with straight line speed a little bit isn't able to really get a good enough closing speed on Ibon Gonzalo Fernandez. Maybe he can use one of those two cars trading positions in front of him as a pick in a couple laps time. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, and I was going to say that we've got a car from 9th place now moving down the field a little bit. That's Trimate's car, the BMW. In the pits, car number 7. They were from 9th place, so that looks like a regulation pit stop for them. And sitting up there in the top 10 nicely, so car looks nice and clean, so they're doing a great job.
Of course, it's man, I can't imagine, Richard. I've never done a 24-hour race. Is it frustrating when you're sitting in the pit stall that long doing an endurance race, or do you just know, hey, this is part of the game? You're actually enjoying it because you get to relax for a bit.
Well, Samuel, if it's a short race, say 2.5 hours, like we do 2.5-hour races in the Continental Endurance Sports Car Series, and when the race is even though it's endurance, it's a short endurance race, it's a little frustrating when you have to pit, particularly making a driver change, because driver change takes time and it feels like you're sitting there forever. But I'm sure that in these very long races, I personally have not done a 24-hour race as well. In fact, the longest race I've done was a 6-hour. But I would imagine that in these very, very long races, it's a relief to come into the pits and just take a break from driving. This is what I'm just thinking off the top of my head there, Samuel.
Very interesting to watch a car in second place right there, and the gaps that they had to the leader and to the driver in third. The gap to the lead is 30 seconds, which, let's be honest, in a 24-hour race with 14 hours to go, isn't a whole lot at all. That's actually an advantage to the driver in second, because I kind of think it keeps the leaders on their toes, whereas they also had 1.5 minutes over the next car behind them in third, so feel pretty good for that team sitting in second place right now. Meanwhile, as you can see on your screen, no change for 13th position as of yet, Adam.
No, but you know you got Sergio right on the heels of that Dercontigo racing team machine. That's really the battle on the track right now. Of course, we've been watching it here for a little while. You know, it's like he can just get to the back bumper, but he can't do anything. It's really fitting into the old adage of, you know, you can catch somebody, but passing him is a completely different story.
Well, we've talked about the Audis, the Mercedes and the BMWs are the only cars running in the top 10. Let's try and give a shout out to another one of the top running manufacturers here. Meanwhile though, we've just had the driver change in the pits that we're going to want to keep an eye on. Ramerson is in car number 24. If you were watching our broadcast a little while ago, you would remember our very own Bill Soup Zahn was talking about this driver. He's very fast, apparently, so let's keep an eye on him.
Yeah, that is Frederick Rasmussen, and he's going to be racing, well, he's racing in the BMW for Core Sim Racing Z4, and he's a very, very good driver. Seen him around the traps, and certainly he'll be taking on the stint and no doubt relishing it. Still got my eyes on this little battle here with Sergio Roda that Adam was talking about. Hasn't changed. I think that Sergio seems happy to just sit behind the Audi there. The Audi has a bit of a bobble there, and it looks like the Mercedes had an opportunity but didn't try to take it coming out of the bus stop. So I think he's waiting for the car in front to make a mistake or do something obvious that he can get by without too much drama, I think.
Yeah, it's just the the racing in this mentality. You know, there's no reason to force it. There's no reason to push it and put your car at risk or anything else. So you're exactly right. He's just waiting for the right time, I think, at this point.
Yeah, Adam, now here's a question for you. I mean, when you start off a long race, my own attitude is to take it easy and let things come to you in trying to, not trying to force the pace. Is that the sort of mentality you think that is prevalent amongst drivers? I've seen guys go like, hell for leather from the absolute, from the green flag. And here we go. This is getting serious now, that battle. Sergio Roda trying now. They're almost side by side going down, just coming out of reverse there and going down towards Buon. There was almost some contact there, if we can get that on screen, as we see the Mercedes making a real attempt to make the pass there, Samuel.
This is really surprising that these two drivers are racing this aggressively. I would have had a feeling Fernandez would have seen the car kind of riding his bumper, and he's like, oh, now he's finally making a move. Well, I've got 14 hours left of this race, so let's let them by and see what happens. But that doesn't seem to be his strategy here, Adam.
No, they're just two guys having fun right now, I think, and they're not doing anything crazy to put the cars at risk, like I was saying. But I think that the one thing you might see here in a little bit, though, is going to be Sergio in that Mercedes, the straight line speed in that Mercedes, especially in the draft behind that Audi. He might eventually get him. My best guess would probably be on the Kimmel straight heading into that chicane will probably be his best chance to get him using that power. But Richard, you were bringing up the strategy point a few minutes ago, and it's one of those that for me personally with my teams, it's kind of like, where are we starting on the grid? Who do we have around us? Is it going to be a good situation to try to gain a lot of spots right off the bat? If it's if we're starting up at the front, if there's not a lot of opportunity to gain some positions, yeah, we're going to take it easy and let things ride out. And I think that happens probably about 80% of the time. But some of the other times, yeah, you kind of know that you have to get what you're going to get pretty quick to get set up. Hopefully, does that make sense to you?
Yeah, I understand what you're meaning exactly, because sometimes, particularly if you've looked at the qualifying and you've seen who's qualified ahead of you or behind you, then that kind of dictates your early race strategy. I tend to race with the same guys all the time, and you just know what they're going to do, and you know what you can do against them. So it kind of dictates the strategy. When you get some newer drivers coming into a race, particularly a long race, then if they are close to you or nearby you, then you have to think about how you're going to handle a challenge from them, or if you're behind, how you're going to challenge them, because they could be unpredictable. So lots of factors that go on inside a racing driver's head. And I mean, this is exactly the same as it is in real life. When I was doing real life racing, you've got to think about what you're going to be doing in exactly the same situation as with the sim driving. And sim racing is no different, in my opinion.
See, I personally wish I had the real world racing experience to fall back on to kind of elaborate more on that, but it's...
I'm sorry,
Here we go. Go ahead.
He does it.
That was a very good move.
Wow, I thought the lap car would become a factor. That was a nice move there by Sergio. He gets a position, and now that car goes down into the pits.
And Sergio should be able to open this up here over the next couple of laps too. I mean, I think he's got the faster car right now, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, it did surprise me a little that he chose one of the more difficult parts of the course going into Blanchimont there to make his move. Not the place I would have chosen. I would rather try it on the Camel Straight, but he made it stick. And of course, Ivan Fernandez in the Audi let him go, because that was probably the right thing to do at that moment.
Yeah, he's still hanging on to his coattails a little bit here. I mean, granted, the Kimmel Straight isn't going to be somewhere where you're going to gain a lot of time on somebody in this particular situation. But, and you're right, that was kind of an odd place to really try it. But I think that falls back into these are just two guys out there having fun right now.
Oh, I'm kind of curious to keep an eye on this one, because Fernandez did seem to be driving a bit defensively earlier on, and I almost wonder if Sergio kind of did a pass in an area you wouldn't usually expect to see one, because he was trying to force Fernandez into a surrender, like, hey, you're going to give me this position or we're going to crash, and Fernandez used his head, yielded the position, now conflict is resolved. But as you mentioned, he's still hanging on to him. But while that battle's been resolved, we've actually got a driver here come to talk to us. George Nordrox, running for the number 26 Gecko Vortex Sim Racing Audi that you see on screen right there. Currently being... Oh, I'm sorry, it's the number 95 machine. Okay, there's two Gecko Vortex Sim Racing cars out here. This is a grey one, and you can see this one has a bit of damage. I was going to say their team car looked to be a bit clean. This one is a bit beat up on the front end, but hey, it's still logging laps up there. Let's see if we can talk to George. George, you got the copy?
Yes, I copy.
How's the race going out there right now? We see you have a little bit of damage, but the car's still going around.
Yes, the car is still running fine. We're just lacking a bit of top speed.
Yeah, I'm sure that little punch in the front end is not helping things there. What are the team's goals from this point, with just a bit over half of a race still to go?
Oh, we just want to finish. Of course, as far up as possible. But with our early accident and we had 70 minutes repair, we lost a couple of positions.
So what's the strategy here? Currently you have Diedrich Kynes, if I pronounce that correctly, racing the car out there right now. How much longer are we going to see him behind the wheel?
Well, he just started his first stint. For us, it's the night, and we're doing double stints now.
Oh, okay, so he's got a long road in front of him. Well, maybe he can pick up a few positions. How experienced is this team with doing 24-hour races? Have you done a few of these before?
Yeah, a couple of us did it. And most of us are IndyCar drivers, and at least we are familiar with the Indy 500. But 24 hours is, of course, something completely different.
Absolutely. Anyway, I'll open it to Richard and Adam here. If they'd like to ask you anything before we let you go and debrief a little bit more with your team, Richard.
Yeah, just wanted to ask George, you've just come out of the car, I presume. How are you feeling?
Well, a little exhaust. It was a double stint for me, but it's still fine.
So how many hours did you actually spend in the car there, George?
Oh, I think it was one double stint and a single stint. I think around 3 or 4 hours. Yeah,
wow.
Close to 4 hours.
Yeah, that's a long time behind the wheel, and you say you're still feeling good, so good on you, George. I'll hand you over to Adam, and after that, go and have a well-earned rest.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, George, since you've driven there a couple of hours, describe to us a little bit how the track itself has changed and how the car is changing in handling in response to the track over the course of this race so far.
Yeah, the track is perfect. It's with the lots of rubber. It's picking up grip. It helps us with our damaged car. And it looks amazing out of the cockpit.
Yeah, the car definitely does look pretty good. At this point in the race, do you think the general consensus amongst even the front runners as they're trying to get through lap traffic and everything else, just kind of being patient, or are we seeing a lot of aggressive moves that you're seeing from the driver's seat?
No, I can't say that. Of course, at the moment we are almost the slowest car on the track, and we get passed a couple of times each lap. But it's very cool from the other drivers. No issues so far.
All right. Well, hey, George, appreciate you coming in to talk with us today, and hopefully we get to talk to you again here over the course of the race.
Yeah, it would be a pleasure if I can come and back again. Well, it's still a lot of time left.
All right, well, that was George Nordrox coming to speak with us there, driving that number 95 Gecko Vortex Sim Racing grey machine there, currently running in 36th position. Like he said, it's a bit of a pace, but it's going round in the right direction. One car that has ran into a bit of trouble, though, unfortunately, Rasmussen, the driver we've hyped up a little bit, was in the pits not too long ago. It looks like he ran into some trouble with some lap traffic, and that's cost him some time.
And speaking of lap traffic, at least as it pertains to the leader right now, if we can go up front, he's got the car number 7 right behind him, Lars Boll, in the Trimates machine, and he is running almost identical lap times to the leader here so far, and has even attempted to try to get around him a few times. It just might be worth it to watch in case he tries to make a risky move here.
Well, look at that interval. There's trouble for the for Pure Racing team in 2nd position. Look at the interval. It is increasing exponentially. Are they in the pits? Is that why that's going on? Oh, okay. There's not trouble. They're coming in for a regular pit stop. Okay, I wondered why they dropped back about 30 seconds when we cut to the interval there. Well, that would explain why. Are we going to get a new driver for the Pure Racing team? Howdy there. Hey, I'm glad I woke everyone up.
Yeah, well, Pure Racing team, all 3 of their cars have come into the pits. They were running very close together. in terms of their strategy, and we've seen this previously in the stint with our other team that they had come into pits together. They're not sort of together on track, but they certainly come in at the same time. So they're talking to each other and making their decisions on. So certainly, whoever's on the box there for them, the crew chief has got some really good control over what's happening in the team.
Yeah, absolutely. And here we see the leader going by that put them all a lap down or two. But I'm sure he'll have to come into the pit soon. And now, for the first time in this race, to my knowledge, second time this race. Okay, director corrects me there. We have the number 33 Audi as the only car on the lead lap.
And you know what? That is a magnificent achievement. There's no question. To put a lap on everyone in the field, even though we know that just on 10 hours have passed in this race, that is no mean feat. And we've seen Angelo Michel now in the car. I have to go and check to see who the previous drivers were, but these guys have done a fantastic job with that car. And that is, we're talking about the Using Felt for Motorsports team, car number 33. Fantastic job, and they've been out in the front there just about all race long.
It's not just a car out there though, it is an Audi, which I think is also helping to the team's advantage. 8 of the top 10 positions, last time I checked, are currently being taken by Audis. Now we've been talking about the Mercedes and the BMWs as well, and there's 2 other cars, the McLarens and the Ford GTs. However, there are no McLarens, to my knowledge, in this top split, and there is only one Ford GT. And that is one of our favourite cars out there, the Hello Kitty number 77 machine, currently being driven by Jesper Jalika.
I hate to say it. Go ahead, Richard.
Just going to say that...
Leaders in. Sorry, I had to interrupt you at least once.
Yeah, go ahead. Well, that's... I interrupted you so many times, so feel free. But you're quite right, the leader is in. Go ahead.
No, I think we're going to...
I had to interrupt you too, Adam. You go ahead.
It's all right. It really is. So, we're going to see here if I think he's going to, if they're going to take a driver change or not. But it's a smart move. Even to just try to get away from the lap car that just would not let him go with Lars Boll, even if they were to come in a lap or two early here. Of course, this is all about strategy, but such a long pit road. We haven't talked about the pit road, at least amongst us three yet. The endurance pits here is just so long, and 37 miles an hour being the speed limit. You got that kink right in the middle where La Source is. I quite honestly, I hate this pit road. That's my feeling on it.
We've seen crashes on this pit road before in previous broadcasts and also early in this race. Fortunately, Angelo was able to navigate the La Source kink okay there. Now we're going to keep an eye on the number 111 machine here, who is now back on the lead lap, halfway around the track, but barring disaster, the car on pit road, our race leader, should come out with the race lead still, because I had a 30-second lead to begin with before the stop started.
Well, that's right. And just to talk about that, this pit road, I mean, it starts at the bus stop. You shoot off into the pits just coming off the bus stop, and it goes all the way around La Source, all the way around towards past turn 2, past turn 3, and when you come out on the pits, you come back out going up the Kemmel Straight. So it is a ridiculously long pit, and I know that they fit 60 cars on this pit, but I think it's got to be one of the worst designed pits I've ever seen, Adam.
Yeah, and I love Spa. I mean, I think me and Richard, we were talking before the broadcast started about liking Spa, and it's such a fun track to drive on. But yeah, the pit road, I don't know. But, I guess you kind of got to do what you can with the space you're given as far as the track designers.
Yeah, that's correct. At least the exit from the pit is quite straightforward. There are a couple of other, I think the GP pits where the coming out of the pits is a trying thing. I've seen many cars crash just trying to get out of the pits. And it's even worse trying to get out than to get in. So I don't know, maybe they'll redesign the pits at some point, but I think it's part of the character of Spa. I wouldn't be surprised if they leave everything exactly the way that it is. This track has got such a beautiful history that to change anything is almost like messing with history.
Right, and considering the fact that they haven't had a major change in layout, I think, since probably maybe the mid-90s, I don't think they've had a major change in layout. I think they modified the bus stop in the mid-2000s at some point. But how many tracks, especially tracks that are on the F1 calendar, can say that nowadays, that they haven't had that big of a layout change in forever? I mean, it just speaks that Spa is just a great course.
Meanwhile, we're watching the battle for 7th position on screen here between two Audis. And you saw not much had changed up front. There's still 36 seconds between our two leaders. Our race leader did not make a driver change. Let's see how this battle for 7th goes down. They're coming up into a couple of overtaking opportunities.
And,
that's correct.
The one thing the one thing about the driver change too that's important to bring up, especially as we see pit stops, if we have people out there watching that aren't necessarily familiar with how endurance racing works in iRacing, is that if you switch drivers, there is a 30-second hit at least on your pit stop. Now, if you take it like right at the beginning of your pit stop, you start the driver change early, that 30 seconds counts down as the pit stop goes along. But I've seen cases where guys will wait till almost the last second, whether it be just a lapse in judgment or something else, that 30 seconds will count down and they didn't do it in time to not have it run down while they were doing gas and tires. So driver changes, when we call them out, they're pretty important in that regard. With that 30-second hit, sometimes it's something to watch out for.
And I'm just going to get back to this battle here with Julian Grunestel in 24H MSP Drivers Home. He is sitting in 8th position. He's trying to chase down 7th position there. And 7th position is Victor Smolazek. If I've got that correctly, I've probably messed that up completely. But very, very close as they come down towards Burhan now. Let's see, there's less than half a second between these two cars, so it should be an interesting battle as we go forward.
It's amazing how at racetracks the definition of overtaking opportunity changes as the race goes on. In the last couple of laps, this might potentially be one that's right-hander right here, but I really think in the middle of a race, the only thing you can truly call an overtaking opportunity, at least a safe one, is around at the end of Camel Straight, and they'll be coming up there in the not too distant future.
Yeah, they're very close now. They're coming to a very fast part of the course. We saw an overtaking maneuver into Blanchimont before. Here we go again. Same good move there. Good move from Julian there to take the position as they go into the tight left-hander, which you can get very loose and come out way off track if you're not careful there, but he's done a great job with that maneuver.
Yeah, especially that Audi, you got to be careful with the curbs there on the outside of Blanchimont, and that was very smart, I think, on Victor's part. I really think Victor kind of lifted just a touch early for Blanchimont to give Julian the position. Of course, I think he realized that Julian's probably going to be the faster guy here, and Julian's blinking the headlights and everything else, and it's probably smart just to kind of let him go right there.
Yeah, and the point is, when you're driving a red car, you're a target anyway.
Well, also they've got another number they've got to keep an eye on here, Adam. If they battle too much, Lars Boll in 9th place is only 11 seconds behind him now.
Right, we've already seen Lars Ball be able to keep pace with the leader. I mean, granted it was at the end of the leader's stint, but I mean, he was looking to get around. As we see another move here as Victor tries to get around Julian. That was kind of an aggressive move right there. Oh, a little bit of contact there as they went through the first part of the chicane. That's going to allow the lap car of John Duvall to get past Victor, and Victor might actually lose a couple of spots, at least on track, not necessarily in actual position, but on track, as Philip gets around him here, Philip Sollenberg.
This is hard racing for no good reason, in my opinion, and I think Victor's done the right thing. He said, I'm backing out of this thing. I'm not going to get involved here because the driver in front of him that was heading for the position, which was Julian, was determined to race and get the position. I guess that's what you're here for, but with something like 14 hours to go, it's not something you want to be too aggressive in doing, I would believe.
Right, and one thing is Amjad, our director, would you be able to go back to that move there and that little bit of contact there in that first chicane outside of Kimmel? You can see the aggressive move that he took to try to get around Julian, because Julian had grabbed the position by that point, and Victor just right at the beginning of the chicane, right under braking, took it hard right and said that I'm going to go ahead and try to take this right back from you, and Julian shut the door on him. He's like, no, that's too aggressive of a move. You're not going to get past me, and I really think that's kind of what happened there. As you watch them come up to the top of Eau Rouge, you can see the gap here that Victor's able to close up on Julian, and just watch Victor just push it right to the right there, right as they enter the braking zone there. That was a pretty aggressive move there.
And Victor's really came off the worst of it, because we saw right before we went to replay, he's actually already dropped back about 2 or 3 seconds from the car that's now in 7th place, and that has allowed Lars Boll to get within 8 seconds of him, just 7.6 back now.
That's right. So Victor now is got 2 lap cars in front of him, in between him and the 7th position of Julian. So maybe he'll just sit back and contemplate what went right or what went wrong in that move previously. And he's not that far off, 14 hours to go. Let's just play it cool and carry on racing, and we'll see what happens. But you're quite right there, Samuel. Last bolt, as we see dust being thrown up, lots of marbles on the left-hand side going down this straightaway, coming down off the hills there, and you can see them kicking up dust. iRacing has done a fantastic job in the way they're handling this marbles and the dust and the smoke coming off the cars, don't you think, Adam?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, of course, there's so much of that out there at this point of the race. I mean, if you look off the racing line, especially in certain parts, the track is more brown than gray and black.
I love how that dark black line has developed in the corners. That's just rubber being laid down. You see that a lot in, particularly in kart racing, where I come from. And kart racing, middle of the day, there's so much rubber that's been laid down on those little tracks, because there's lots of tight turning in kart racing, and that black line is something you look for and something you want to avoid if it's a really slick day as well. So sometimes at nighttime you want to get on the dark bits so you can get some grip during the daytime. In the hottest part of the afternoon, maybe race 3 in the afternoon, racing at about 3 p.m. in the afternoon, you want to get away from that sticky bit, because it's so sticky it can actually throw you off. So not sure if that's what's happening here, but it certainly looks good.
And what certainly looks good up front right now is this number 33 Audi, continuing to be driven by Angelo Michael with a 35.67 lead over the Pure Racing Team Audi, back in 2nd place, being driven by Maximilian Benek. Well, we're going to take a quick break here on the GSRC. We'll be back in a few moments. Pit stops happened not too long ago, so hopefully you shouldn't miss anything up front. But we'll let you know when we come back here on the GSRC. Hello and welcome back to the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps in Belgium. You haven't missed a whole lot. You'll see there are 13 hours and just a little under 45 minutes left in this 24-hour race at the famous Belgian circuit. And
you know
here is
what?
our race leader, Angelo Michael, Richard.
Yep, Angelo Michel still racing and leading this race. And you know what? I wanted to make a comment that second place, Maximilian Benecke for Pure Racing Team, you know, that gap that has stayed absolutely constant virtually since we took over the commentary in this stint here. 35, 36 seconds, even with pit stops in between. That gap is absolutely constant. So obviously, Samuel, these guys have the same pace. One has to wonder what happened to put Benecke and his team that 35 seconds back, because I don't know what happened in the early parts of the race.
Yeah, well, 35 seconds back is definitely not too far back. It's good to run in second position, and someone who can tell us something about that is Adam Young. Adam, your team is actually running in the fourth or fifth split right now here at Spa, and they're running in second. How does that make you feel as a driver?
Well, we were running the fourth or fifth split. We actually had to abandon the effort just because it just got to the point where it was just bad luck. You know, you have bad racing days. It happens to everybody. So we actually went ahead and started the noon race. So we get to go until like 12 or 12:30 tomorrow now, Central Time, and that's right there though. In our split on that, we're actually running second right now. So a couple overnight driving stints to do. So I'm already dragging a little bit. I'm kind of wondering how I'm going to do later.
Yeah,
well, you brave.
Yeah, and here our director's running through the race order for you. You get an idea of what cars are up front here, and the answer, Richard, there's a lot of Audis.
Yes. If you look through the top of the field, it's just Audi, Audi. Then you see Mercedes, then Audi, 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 Audi. And there, last bowl is a BMW. So there's a Mercedes and a BMW in the top 10, and the rest of them are Audis.
Yeah, last bowl, we keep seeing him. He was running right behind the leader, and then we were talking about how he was closing in on the battle in front of him, to which it almost looks like one of those cars was actually down pit road not too long ago.
And just to kind of go back about two topics here, we were talking about that the big gap right now between first and second of 35 seconds. A lot of it just has to do with just the drivers they've had in the car so far. That Husqvarna team has been able to have some guys have been able to put down consistent laps in the 217 range. So they've just been a little bit faster overall, and have just been able to gradually build up to that 35-second lead until about the last driver or so, when I think the pace is kind of evened out between them.
Well, we talk about 24-hour races, Richard, and everyone knows, you've kind of got to approach it a bit conservatively. You've got to make sure that you get the car to the end in one piece. You don't do anything stupid. If your car does get in a wreck, you persevere and try and get it back up there. But how would you say racing the 24 hours of Spa differs from the 24 hours of Nürburgring or Daytona? Let's start with Nürburgring.
Well, Nürburgring, the big difference is you've got, 167 turns or something on Nürburgring, right? You've got long straightaways. That last section coming towards the end of the lap there at the Nürburgring is you feel like you're on flat out on the gas for something like 3 minutes. It's that long, but it's a totally different track and has to be approached so differently. The idea of racing 167 corners does not appeal to me to start with, and but a lot of guys absolutely love it. And so racing there, you've got to be super alert, because it's turn after turn, corner after corner. There's could be hundreds and hundreds more gear changes per lap than you would get at, say, here at Spa. Spa has a lot of undulation and a lot of really fast sections heading into tight corners, so you've got to be really careful. At Spa, but certainly I would think comparing Spa with Nürburgring would be a lot more difficult.
Yeah, and as we continue to flick through the order here, see a battle for 15th shaping up, just 3.5 seconds between Tom Ward in the Friction Racing Mercedes in 15th place, and the Core Sim Racing AMG Mercedes being driven by Thomas Arends, a number 25 machine in 16th place there. So we'll let Richard talk about the Nürburgring. What about Daytona, Adam? How would you say this race here, a 24-hour race here, differs to one there?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at it, you know, as far as 24-hour races in, you know, when you talk about corners, difficulty, and all that, you almost have to put it in the different categories. Nürburgring, of course, just with how many corners and everything else, as Richard was saying, is really at the top of the list. Spa would be in the middle, and on the other end of the spectrum is Daytona. At Daytona, you know, there's certain technical parts about it, but Daytona is Daytona. It's the world center of speed. It's all about going fast. You know, you've got the high banks, you got the really long straightaways. I mean, you're driving on the oval, I think, for, you know, 3/4 of the lap you know, of the actual oval itself. And on the infield part of the course, I mean, you're still going much faster than what you are in places like Spa and Nürburgring. It's totally different because the draft plays such a huge role there. You're going to be a lot closer to other cars at times. It's a different animal than even the other two, but yeah, that also means that as far as alertness, you're not. It almost goes back to oval racing. You're not so much racing the track as you're going to be racing other cars too, and you're going to have to be conscious of who's around you and everything else, because you very well could be 6 inches off their door for a couple laps on end.
So Daytona, a place where you race as fast as you can, kind of run door to door with the other cars. Nürburgring, a race where you have to race the track, and really it's a more damage limitation than pace that will get you to the end. And Spa, kind of in between, seems to be the consensus here. You want to keep a car in one piece and get it to the end, get it up front towards the end, but at the same time you've got to race other cars, and we've seen plenty of that going on. Meanwhile, let's talk about this car we see on screen right here, the 49 Motorsports BMW, being driven by Dred Janis, who he's sharing with our director, Dred Yarmin, and also Dexter Castro, who we interviewed a couple of hours ago. Dexter told us this car had been running a couple of seconds off the pace. Well, apparently they were in the pits not too long ago to get some repairs done and some service on this number 49 vehicle, and it has been able to pick up a second. So let's see if they can break into the top 20. Let's see if that can be done before we go off air.
You know, it's probably that rear wing, how it's kind of tilted up just a little bit on the left side. I'm sure that's helping give them that advantage back in Blanchimont. I'm totally joking, of course.
Well, you know, you tilt that up a little bit more, and they should be able to take off if they get enough speed up. Maybe coming down the mountain, just, you know, do some low flying.
Yeah,
but
that's right.
Here we see them being overtaken there by, in fact, who is that just passed them there in Blanchimont? That was Zach Thomas, yeah.
He's actually a couple laps behind them, I believe, but the car's going a bit faster right now, so he takes a position, albeit a bit aggressively.
Yeah, they may be a couple laps behind, but he's still turning laps that are comparable to some of the front runners right now in the 218s. So, a couple laps behind, but still competitive. And the car itself doesn't look terrible. Of course, he ran into, I think, a few problems earlier on in the race to get him back there, in that team back there. But that car itself is one that'll be competitive in the back half of the field as they try to gain spots going through that second half of the race.
Of course, this isn't the only Gecko Vortex Sim Racing Audi out there. This one's in 29th position, but if you go back 5 more here, you see Diederik Kynes in the number 95 machine running in 34th place. This car's a bit more damage to it, but we were talking to one of the drivers, George, a little while ago, who told us that Diederik is going to be out of here. It's going to be out here for a couple more stints. So let's see how well he can hold up, see if he can gain any positions.
And you know, getting damage to your car whilst it's something that you don't want to have in your race, but it does happen. But in a long 24-hour race, it's not the end of the world. You're getting somebody... Go ahead.
Number 30 Audi, the SRB racing machine being driven by Tammy Asioli. And here we go, replay of what happened. Fortunately, it looks like just a harmless spin. Now running in the top 10 in a very clean car. And I don't think he damaged it too much there, so hopefully it's still clean, still running okay.
Yeah, it looked like as he came down, I see what happened. He waited, he kind of broke a little bit late, and I think he had to jump on the binders. And, you know, it just kind of goes to how the track dynamics change right there under braking. It's just that rear end just stepped right out from him in that braking zone as he broke late.
Now we see this battle on screen for 15th place. We saw brewing a few laps ago, and now it's finally on between Tom Ward and the Friction Racing Mercedes and Thomas Arends in the Corson Racing AMG Mercedes. And talking about setup, Adam, these cars are open setup, which you think would be an advantage for these drivers. Hey, they get to build a setup that they would all like. But the problem is, of course, you've got different drivers driving these cars. One driver might not like the same thing as the next driver, Adam.
That's right. You know, you're almost having to build to a consensus amongst your different team members, or you know, just trying to get your really fast guys to get something that they're going to be able to get out in front and run with while everybody else.
Here comes the move.
Between the white lines. Oh yeah.
Again, go ahead, Adam. But I tell you what, that seems to be the favored spot for overtaking.
It really does. I mean, that's the last couple of moves that we've seen there as far as passes for position have taken a place or been right there. I think that was right on the outside edge of Puhan. That's just a great place. It's nice, it's wide. If you happen to find yourself into trouble, you have a nice wide runoff area right there. Yeah, it looks like he's going to try to take another look here as they go through Blanchimont. Gets on the inside of him. Nice overtake. Now we'll be able to do the over-under as they go into the bus stop.
Yeah, that was a replay. Live action man. Going through Eau Rouge right now. There might still be another battle brewing. But talking about
I still had it set up on replay from looking at the spin a few minutes ago. I'm sorry about that, guys.
That's all right. Talking about the broadcast here, I almost wonder if some team members of these drivers are watching our broadcast and saying to their teammates who are driving, "Hey, every pass we've been seeing is happening in Blanchimont. Attack there." I really can't work out, Richard, why they're all passing there.
Yeah, this battle is still on. I mean, they're coming through Ravage at the moment. There's nothing between them. The car in front, of course, is Arends. And the following car at the moment is Tom Ward. Now, Tom just lost the position. He hasn't given up, but the gap is just slowly going out car length by car length. And as they come through Puhan at the moment here, it's a very fast part of the course. You really got to concentrate to keep the car on the track. And now they brake hard, go down to third gear and go around. Some take it in fourth gear, of course. But this is a very, very good part of the course now. Going into Blanchimont, this is where the draft kicks in. This is where the action happened in the previous lap. Has Tom got anything for Mr. Arends? I don't think so. I think it's a done deal, Samuel.
And of course, two numbers, whenever you see a battle going on like this, two numbers always worth keeping an eye on are the numbers to the car in front and the car behind. Well, they're about 17 seconds behind the driver in 14th place, David Alexis Jordan, for the Da Centigo Racing team there, the number 87 Audi. But they're 1.5 minutes ahead of Joshua Chin in the We Are Two Dudes Mercedes, a brilliant team name, by the way. So they can afford to battle like this right now, Adam, because they know they've got 1.5 minutes to the next car behind them. They can afford to have a little bit of fun out there.
Yeah, I think that sums it up pretty well. It's might as well.
Sounds like we might have an interview ready to go with who do we have there? Dino Topish. Delta Motorsports, Samuel?
Yeah, we know Dino. We'll get him set up here. And so let's welcome Dino Topic into the booth. Dino, do you have a copy?
Oh, yes, sir. How's it going?
It's alright, we're watching your teammate out on course right now, Theo Bubrick. Have I pronounced that anywhere near correctly?
Yeah, it's one of the harder ones. Theo Bubicic.
Theo Dupicic, okay. I'm still getting it wrong, I apologise. But he's doing an alright job out there in the Audi right now. The car doesn't look too badly beat up, running about the middle of field in the 26th. Are you satisfied with how the race is going?
Yeah, so far so good. We did the Ranning's a little bit of trouble. Initially we started 28th. I think we were up to 16th at some point. But yeah, so far so good, I think. Car feels good.
Meanwhile, we'll continue to watch your teammate here, but we will mention that iNex Racing has gone into the pit. How do you think you'll stand going into the night time? Are you looking to gain positions? Are you closing in on the cars in front of you, or are you all just happy running in 26 there right now? We see there is a bit of damage to the rear spoiler.
Yeah, we lost a little bit of pace on that, but I think Theo's making good progress. Car feels great. I'll be jumping in about 9 laps, I think. So we'll see. Hopefully gain a few spots back. I think our pace, we have the pace. So.
Okay, how long are you planning to be in the car?
2 hours. We agreed on 2 hours, 2 stints. That is. I can go longer because some guys might be still resting. A couple guys have been on since the start of the race, so they might need a bit of sleep.
Alright, before we let you go down there, I'll hand it over to Richard to see if he has anything he'd like to ask you.
Yeah, Dino, just a question. I noticed a little bit of damage on the car. What's the damage like, and how is it affecting the car?
This one is purely cosmetic, except the rear wing, which is a little bit of drag on the straightaway. Not too much. I think it's only 1-2 kilometers an hour. But other than that, it's purely cosmetic. No real effect on handling.
Okay, well that's good to hear. Well, keep trucking, as they say, and I will hand you over to Adam. He might have a question or two for you as well.
Yeah, Dino, it's you mentioned that you guys had agreed on the 2 hours or 2 stints rather per driver here as you go through along. Talk to us a little bit about your thought process behind doing it like that, because I know there's quite a few other teams out there that are doing pretty much the exact same thing.
Well, I haven't exactly tested the driver swap time, but I believe it runs out either very close or just before the full service. So we kind of based it on that, just to be on the safe side, so we don't lose too much time. 2 hours we thought is a good medium between going too long and too short. It gives enough time for the driver to settle in his pace. And we actually have one guy that's over in Europe, and everybody else is on the East Coast here. So it gives him some time to rest up while we suck through. There's 6 of us, so he gets a bit of a break before I guess nighttime stints.
All right. Well, hey, Dino, we appreciate you coming in and talking to us. I know it sounded like your driving stint's getting ready to start. So, wish you the best of luck here. And is there anybody that you want to thank here, real quick, before we let you go?
There's not much to say. I mean, great broadcast, and I'll see you guys at the checkers.
Dino Topic, everybody.
You can see the intervals. Go ahead,
I'm
Richard.
sorry. I was going to say that that was a good interview. I think that Dino has, he's shown that the drivers out there thinking about what they're going to do, and he's very confident they'll be at the checkered flag, which I really liked. So sorry for cutting you off there, Samuel. I just thought that was a really good interview that Dino gave us.
Yeah, I was just noticing how that car was very close to the cars around it. 10 seconds in front, 10 seconds behind. Seeing something similar here for the iNext Racing machine, which just made the pit stop. It had a car 20 seconds in front of it and a car 20 seconds behind it, which is very close when you're talking about 5th position here. Unfortunately, we mentioned early in the race, there's no McLarens in this top split. There's also no more Ford GTs. The number 77 Hello Kitty machine has gone goodbye, Kitty, and has retired from the race, unfortunately. And Adam, you were going to say something on that car, yeah.
Well, I was just going to mention, how it's more related to the Ford GTs and how squashed they look, and the whole Hello Kitty thing, and it looks like that the car was kind of beat up, but it kind of loses its point with the car not on the track anymore. It's kind of sad to see those guys go, though. That's definitely a good play on the whole Hello Kitty thing for them.
Now, the gap up front, Richard, although it's not a whole lot different than what we're used to seeing it's the smallest we've seen it since we've came on the air. 33 seconds now. Could be Pure Racing's team to their time to finally make some inroads heading into the overnight.
Yeah, that's probably happened in the pits. I dealt with it happen on track. They both have a very, very similar pace on track, but I'm sure you guys know that when you get into the pits, there is a certain amount of randomness as to how long fuel takes to get into the car or how long tires take to change. So I'm guessing at this stage that that's where the second came off the time, but certainly it's moving downwards, which is good news for Maximilian in the car at the moment for Pure Racing team.
Well, they haven't pit in a while, but it's still interesting that you mentioned that, Richard, because I think they are coming up to a round of pit stops in the not too distant future, and we know Angelo has been in the car for a little while, so it will be interesting to see if they have a driver change. Now that they only have 30 seconds over the car in second place, will that ultimately end up costing them the lead if they make a driver change?
34 seconds is you can't do a pit stop and keep the guy behind 30 seconds behind from passing you, because just getting into your pit stall alone, your 30 seconds are going to be chewed up. So certainly if they were to pit and Maximilian stayed out, because they are on different pit strategies, if I'm not mistaken, certainly the lead will change for the time being until, of course, Maximilian has to go into the pits himself. So, it will be a lead swap. There are no points, I don't think, for leading laps in this particular competition, but certainly it's nice to say I led a few laps.
Yeah, although I think on the last round of stops, Maximilian did stop beforehand. I'd still be curious to see what the gap would be like if the Pure Racing team didn't have a driver change and the leaders did, how close they would be then. We'll find out in the future, though. I have a feeling Pure Racing team might be looking for a driver change in the not too distant future either. Currently running in second and third position. Really haven't gave a shout out to the car in third, Adam, but that could certainly be a contender later on. That number 74 Audi, the Pure Racing team back there, currently being driven by Jonas Wallmeyer.
Yeah, it just goes back. I mean, we're still not to halfway. I mean, we still got another hour and 15 minutes to go. So, I mean, being one lap down, it's not like you're being one lap down in a 45-minute race or something like that. I mean, all it's going to take is for the lap car to get involved with something with first or second, and the number 74 car will find itself right there in first or second. So you have to keep pushing hard, even if you're one lap down, 2 lap down, 3 lap down, because anything can happen in these 24-hour races. I think you saw a perfect example of the real 24 hours of Spa this year, where it just started downpouring in the last, 30, 45 minutes of the race, and changed the complete complexion of the race right at the end.
Yeah, iRacing doesn't have rain yet, but for sure if it ever does, and when it does, expect that to play a factor here at Spa. And Dexter Castro, one of the drivers for 49 Motorsports, just corrected me. There is no penalty for a time penalty for a driver change in GT3. So maybe the lead will stabilise at around 30 seconds after next round of stops. We'll wait and see, because even so much as a mistake, Richard, as overshooting your pit still can cost you a couple of seconds. And really, when you're talking about only a 30-second lead when we've still got 13 hours to go, you don't really want to give any of that up.
Absolutely. Even a one-lap lead, because we timing and scoring showing us drivers being one lap down, etc. But that is not a full lap, so that might, a lap around this place is roughly 2 minutes 17, 2 minutes 18 seconds. So 1 lap down could be 1 minute and 2 seconds, as we see with 5th place. But I just want to make a comment about a couple of things. First of all, it's very impressive to see that whilst Angelo Michel for using Felt Core Motorsports is leading the race, 2nd, 3rd and 4th place is being held down by one particular team, and that's Pure Racing Team. That is impressive. The other comment I want to make is I had a look at the weather conditions here now. Obviously, with the simulated racing, we can't get the nighttime racing because the weather does not automatically change from day to night. But the other thing that surprises me a little, and I think it's really would have been better not to do it this way, is that the weather, Samuel, is constant. In other words, this is your standard iRacing weather: 26 degrees on the track, in the air, 31 degrees on track. This is in Celsius, of course. And you've got a very little breeze, wind, and your standard 55% humidity. So that's the standard iRacing weather. Now that is not changing for the duration of this race. Yes, you've got rubber down on the track, etc. But temperature will not change, and the track condition really won't change because marbles will not be wiped off and those sorts of things. So I think that kind of takes away from what could be another set of variables for a race like this, and I think it's not a great idea. Whereas all the other official races run with dynamic weather.
Well, it certainly would be interesting to see what a race around here would be like with dynamic weather. Hopefully, that is something we will see in the future. I'm sure the drivers out there, though, have plenty to worry about with lap traffic and also, just perseverance here, Adam, as well as strategy. So they're probably glad they don't have to worry about weather too much out there.
Yeah, and that's kind of I'll 100% honest, is that's actually kind of a sore subject for me. I mean, obviously with my background and everything else, because I want the weather to be as realistic as possible. Even to the point of like mimicking, and it really would be easy to do. And I hope that iRacing implements something similar when they go to day to night transitions of implementing using the track's actual or average temperature for that time of year, stuff like that. I mean, you might have to make some allowances for during the winter and stuff like that, but I hope that's something that happens in the future, because it gets, even in this part of Europe, in this part of Belgium, it gets pretty cool in the morning hours. So it would be fun to be able to kind of emulate that as far as the temperature rising in the day, like an actual summer day, and then really start to try to cool off through these forests at night.
I'm sure iRacing is working on that. Talking about Adam mentioning that it's his background kind of a weather, Adam is our expert weatherman here at the GSRC, whereas meanwhile Richard is retired, I believe. He works on computers though a lot, and also at a karting track. I kind of help out in journalism if you want to know all of our backgrounds, and what we focus on in journalism usually is the leaders and also the crashes. There really haven't been a whole lot of crashes out there though, Richard. It's been quite a clean stint here for the last couple of hours.
Well, exactly right. Although we can say that out of 57 cars that started the race, my timing and scoring shows that 35 cars are still in the race. The rest of the 22 cars that would be are out of the race, and you know, there was some drivers in there that would probably be disappointed, and some no doubt that will be relieved that they're out of the race and can go to bed now.
24-hour race, bed. What's that? You know, that's been, we were kind of brushing on the subject a little while ago. That's kind of like how I feel when we're doing these is you really do feel too excited to sleep. Like last night, even before this race, like I've already been thinking about it almost all week, and then the night before the race, it's almost like the whole kid first day of school syndrome, where you're like almost like just amped up, you're ready to go, you want to get going, and so you don't sleep very well the night before, and then you get into the race, and all you're worried about, even every time your head hits the pillow for a quick nap, is okay, how's my car doing? Are my guys still going? Are they doing okay? You're worried about all that. So a lot of these guys, they even when they take breaks, they're not sleeping too well, I guarantee you.
What school did you go to, Adam?
Well, you know, it was the school was fine there the first day or so, you know, and then it realized, oh, it's school.
Meanwhile, checking in on the cars running in 20th to 30th place here, we just got word from 49 Motorsports that Dexter Castro will be getting in the car in a couple of laps' time. We'll keep an eye on him out there.
Yeah, we have our tabs on certain drivers and cars who are friendly with GSRC people, so we get some, I suppose, in-team information directly into our ears here. But let's go back to the racing. Samuel, you know, looking at this race, I'm always fascinated by the stories behind each of the drivers in these sorts of races. When you like on the face of it, you know, everybody's just circulating, and there doesn't seem like there's much actually happening in a race. But having covered a lot of these races, these very long races now, I know that, you know, and Adam just hinted at some of the mindsets of drivers going into these long races. It's fascinating for me how drivers are thinking about their race all the time. That interview with Dino Topic there also was an eye-opener. There's a lot of thought going into these endurance races, and a lot of dedication to try and get to the finish line. And I'm sure it must be tragic for any team who just you know, early on in the race get taken out or have a very big accident and are forced to retire. I'm sure all that preparation that they've done to get themselves to the point of racing just goes out the window, and they'll be very unhappy.
I've got to begin wondering here, as we approach on the halfway point of a race, it's almost got to start being a bit demotivating for these drivers who are at the back of a pack, that things have really calmed down a lot, and perhaps, you know, they were in a wreck at the start of a race and it dropped them back to 40th, and now these cars here only find themselves running in 30th or 25th, and they're thinking, hey, it's halfway, what's the attrition gone? You know, that I think they're going to be stuck back here for a little while, Adam, and that's going to be a problem. You know, that's when they'll begin running into the mistakes themselves. Because the fact of the matter is, if they can just persevere through the next, let's say, 6 or 7 hours or so, then the drivers in front of them are going to start running aggressive in the closing hours, and that's when we might see attrition become a factor again.
Yeah, and that's going to be something that we're going to have to watch here. We're now about an hour and 7 minutes away from just the halfway mark. And there's so many different mindsets that go into this, based on where you're running and how you're your car control, what you're going to do, how aggressive you're going to be, and everything else. I mean, the dynamics of 24-hour racing is pretty amazing, actually. I mean, I'm pretty sure that there's, if anybody's out there going to college or thinking about getting a master's or a doctorate in psychology, somebody needs to do the try to do their thesis or master statement or something on the psychology of 24-hour racing, because it'd be pretty interesting.
Meanwhile, you can see up here for the battle for first and second position, it has opened up a little bit again. When we came on there, it was about 36 seconds. Last time we checked back on the leaders, it was down to about 33, and now it's opened back up to 34. I mean, really, we're overanalyzing, at least I think I'm overanalyzing these numbers a little bit, but it's definitely an important number that we're going to have to keep an eye on as the race goes on. And as you've mentioned, Richard, it is quite amazing how constant this number has stayed, despite the fact that these cars are on different strategies, and also they're dealing with traffic all the time.
That is correct, Samuel. When you say 33 seconds, that was 33.9. It's now 34.6. I don't think it's changed within half a second at all over the course of nearly, 11 hours into this race. That is amazing. That is absolutely amazing that the pace can be so constant between the two top drivers. And bear in mind, those are the only two on the lead lap as well.
We'll have to see how that changes throughout the race. I'm sure there's still going to be a lot of dynamics playing into this, as we still have over half of the race to go. It seems a lot of dust is being kicked up out of that no-name turn by any car that gets offline. Not entirely sure how that's happened, but you keep seeing it over there.
Yeah, it's really, if you look just off the racing line, and notice that, pretty much it's probably been like that for hours now. There's so much dust that gets kicked up there, people just running just a little bit wide. The track is literally brown. It's not gray, it's not black, it's brown right there if you go offline.
And of course, it's stuff you don't really want to get in your tyres, Richard, because Pujon is an overtaking opportunity. It's not a very good one, mind you, but the problem is, if you do attempt to pass going down in there and get that dirt on your tyres, that could affect your grip late on in the lap.
It's certainly going to affect your grip going into that area we call it the kitty litter. Gets onto the track, gets kicked up over time from the cars. You don't want to get in that stuff. It's terrible for the cars. But I'm sitting here just thinking about these cars now. We're 11 hours into the race. One of the things that is not realistic, this being a simulated race, is the fact that, Adam, the cars don't really change. I mean, they don't wear down. In real life, parts of your car get tired besides the tires. There's wear and tear on parts of the engine, and the brake pads are suffering and things like that. That is not simulated at all in iRacing as far as I know. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's pretty close to being correct. Some of the guys with some front end damage, and this happened to me at the Daytona 24. If you have some front end damage, it's possible maybe that you've damaged your radiator, and that could take a roll on you even hours down the road. I think we ran off pace, for 5 or 6 hours before the engine finally let go, because it didn't repair the engine when we first stopped for the damage. So that's something that can happen, but that's like the only thing that I've seen get progressively worse, and it has to already have something happen to it. But as far as suspension pieces, shocks, struts, Even some of these guys with wing damage, you're not going to see wing brackets and everything else give way. It's pretty much you're not going to see anything like that as far as wear and tear on the vehicle from normal driving.
What about brake pads? I think brake pads constant.
I believe they are. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I believe they are. I mean, I know that they have the visual effect that you can see the rotors glow and everything else, but I don't think there's heat effects built into the brakes yet.
Because certainly the team, the crew team, are not changing brake pads as they do in real life endurance races. So one would have to be totally amazed to have one set of brake pads going for 24 hours.
Yeah, one of these days, that'll be something that they'll model. Of course, iRacing is improving all the time. It is, it's a very, very ever-evolving system. I mean, we've already talked about them eventually going to day-to-night transitions, especially now that we're on the DX11. So that's going to be something to look forward to in the future. But they've also already talked about, trying to improve the damage model, trying to improve like the wear and tear model and stuff. It'll be something to look forward to in the future. And I think brake pads will definitely have to be one of those things that you consider because, yeah, you're right. One set of brake pads lasting 24 hours at Spa is not something you'd find in the real world.
Yeah, and I will say this, that, not to trying to get too cozy with iRacing, but certainly this is by far and away the best simulated racing you can find in any game. In fact, if we were just talking recently amongst GSRC partners, that iRacing is starting to position itself as an e-sport, which kind of raises the bar to a whole new level.
It really does, because then you're going to start talking about, prize money and all that. I mean, there's some other games out there. I'm not familiar with a whole lot of them, mostly through friends and stuff. But I think there's a game called Lineage 2. There's some other ones out there that are that are really big money. These guys win lots and lots of money doing those things. And now you're starting to see all that on the big real world sports channels like ESPN. I think they had something on NBCSN the other day with it. So iRacing's positioning itself pretty well to be the main one for racing, and it's definitely handling it by far better than anybody else. I mean, I think you're starting to see even real-world drivers start to catch on. You're starting to see, and this is where it will be key, and especially with some of our media backgrounds and everything else, we kind of realize the importance of this. Big money sponsors, mobile being, for instance, with the whole Tony Stewart thing just the other day. I mean, that's really gonna push this thing to the forefront.
Well, that's right. You're seeing that, and I know it's really something that I think will eventually ruin the sport. But advertising and dollars, slowly people are realizing that simulated motor racing is real. And when I say it's real, I mean it's really developing as I suppose a lounge room sport. And so are some other games as well. But there are people out there who see $1 in everything, and no doubt they're eyeing off the whole simulated racing thing. The Tony Stewart oval race that we saw last week, 3 oval races actually, was a good example of how every single car had to have the Mobile One logos in place. And would you imagine that Mobile got some benefit out of that? Of course.
Absolutely, but great discussion here on iRacing. But I do believe that Amjad, our director, is kind of forcing our hand a little bit. He's kind of stomping on our foot. He's saying it's time to go to break. So we'll be back here in a couple of minutes.
Hello and welcome back to the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps, and into the pits comes the leader. What does this mean? Well, probably not a whole lot. It's just a routine pit stop. They have a 30-second lead. There'll probably be a driver change here because Angelo has been in that car ever since our little team came on air right here. Although it might potentially mean he'll lose the lead. We have seen many of the leaders coming into the pits under this pit stop cycle, and we'll give you a rundown of them in a moment here. Let's see who's getting in the car. Niels Koch. So, a new driver behind the wheel of that number 33 Audi. Let's give you a race rundown here, actually. We haven't done that in a while. It looks like Niels will come out with the race lead. If we go back one position, yeah, much further back here, we've got a new driver in the number 111 Audi, which was one of the cars that pitted during our break. Patrick Pitchler running in second position. Now, when we went to break, Pure Racing Team was running in second, third and fourth. If we go back to our third place car, you will see that that is not the case right now, because iNext Racing pitted a long time ago, and Nathan Schartner is actually up in third place right now in that Mercedes. So let's go back to fourth place, and there I'm sure we will catch up with our Pure Racing Team there, sure enough. Wow, a lot of new names out here right now. Jonas Wallmeyer in the number 74 Audi running in fourth position. Rounding out the top five also in an Audi, if we go back one spot, is Florian Voith in that number 19 machine. And then we drop back into the second half of the top 10. And you're going to continue to see a lot of Audis back here, beginning with our car in sixth place. David Perez now behind the wheel of the Team Jim Thrustmaster number 6 machine there. And then if we go back one more spot to seventh position, David Perez is currently going down the Kemmel Straight, but the car in seventh place is a bit further back. We'll pick him up on screen. There we are. Lars Boll is only just entering the Kemmel Straight, coming out of Eau Rouge right now in that number 7 machine. Now, Lars Boll, I think, actually gained a couple of positions during that last round of pit stops, because we did see him pit not too long ago, and you see him flashing the headlights there, letting the lap cars in front know that he wants to get that Trimates machine by them. Oh, he's running into a lot of lap traffic here. Let's keep an eye on him before we jump back to our driver in 8th place. Oh, it looks like it's got sorted out now. Let's go back to 8th place. 8th position, Julien Greenastel in the number 18 Audi. There you see he's 6 seconds behind the car we were just watching there, the BMW in 7th position, and 12 seconds ahead of our driver in 9th position. And you see for yourselves here now that that is Victor Smaller, kids, which I probably just completely butchered in that number 35 Audi there, the GTL Virtual Racing Team. My director's given me an indication that I probably did butcher it. And rounding out the top 10 is probably another Audi. Drum roll please. Yes it is, even though it's in the pits, leaving the pits right now. The number 30 machine being driven by Philippe Paver. Richard, let's round out the next 10 cars.
Alrighty, so in 11th place at the moment we have Simon Trendell, and he is racing for Team Chimera. That's an interesting name, and it's also in an Audi. In 12th position we've got David Alexis Jordan racing for the Da Contigo Racing Team, also in an Audi, holding down 12th position as mentioned. 13th position is a car in the pits at the moment. That is the Core Sim Racing AMG. Thomas Arendt behind the wheel. We'll see if they do change drivers while they are in the pits. 14th place is Thomas Lifke, and that's for Team RSO. 15th place is Joshua Chin. Joshua Chin we had in the booth quite a while ago, and we were talking to him. Joshua Chin is in 15th place right now. We Are Two Dudes is the name of their team. Mercedes Benz they are racing. Then we've got 16th position Sergio Roda Jr., who we covered earlier when he was in a battle, and he's in a Mercedes for Shark Motorsport. 17th place at this point is Marcus Hamilton of Friction Racing, also in a Mercedes. 18th place showing on timing and scoring is in the pits for Phoenix Endurance Racing, a Mercedes driven by Ronaldo Lerena. 19th place Danilo Piazza, Team GT in an Audi. And 20th place is currently, let me get this name, Fevzikan Ozkan in an Audi for Momentum Endurance Racing.
And sitting right now in 21st, we've got Damian Gomez Cerderia. He is running for Euphoria Racing, driving that Mercedes. In 22nd place, John Duvall. He is driving that Mercedes also for the Driving Throne 24-hour spa team. Dexter Castro. Of course, we had Dex up here just a little while ago. The number 49 car, 49 Motorsports. They are sitting in 23rd spot. Getting a little bit of pace back after some early problems. 24th spot in that in the number 5 car, Ralph Coulihan, Blue Flag Racing. 25th spot, number 12 car, Andrew Rodriguez for Odex Motorsport BES. 26th place, Dino Topic. Of course, we talked to Dino a little while ago as well. Running quite a few laps down, but still in the hunt for whatever positions they can get in the Delta Motorsports Endurance car. 27th position, Zach Thomas in the Gecko Vortex Sim Racing number 111. 28th position goes to Marcin Malinowski, and they're about 8 laps down the GTL Virtual Racing Team machine. 29th spot, Marcelo Riviera, and running in 30th, Michael Jonke in the number 42 car.
Now you get back to the drivers who are just kind of persevering to try and make it to the end here, hoping for a bit more attrition in front of them. You can see these cars have heavy damage to them. Riley Blythe there in 31st position, the number 26 Evolution Racing Australia machine. Also back there in 32nd position, we will go back to Diederik Kynes in the Gecko Vortex Sim Racing Grey machine there. And I believe, if I recall correctly, that they mentioned he was doing a double stint, and we saw him back in 36 not too long ago, I think. So slowly moving their way back up the order as they go into that dust. And I believe that is actually the last car still on track. Okay, this is the last car. We're jumping back to 36 here. The last car on track is Sergi Maturana in the Champs iRacing team, 36th place out of 57 cars that have started. So we have lost about 23 cars here in the first half of a race, but that's when they were all still bunched together, battling for position. We're sure the attrition will drop off as the race goes on. Meanwhile, something that has not dropped off or grown, Richard, despite the fact we have, okay, it's grown a little bit, despite the fact we have 2 new drivers in first and second, they're the same 2 cars, they still have 37 seconds between them.
Yeah, I find that quite amazing. And, that is through how many hours now? 11 hours, 15 minutes roughly. And you have 37 seconds between the top 2 cars. No, I am wrong here, if I'm not mistaken, Samuel. I think there's a 3rd car on the lead lap, although he must have just kind of unlapped himself. 2 minutes and 9 seconds back from the leader, 1.5 minutes away from 2nd place. But that is Nathan Schartner in 3rd place. He's on the lead lap, just barely.
Yeah, Inex Racing somehow brought themselves back up into 3rd place here. I think they are playing a couple of different strategy cards, but still they're persevering. The lone Mercedes in the top 5, rather the lone non-Audi in the top 5, and with the exception of a leader, the only non-pure racing team machine in the top 5 there. Nathan doing a good job to currently run it around in 3rd place. as we approach the second half of this race. Now at the bottom of the next hour, in 40 minutes when we get to the halfway point, coverage of this race will continue with the guys at the V8 Racing. V8's online, I apologise. And they will take over for the beginning of the second half of this race, which has given us a little bit of everything. With 36 cars left on track of 57 starters, it has certainly gave us a couple of dinned up fenders, but also we've had some good battles out there on track, which usually you wouldn't say in an endurance race. You would expect that these drivers wouldn't be racing each other that hard early on, but they've certainly been proving us wrong, some of them out there. And also just some good driving out there too, especially by the leaders. A lot of clean cars still up towards the front, Richard, although I think that will change as the race goes on.
Yeah, certainly. I'm not sure that one thing that possibly will not change is our leader, Nils Koch. Currently for Usingfeld Core Motorsports, these guys have just dominated this race. And their lineup of drivers, let me have a look at their lineup of drivers. So they are Heisenfeld, where are they? Let's have a look at their drivers. Just keep talking amongst yourself while I look that up, Samuel.
Oh, alright, well let's hand it over to Adam
Got it.
here. Oh, Richard's found it.
Alright, so Nils Koch, shall we say, is currently in the car. They have Kei Kashube, who I believe started the race. Alexander, now I can't pronounce that last name, it's got a weird character in there. Vob, we'll call it Vob, or maybe Voss. And then of course Angela Michelle, who just finished his stint. So they got 1, 2, 3, 4 drivers. Every single one of them is absolutely top class.
Meanwhile, just very briefly, I think some people probably wonder what iRacing broadcasters talk about when we go on break. And we were discussing whether everything in Australia wants to kill you. Richard, can you conclude this argument? I know you wanted to say something when we were coming back to air.
Well, yes, I have in my house a spider that is the size of my hand. And it looks absolutely terrifying, but it is non-poisonous, and they're actually very good for clearing out all kinds of other bugs and things in your house. So that's just an example that no, not everything is poisonous in Australia.
Oh, this looks a little poisonous, so that is not the way you want to be parked in your pit stall. I'm not entirely sure what was going on there. We're gonna find out, was this the We Are Two Dudes car that we had on camera? Yeah, they just... I'm not sure what's going on there. Maybe he's trying to beat a dinner plate spider that got in his car out.
Well, he's... Yeah, you're so funny. You're almost as funny as Bill Zahn.
I'm sure Bill will take it as a compliment.
It is a compliment. Bill Zahn is a very funny man, let me tell you, and GSRC has benefited from his quips and quotes, and certainly your attempt there was not too far behind that, so good on you.
I'm glad I got the bronze award. Right now, all of these drivers are thinking about the bronze or the silver, perhaps even the gold award later on. We're riding on board David Perez, who's got a couple of lap cars ahead of him, but running in 6th place there in that Audi. Certainly, Adam, you've got to think, just keep my car in one piece, I can get a podium at the end of this thing.
Pretty much. You're getting into that point of the race where, you know, a lot of it's just about trying to turn laps, trying to keep the car between the white lines, and, you know, but still trying to lay down some good times. I mean, you know, looking at the leaders here, even though we commented on the consistency between the Husqvarna core team and the Pure Racing 111 team, and those guys are driving it. Their lap times are pretty much identical to the guys before them, who are identical to the guys before them. So all they really need to just want to do right now is just log laps.
Meanwhile, every time we've gone back to a car in about 14th or 15th place, it always seems they're running within proximity of another car. There definitely seem to be a lot of battles here in between 10th and 20th, Richard, and they're definitely battles that we need to be keeping an eye on. Granted, this is just a car, lead lap car you see, well, not a lead lap, but a car running around 15th place right now, battling with lower down lap traffic. But running around 15th place, you've really got to keep an eye on those guys, because the race could go either way from them. They're all thinking about trying to get back in the top 10, but for those drivers who just take it too aggressively, get a bit too impatient, they could easily find themselves outside of a top 20, and then they just don't get talked about a whole lot.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct there, Samuel. If you within 10 seconds, I would say, of the car in front of you, if we look for an example here, we will see, say, car in 16th position here, Marcus Hamilton. He's 7.1 seconds behind Sergio Roda Jr. Now, that is a handy position in a long race, for you to at least pick up one position. If you look further ahead in front of him, the even to the 10th place, there's a couple of laps that he has to get back to get into that 10th place. But, that's one little damage to the car in 10th place, and that 2 laps are gone. So 15th, 16th place, if you're 2 laps off the leaders at the moment, that's a handy position halfway into a race.
Of course, it could also be a handy position at the end of a race. It won't get you a win, but it will get you I'm sure if nothing else, it probably gets you a lot of iRating. There's iRating in effect on one of these 24-hour races. I confess, never having done one, I don't know off the top of my head. Oh, okay, iRating does not, but safety rating does.
Surprised by safety rating. There are no incident counts on this particular race. It's unlimited, so I'm not too sure. But I don't think people enter this a 24-hour race to pick up 26 iRating points. You're in there purely for the excitement of doing the actual race and for the challenge of being able to finish such a long race, because make no mistake, it is a challenge just to finish a 24-hour race.
Our director, who is actually part of this race when GSRC isn't on the air here, says he picked up 50 incident points in 3 stints, to which I say I hope you enjoy having the B-class license again.
Yeah, that's the thing, though, is that even though 50 incidents, if Amjad can, by some miracle, keep that under control, you put down so many laps here and you go through so many corners that you could actually stand to gain just a ton of safety rating, of course, because that's factored in by corner and how many corners you travel through. But Amjad, you have to keep it between the white lines.
Well, let me tell you, somebody said earlier on, one of the interviewed drivers, I believe it was, that said the race, Dino Topic that said it's possibly going to be around 600 laps. Now that seems to be borne out here, because if you look at the leader, they have done 290 laps, so 11 and a half hours gone. So by the time 12 hours are gone, another 10 laps or so, you would think you'd be around the 300 lap mark. So I think that Dino was on the money there with about 600 laps for a complete race. So, 600 laps around Spa, that's a lot of racing.
That is, and that's a pretty good number, because I think it was last year. Of course, last year was a multi-class race. You had HVDs out there, and you also had the 4 GT2 cars. But the GT3 guys put down, I think, around 590 laps, I think is what it averaged out to. And, of course, you had some slowdowns because you had, to let faster traffic go through. So 600 might, Dino is right. It might actually be dead on the money.
Know some people who whenever they hear of NASCAR for the first time, believe a Daytona 500. There's 500 laps rather than 500 miles. I always say that'd be interesting to see something along those lines. And honestly, I think one thing that these survivors, because I think after 12 hours you can call the cars that are still racing survivors, have going for them here, Richard, is because there has been seemingly a lot of heavy attrition in the early stages here. The track isn't as crowded, and it's a lot easier right now for these drivers to keep out of trouble heading into the second half of this race.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Everything's spread out. So you really, at this point in time, you're racing the track more than racing any other driver. And that is par for the course, to use a golfing term there, for racing in very long races. Even a 3-hour race, it tends to spread out after a while. And us poor commentators, we start to wonder what we can talk about. This race, for argument's sake, reminds me of a cricket match. Now, you guys don't know cricket, but coming from England, you will certainly know a lot about cricket, I assume, Samuel. So, in some cricket matches where you have these very long 5-day matches, you can get periods of time where absolutely nothing is happening. And the commentators have to find things to talk about. And they talk about the weather and the birds and all kinds of stuff. And every so now and again, somebody's just scored a run. That might be one run every half an hour. So you know what I'm talking about.
Well, typically I kind of followed the motor racing path so that I didn't have to follow stick and ball sports such as cricket, to be blatantly honest with you. But I think we're doing a bit one better off than those commentators, Richard. We're not talking about the weather and birds. We've been talking about weather and spiders, which was definitely a step up.
It's getting funnier all day long as time goes on. Samuel, don't give up your day job, but certainly consider taking a comedian's role at night time.
Well, thank you. I'll be here the next 31 minutes.
All right, back to the racing. Now, I've been keeping an eye on Nathan Schartner in third position for iNex Racing, and we spoke about him grabbing the third position and unlapping himself, and I've had a look at his progress, and it seems like he's going a little backwards from the two guys. So if you look at Patrick Pilcher in car number 2, with Schartner being 2 minutes and 12 seconds off the leader would be about 7 or so seconds behind him now to lap him once again. He's going a little backwards. We hope that Schartner can keep it up and stay on that lead lap, but he does seem to be losing time to the two guys in front of him, which is basically them catching up to him from behind.
Right.
Yeah, I was about to say, Adam, this could be actually quite interesting if a leader catches the car in third. How hard will Nathan, or whoever is in the iNex Racing car at the time that the leader catches them, how hard do you think they'll defend to keep on that lead lap?
Well, they've already lost it a couple times. I think they're really back on the lead lap right now, mostly because of pit strategy. I think they're on a very slightly different strategy than the rest of the field. It probably wouldn't do them much good to fight the leader. You want to let them by without either one of you guys losing time. I mean, because you can hold them up, but that's going to hold you up too. And it's very obvious, I think, that iNex Racing over the last couple of pit stops has been able to gain just a little bit more ground each and every time. And you don't want to lose that over the course of the next couple of hours by making a decision to hold up the leader for 5 minutes.
So we ride on board the leader here, getting a good view of the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. And never mind on-board cameras around here, you can just listen in and watching a lap around here. It's fun to do because it is such a fantastic circuit. I mean, as Adam was mentioning earlier, there's very few Grand Prix courses out around the world which have been unaltered in the past few years. Some do come to mind, Monaco and the Melbourne circuit in Australia. This one at Belgium is one of the largest of them, that's for sure.
So, pop quiz for you guys, just because I just happened to pull it up and look at it. The original layout for Spa that opened up in 1921, how long was it?
15 kilometers.
We have a winner.
I did some research before I came on here.
No, my answer wasn't wrong.
So what you're saying is, Richard, is that you preemptively cheated.
Well, you come on, you don't want to sound like some doofus who doesn't even know how long the track is or was. And by the way, it was 1924 when it opened. You're quite right. It was built in 21, but it only opened.
Okay. I feel the burn now. I feel the burn now.
Now I'm gonna ask you a question. Who has got a record for the most wins in endurance racing on this track?
Ooh, that's a tough one. I honestly have no idea.
All right, well, you haven't read the script then, because it's in the script.
I might have accidentally looked over that part.
Yeah. I'll tell you who I don't think it is, and that was James Woolmeyer. We were just on board the number 74 machine through Eau Rouge. I thought I saw it, and the director confirmed for me. He almost lost it big time in that number 74 Pure Racing Team Audi going through Eau Rouge and Raidillon.
That hurts. That really hurts. The number 74 is a number which is very close to my heart. It's the number I run on my car whenever I am in any kind of non-official racing as well. Apart from the number 1, of course, which I've reserved for official racing.
Well, the good news, Richard, is they only lost a second. He didn't wreck, but he got close to it.
Okay, so go ahead.
I was going to say, I just went back and watched that, and that's about as sideways as you can get in that Audi and still hang on to it. I mean, that really was a really good save, and to only lose a second is even more miraculous. Because those Audis, at least my personal experience driving them, is they're a really difficult car to save once they get out of sorts. So, good job by Jonas there.
Adam, Richard's number is 74. What's your number?
21.
Do we have a 21 machine on course, Mr. Director? I know we don't have a 63 machine. That's my number, and that's a good thing too. Usually the number 63 is bad luck. That's why I never finish that high. It's not me, it's the number. And apparently the 21 machine's having a bad day too.
Well, let me say, Samuel, that the number on the car is just something. I mean, I raced the number 74 from my karting days. It's over 40 years ago, and kept that number for 30 years in kart racing, and so it's a number that's really dear to my heart. I came by it completely by accident. I had to change my number one time because someone had got in before me and had taken my number, and in karting, whoever's in first with the number gets the number unless you've had a number for more than a year. So anyway, this is a long time ago, and I kept that number 74. So it's just like, I'm 74. That's me. And when I look at the 74 car here, who happens to be Jonas Woolmeyer, I'm immediately on his side.
That's interesting, because a lot of drivers are very superstitious too, and you get attached to certain things like colors and numbers and stuff like that. My love affair with the number 21 is actually not even racing related. It goes back to basketball, playing a lot of basketball growing up and everything, and that was pretty much my number from junior high school all the way through college and everything else. And it's like even I coach a lot of youth basketball now, and even one of the girls that I've coached, her parents are really good friends of ours and stuff like that. She's even taken my old number as kind of like a thank you to me. So so I'll still represent that number any chance I get.
See, I thought you would have chosen number 21 based on when you turned that age. Celebrated it so much.
Problem is, I don't remember that too well.
Oh, okay. Now, I chose the number 63 because the first time I got a NASCAR game when I moved to America on the PlayStation, I chose the lowest number I could find because I never thought about a custom number before. I picked the number 53, and then I wrecked in a bunch of races, so I went one up to a number that would do me better, and that was 63, and hasn't done brilliant, but it's been alright. And it's also 9 times 7, interesting fact. Meanwhile, talking about fourth place, it's not the number 74 anymore, it's the number 9 car. Nathan Shartner has came into the pits here in iRacing.
And here's that different pit strategy I was talking about a few minutes ago, because you look at the leader is only about 10 or 11 laps since the last time that they pitted. But, I mean, every time they go through this pit stop cycle, it's like he ends up just a little bit more, a little bit closer to the leader every time, that iRacing machine. So whatever they're doing is working for them as far as being slightly off strategy.
Yeah, and Richard, it seems finally the top 2 cars are spacing out a little bit. It was as low as 33, 34 seconds. It's now up to 40 seconds. Now, taking a look at the lap times, they're not too different, but the leader obviously consistently being a few tenths faster than the driving second.
Yes, it does. It's dropped back again now to 39.6 seconds at the moment. But now, as Adam was saying, the situation has reverted to what it was earlier, where we have Heusinkveld Core Motorsports still leading, but the 3 teams following now are all pure racing team Audis. And that's what we saw when we started this broadcast. And the iRacing was in 5th position, and they are back to that 5th position now. So they just have to keep plugging away, and I'm sure that they won't only stay in the top 5, they might pick up another position, we'll see.
Meanwhile, a bit of a scare for the number 6 machine, David Perez. He blinked out for a while. I looked at time and score and his name wasn't actually showing, but now he's appeared, and obviously we haven't really talked about connection issues yet, because you'd figure that after 12 hours of racing, the cars whose connections have held up to this point would be good to go to the end. But it is something we've always got to keep an eye on here, Adam. It's iRacing's version of a mechanical failure.
It is, and many a sim racer has fallen victim to disconnects and all that, and it's and also other things that go along with servers and how they work, and the fact that there's that universal constant as far as how fast information travels, across the wire, being the speed of light, that you end up with things like netcode accidents and all that. So connection issues, they are definitely a role. And we were talking earlier about mechanical issues with cars, and you made the perfect analogy. That's pretty much, a lot of times people will just treat it as a mechanical failure if you end up having a connection issue.
Yeah, that's correct. That's one of the things you can't control. It's like how many races do you know of that have been lost because some $2 part broke down? But it's a crucial part to, say, your gear lever working or something like that. And those things happen. And in our sim racing world, your internet connection is so important, but it's something you have absolutely no control over.
Talking about... Go ahead, Adam.
I wanted to kind of bring up a different subject. We were talking a few minutes ago about the iRacing machine being slightly off strategy, and I wanted to kind of touch on Richard's real world racing experience there. How often, in your guys' races, would you try a different pit stop strategy than the leader to try to gain an advantage?
Lots of times. You're always struggling for that strategy that will, if not win you the race, get you as high up to the leaders as possible. And I always work on the strategy that is full fuel and run all the fuel out until you get to the last stint, and then you run until you need a full fuel tank. Now, even if that means your last pit stop was 2 laps ago, you take the pit stop again because now you've got enough fuel to go to the end. Depending on how far into your stint you were when you had to pit, you may or may not change your tires. But definitely you want to, even if it's green flag racing all the way, you come in and you do that for that pit stop, because if in fact a caution does come out and everything slows down, you've done it. All you're doing now is saving your stuff for the end of the race.
Can I ask you, Richard, how often that strategy worked out for you?
It's worked out a lot more times than it didn't work. And the times it doesn't work is when you make some horrible mistake, like, going off track and having an accident, or going into the pits and finding out 20 seconds later that no fuel has gone into your car because you didn't click the fuel button. That's in sim racing, of course. In real life, you got people to help you watch those things. So obviously, you're better off in real life.
Closing in on the halfway point of a race, GSRC has been covering the last 6 hours of the iRacing 24 Hours of Spa. Top split here at the bottom of the hour. We will hand it over to the V8s online guys. And I've got to admit, Richard, we've split this up ourselves into 3 hours for Joe, Bill and Sean, and 3 hours for ourselves. I hope the guys before us had a bit more action to talk about, because boy, this has been a really calm 3-hour stint of a race. I mean, which is great for these drivers. It means we're going to see a lot of competition in the race later on. But right now, I'm sure these drivers are. They've got to be. I don't know if this hurts their focus when the event goes this long without any major incidents happening.
Yeah, that's true. Very calm race. The opening laps of a race and the closing laps of any long race are the most exciting. In between, there's just a lot of hard grind going on, trying to stay clean and trying to stay focused. And this race is following that trend exactly.
But I think, Adam, that's one of the good things about this circuit is, because racing drivers typically really do enjoy the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps, it is a racer's track. You attack it so much every lap, it's fun. And that's surely gotta help prevent fatigue from coming into effect, just due to the fact that you're enjoying yourselves out there more so than you would be at a technical track. A track that's too technical, requires too much of your attention, or of course the opposite end of the spectrum, a circuit where you're really not paying attention because it doesn't require much of it.
Right, in like my guys that we've got racing, we've got 6 guys, and we've scheduled it to make sure that you have somebody driving, but you always have somebody there with the driver in case they start feeling sleepy, so they can make some pit stop changes for them and stuff like that, play with their crew chief role. But the one of the things that we're already talking about amongst ourselves is the fact that doing that kind of support role is more tiring than doing the driving role, because the driving role, you're always active at Spa. I mean, your heart skips a beat every time you go up Eau Rouge. It's that tough. And then of course you got Blanchimont and Lujan and the bus stop. I mean, it's a really technical track, and as a driver, it keeps you on your toes. So if you're just sitting back watching and just helping every once in a while, it actually wears you out more than driving in a way. Now, it's different when you get out of the car, then you feel it all of a sudden, but until then.
we know we did this less than an hour ago, but let's do it one more time before we hit the halfway point. Give you a rundown of the race order and congratulate the cars that are going to finish the halfway point at the very least at the front of the field. And of course right now in the lead with right now no indications of dropping back whatsoever is this number 33 Audi, currently being driven by Niels Kirk. He's been leading the race for a long time. Hopefully for that team they will continue to lead the race for another 12 hours as we approach lap 300, as Richard was talking about. Looks like we will go a little over 600 laps. For the seconds back of the number 33 machine is the Pure Racing Team Audi, currently being driven by Patrick Pitchler. That's the number 111 Pure Racing Team Audi. There's more of them in the top 5. Let's go back and check up on another one of them, the one in third. I believe this is the number 74 machine that our Richard Losper oh so loves. Sure enough, there it is there, Jonas Wallmeyer, currently driving that Pure Racing Team number 74 Audi, navigating the way around the track. It's not too far behind the car in second, but you see there on the bottom right of your screen, it is a lap behind. But on track they're actually quite close. Fourth position, is this the third Pure Racing Team Audi still? Yes it is. Florian Voigt currently driving that number 19 machine around the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. And then I believe we get back to our only Mercedes in the top 10 right now. Rounding out the top 5, preventing an all-Audi dominance of the top 5, is the number 9 iNext Racing machine, currently being driven by Nathan Schartner. Then we go back to the Audis, beginning the second half of the top 10. 6th place, David Perez, 50 seconds behind the car in front. Don't see him on screen right there. Hopefully he's not having more connection issues. And Lars Boll running in 7th place in the Trimates BMW, coming in for pit stop. That will drop him back a few positions. Let's go back a few positions, see who's going to get by him here. Actually, he's just fell to 8th. The new car in 7th place now is the number 18 machine, being driven by Julian Grunastel. The 24H MSP driver's home machine there, now moving up into 7th position. Now moving up into 8th, or are they still back in 9th? Is the next car running on the racetrack, and that is the number 30 of Philippe Paver. Looks like they will stay back in 9th position there. Still a solid race by the SRB Racing Audi there. And then rounding out the top 10 in the number 35 machine is Arcadius Newman in the GTL Virtual Racing Team Audi. Richard?
Yes, sir. And looks like in 11th place at the moment, there's a car that's gone into pits there. Dennis Heinz was in the 7th place you mentioned. But let's just run it as it is at the moment. Thomas Lifke in a Mercedes for Team RSO. He is followed by Danny Conlon, which is a name that I know quite well now, in the Team Chimera car, the Audi 8 GT3. Then we have, following him, we have Ibon Gonzalo Fernandez, and that's an Audi as well for the Dar Contigo Racing Team. We've mentioned that team before, doing a great job there. Christian Scumlian, who I have had the pleasure of racing down in the old MX-5s. He is for Core Racing AMG, and he's in a Mercedes. Then around the 15th position at the moment, Sergio Roda Jr. for Shark Motorsport. 16th position, Marcus Hamilton for Friction Racing. 17th position, Ronaldo Larina in a Mercedes for Fernix Racing. Then 18th place, Fevzikan Ozkan, that's a mouthful, in an Audi for Momentum Endurance. 19th place, Ivan Bassol in an Audi for Team GT. And 20th place now in the pits is Louis Miguel Lamberas Caro for Euphoria Racing. And then 21st, worth a mention there, may inherit 20th place, is Dexter Castro in the 49 Motorsports BMW.
And we start in 22nd spot, the number 31 machine. You see Marcius Butler, and he's running about 7 laps down. Dino Tobic, who of course we talked to a little while ago, it's a couple hours, number 23rd spot, number 99 machine, 8 laps off the pace. Ralph Cullinan in the 24th spot. He is running for Blue Flag Racing today. Marcin Malinowski, 25th spot, number 97 car, GTL Virtual Racing Team. Jonathan Brault in 26th place in the 26 car, running for Gecko Vortex Sim Racing. And next car up, position 27, number 42, Michael Jonkey, 11 laps off the pace, running for Team Inactive. 28th position, Benjamin Smith in the 126 car. They are right now just about 12 laps off the pace. Evolution Racing Australia team in 29th position, Mark Perez, who's showing off the track right now, so we'll have to find out what's going on there. 30th spot, Riley Blythe, in about 16 laps off the pace. 31st position, Joshua Chen. 32nd, Fernando Nunez. 33rd position, Jackson Freer. And 34th, Sergi Marciana.
Now you see the one of the cars in the pits there for the Vortex Racing team. We're going to speak to one of their drivers, Diederik Kynes. Diederik, how's it going out there? You have a copy?
Yeah, I hear you loud and clear.
Alright, it looks like your car's in the pits now for hopefully a regular stop back there. How's this race been going? It's been quite calm for the last few hours.
Yeah, well, I'm rather shocked at the moment because we suffered what looked like a blown engine or something. So it's not a regular pit stop. We are in the pits for at least another 35 minutes.
Well, it's very unfortunate to hear that. I've got to confess I missed that on screen, but at least it doesn't. From what you said, it's not going to be terminal. Your teammate out here, though, is running pretty good. Jonathan Brault's in the car right now, running in 26th place in the number 26 machine. How would you rate the race so far for your team as a whole, besides, of course, the engine issue?
I'd say in general we're just a bit unlucky. I mean, the Vortex Grey car, as the name indicates, is filled with grey-haired people, so we are the old boys. The other car is the new promising young talents who are really fast. They also had a little accident early in the race. They shouldn't be running in the top 10, really.
Yeah, well, fortunately hopefully they'll be able to keep that car out of trouble for the second half of this race. As we enter the second half, they might be able to break into the top 20 or who knows, the top 15. How's the racing been out there? From our end, it looks like it's gotten a lot calmer. Is there any issues with patience from the other drivers out there, or is everyone behaving themselves right now?
No, I'm really happy with all the cars on the track, how they behave. I think the first 6 hours were a bit hectic, and then it all settled down. And of course, we had a little accident also ourselves earlier on. We lost a bit of top speed, but so we're kind of sitting ducks on the straights and stuff. But the cars that are approaching us, well, they're not dive bombing us or anything. No, they're patient. Everything is going really well in that respect.
Alright, Diederik, we've got to wrap this up, unfortunately, because we're coming to the halfway point and almost about to end our time here covering the race before we hand over to V8s Online. Anything else you'd like to say before we let you go and relax after you're driving out there?
Yeah, 2 things quickly. First, a big thank you to my lovely wife who is allowing me to race at night here. So that's really great. And the second thing is, guys, you guys are also doing a great job. It's really fun to listen to you, so keep up the good job.
Well, we're glad you're enjoying the broadcast, Diederik. Take care, and hopefully you'll get that car back out there and running again. Who knows, maybe you'll get up there in the top 25, top 20 if the attrition picks up.
Gecko Vortex is gonna finish this one. You can be be assured.
Good to hear.
Samuel, I want to take us to the racing here now, and let's get the camera on Nathan Schartner, car number 9 in 5th position there. Now, I've been watching him. He's 12 seconds behind the Pure Racing team, Florian Voigt. Now, he needs to get that 12 seconds to genuinely unlap himself. Now, that started off by being about 16 seconds, so he's caught up 5 seconds. We've still got 12 hours to go. If this keeps up, Nathan Schartner slowly but surely chopping down that lead that 4th place has on him. You know, there's many pit stops to go. He's just got to keep doing what he's doing at the moment now and try to break up the dominance there of the Pure Racing team in 2nd, 3rd and 4th place.
Trying to break up the dominance of the Audis as well, with them running 1, 2, 3 and 4. It's kind of strange for me being a Formula 1 fan. You're almost rooting for the Mercedes team here to break up the cars up front, rather than the other way around. Oh, Adam, we're almost getting ready to wrap up here on the GSRC before we hand off to our friends at VX Online. What are your feelings of the race after this first half here?
You know, we were able to see some really good, clean racing. I think there was one time we had a little bit of an incident out there. But, you know, everybody got away from it. A few self-induced incidents. But, you know, that's to be expected. I mean, Spa's a pretty tough track. Overall, these guys are putting down some really good lap times. I mean, I was, you know, watching Nathan Schartner while we were just talking about him a minute ago. I mean, he's starting to run lap times at 2:17 again in the upper 2:17s, and we're 12 hours into this race now. So pretty good driving all the way around.
And what about Mr. Spider Hunter? What are your feelings of the race thus far?
I've enjoyed the 3 hours. In fact, the 3 hours has gone by very quickly, in my opinion. This has been, as you said, a very calm part of the race here. Certainly, I watched the opening stint, you know, when the race first started. It was quite frantic as everybody was jockeying for position and trying to kind of stamp some sort of authority on the race in as far as they could do that. But this is a part of the race. This is getting to the halfway mark where you will see this one, and I guess the 3 or 6 hours following, where everything will be pretty much as it is now. And then people will start to think about the end of the race. At this point, nobody's thinking about the end of the race. They're just thinking about grinding their way towards the end of the race. So, good racing. We've seen some excellent driving. We've seen a really good set of guys being very, for the most part, very courteous towards each other as well. So, happy to have served on this little panel here. I think it's been great.
And great racing is going to continue in the final half. We've got a few battles beginning to shape up on track now. And we've been enjoying it here, covering the 24 hours of Spa on the Global Sim Racing channel. We would like to thank Race Spot for giving this opportunity and a couple of resources here to help us out as we've gone along. But now it's our turn to hand it over to the guys at V8 Online. Stay on iRacing.com/live here, or wherever you're watching this race from, for continued coverage of the iRacing 24 hours of Spa. We've got a few people and people we'd like to thank before we hang up here. First of all, we've got the software and the hardware that we use for our broadcasts that you can see listed on your screen. Additional thanks to our musical contributors, Eric Epcombe and Casey Lalonde, whose music you can also find at the websites listed. Thanks to our teams today. We had Amjad Yamin directing for both of our stints. A big thanks for him and good luck to his team out there. 49 Motorsports on the track. Bill Superzan, Sean Ambrose and our cameraman Dougie Beard all helped out with the first stint. My co-commentators Richard Losper and Adam Young helped out in the final few hours here. Thank you Richard and Adam. It's definitely been fun here in the booth. If you'd like to find out more about GSRC, you can find it at globalsimracingchannel.com along with archived races and upcoming broadcasts. We're also on Twitter at GSR Channel and Facebook at facebook.com/globalsimracingchannel. All of our upcoming races for our other series on screen, so be sure to check those out. Mark them down on your calendar and don't miss another second of exciting racing action. Tune into V8's Online now for continued coverage of the iRacing 24 Hours of Spa. On GSRC, we're going to say until next time, race clean, race hard, and we'll see you on the track.